Chapter 51 The Whereabouts of Sun Ji. If I were teacher Bai Yan, what would I do? Think in another's shoes. Chuan Yi chose to analyze Bai Yan teacher by thinking from his perspective. Chuan Yi's mind flashed with the feelings of Bai Yan teacher. Report. First of all, teacher Bai Yan does not have the fire immunity attribute, so he cannot avoid being engraved by the rhino mark. Only people like Chuan Yi who have the fire immunity attribute can truly avoid being engraved by the rhino mark on their bodies. Because of the fire immunity attribute, the fire attribute soul skill of the rhino mark cannot work on Chuan Yi's body at all. Therefore, Chuan Yi can fight against the explosive rhino without fear. But even so, Chuan Yi's body still cannot withstand the explosion outside the body at a close distance. And teacher Bai Yan is not good at defense, and he does not even have the fire immunity attribute. As long as Chuan Yi's hand touches his body, he can be directly judged as a loser. So difficult. Chuan Yi rubbed his brows. After thinking from another perspective, he had a deeper understanding of his own strength and the difficulty of the first soul skill. Therefore, after Chuan Yi pondered hard, he really couldn't find any perfect way to deal with it. In addition, teacher Bai Yan's speed was limited by the level. With Chuan Yi's speed, he could completely touch the teacher, not to mention that Chuan Yi now has mastered the push mode. Even if teacher Bai Yan speeds up tomorrow, Chuan Yi can still deal with her. The break time was over soon, and Chuan Yi still couldn't think clearly. However, even if he didn't think clearly, Chuan Yi was not frustrated. He planned to keep the same in the face of all changes. Compared to pursuing uncertain answers, the growth of strength is the primary goal. Chuan Yi stood up and slowly set up the starting posture of Chuan family boxing, and began to practice with the combination of hardness and sharpness. After a week of practice, Chuan Yi's hardness and sharpness became more and more fluent and free in the process of switching. When the Chuan family boxing switches from offense to defense, Chuan Yi needs to quickly switch hardness and sharpness. From hardness to sharpness, from sharpness to hardness, the transition must be made at the moment of changing body moves. As he becomes more and more proficient in boxing movements, the time to complete a set of movements is also shortened. This also forces Chuan Yi to switch hardness and sharpness more quickly. Chuan Yi did not slow down his boxing speed, but chose to let the conversion of hardness and sharpness keep up with the practice of boxing. Because, only in this way can Chuan Yi's control over soul power increase day by day. Unexpectedly, Chuan Yi's move, by accident, gave Chuan Yi a huge advantage in creating his own soul skills. After seeing the advantages of soul control with his own eyes, Chuan Yi became more and more interested in Chuan family boxing. This method of practicing boxing and soul control at the same time is rare. In the evening, Chuan Yi began his evening exercise. Still as focused as ever, 4 years of extreme challenges have enabled Chuan Yi to master concentration. Every time he enters the state of practice, Chuan Yi can enter a state of no thoughts. In this state, Chuan Yi has no distracting thoughts in his mind, only the perception of his body and movements. Breaking through the limits requires a strong heart. If there are distracting thoughts in your mind, your movements will easily become deformed. Not only will the effect of such exercise be greatly reduced, but it will also easily hurt your body, and the same is true for boxing practice. Therefore, Chuan Yi dare not relax a bit when practicing. Dinner time, on the second floor of the cafeteria. After a day of training, Chuan Yi came to the cafeteria. However, Chuan Yi found that Huo Wu had already prepared her meal and sat at the table. It seemed that she had just arrived. Chuan Yi waved his hand, and then quickly finished his meal and sat opposite Huo Wu. "How is your recovery?" Chuan Yi asked first. "I just consumed a lot of soul power. I recovered after a short rest. After that, I went to the simulated environment for training." Chuan Yi saw that there were still some sweat stains on Huo Wu's clothes, and confirmed that what the other party said was true. It seems that Huo Wu is also practicing seriously. Chuan Yi secretly praised in his heart. Unlike Chuan Yi, Huo Wu did not practice physical training at night, but this does not mean that Huo Wu is lazy, on the contrary, it is a manifestation of intelligence. Although Huo Wu's martial soul is a beast martial soul, the advantage of this martial soul is not in the body, but in the control of flames. Therefore, soul power training and soul power control, as well as flame control training are the focus of Huo Wu's training. So at night, Huo Wu would go to the simulated environment by herself to practice soul power or soul skills. "Why do you look more tired than usual?" Huo Wu carefully observed Chuan Yi's face and asked. Huo Wu was very keen to notice the tiredness on Chuan Yi's face. After observing for these days, Huo Wu found that Chuan Yi was like an old cow that could not be tired to death. No matter how hard he practiced, he always felt energetic. But today she could clearly feel a sense of fatigue from Chuan Yi's eyes. On the contrary, Chuan Yi was unaware of it. Really? Chuan Yi was surprised by Huo Wu's remarks. He carefully checked his physical condition, but it was not a big deal. The extra training in the afternoon was not a problem at all with Chuan Yi's recovery ability and the blessing of soul beast meat. However, after Huo Wu's reminder, he did feel a little dizzy in his head. Chuan Yi immediately thought that this might be because the training promotion mode made Chuan Yi spend too much energy, making his spirit a little sluggish. Chuan Yi was surprised at Huo Wu's meticulousness. He didn't expect Huo Wu to be able to detect such subtle changes. But in fact, Huo Wu is not such a careful character, especially to outsiders, but in front of Chuan Yi, Huo Wu paid more attention to him without him noticing. Do you need to rest for a while? You have been training a lot, and now with combat training, I'm afraid you will be hurt, p. Since she started to exercise with Chuan Yi, Huo Wu had a clear understanding of the intensity of Chuan Yi's exercise. This is not an intensity that normal people can bear, and she knows that Chuan Yi does not sleep all day, and even uses meditation instead of sleep. If it weren't for Chuan Yi, the goal she wanted to catch up with, Huo Wu would not have been able to last a week if she was alone. Thank you for your concern, I will consider it. However, you should also pay attention to your body. You have just started, and your body has not yet adapted to this intensity. Huo Wu's concern made Chuan Yi feel warm in his heart, and then, staring at Huo Wu's eyes, he gently reminded Huo Wu. Yet, Huo Wu's eyes were a little evasive, and after answering in a low voice, she quickly buried her head in eating. Huo Wu was not used to Chuan Yi's straightforward gentleness. Huo Wu, who was usually generous, would also be a little shy in the face of such concern from Chuan Yi. The two of them were silent and began to feast on their food. The high consumption brought by the high-intensity training also made them hungry. Huo Wu no longer had the elegance she had when they first met, but instead, she looked a bit rougher. But Huo Wu didn't care at the moment. The people around were very familiar with the habits of these two people, and some well-informed people had already obtained information about them. One was Huo Wu, the daughter of the dean of Shiwo College, and the other was Chuan Yi, a genius soul master with full innate soul power. Moreover, it was said that his family background should not be underestimated. The Chuan family was not well known in the soul master world. After all, it was a small soul master family mainly engaged in business, and the Chuan family itself was relatively low-key. However, the group of people on the second floor were not fools. For example, the battle with Sun Ji that made Chuan Yi famous before. It was said that Sun Ji, who was punched away by Chuan Yi, had applied for early graduation and left the junior college overnight. It seemed that he went directly to the intermediate college to avoid Chuan Yi. The drama that they expected, that Sun Ji used the power of the family to suppress the genius, did not happen, but this also meant that the background behind Chuan Yi was not simple. Chapter 52 Summary of the Second Battle. Chapter 52 Summary of the Second Battle. By the way, Xiao Wu, why haven't I seen your brother recently? Dinner was almost over, and Chuan Yi asked Huo Wu about his doubts. Except for the few days when he saw Huo Wushuan when he first arrived at the school, Chuan Yi had not seen Huo Wushuan in the cafeteria. Oh, my brother has something to do recently and is rarely in the academy. I heard that he is doing actual combat training in the soul fighting arena in the city. Huo Wu also said the news she knew with some uncertainty. In fact, Huo Wu didn't know much. Because she was busy practicing recently, she didn't pay much attention to Huo Wushuan. Soul fighting arena, so that's it. Chuan Yi suddenly realized. Huo Wushuan said before that his soul power had broken through the 20th level. Indeed, with his talent, the academy's courses were no longer difficult for him. This should be the academy arranging Huo Wushuan to go to the soul fighting arena outside the academy for combat training. Chuan Yi found that this academy has an advantage, which is to teach students in accordance with their aptitude, and pay great attention to actual combat. It can be seen from the fact that Huo Wushuan was arranged to enter the soul arena by the academy just after he broke through level 20. Chuan Yi was not sure whether all soul master academies were like this, but he thought that this style of the academy was in line with his requirements. Chuan Yi was also very much looking forward to the soul arena, where he could see all kinds of soul masters, martial souls, and soul skills. Such an interesting place, Chuan Yi must go and see it. Moreover, Chuan Yi did not have to wait too long. With his training speed, he could break through level 20 in less than a year. At that time, Chuan Yi might also have to go to the Seoul arena for training. However, let's focus on the battle in front of us now. What do you think about tomorrow's battle? Chuan Yi was a little unsure about tomorrow's battle, so he asked Huo Wu. What can we do? Just follow the previous method. You are responsible for defense, and I will do my best to consume the teacher's soul power. Even if I fall first, I can also get some favorable conditions for me. After that, I can only ask you. Huo Wu's tone was a little helpless, but there was a kind of enlightenment in her words. Because of the huge gap in strength, Huo Wu knew that with her own strength, she might not be able to hold on for more than 15 minutes. Huo Wu was pessimistic about her own results. She knew that in this third match, she might not be able to stand and wait until the end of the battle. Therefore, she planned to consume as much soul power as possible to consume teacher Bai Yan's soul power in time to create favorable conditions for Chuan Yi. On the other hand, Huo Wu also trusted Chuan Yi's strength and character. She believed that even if she fell early, Chuan Yi would fight to the last moment like herself and would never disappoint her expectations. Okay, I'll try my best. Chuan Yi promised Huo Wu very solemnly. Huo Wu's words obviously meant that she was ready to sacrifice herself. In order not to disappoint Huo Wu's determination, Chuan Yi had to show a consciousness that matched Huo Wu. Let's cheer together tomorrow. Huo Wu saw that the atmosphere was getting a little serious, so she cheered cheerfully. Yet, after saying goodbye to Huo Wu, Chuan Yi returned to the dormitory. He took a quick shower, and then dried his body with the fiery sun gauntlet. Fortunately, I have the fiery sun gauntlet, otherwise, taking many showers every day would be a torture. After taking a shower, Chuan Yi sat on the desk, his face a little solemn. For tomorrow's battle, he needs to make some preparations in advance. The next day, noon. Training ground. Well, before the official battle, as usual, I want to hear your opinions on yesterday's battle. Huo Wu, you go first. Teacher Bai Yan was as vigorous and resolute as ever. Facing the teacher's questions, Huo Wu, who had learned a lesson yesterday, was well prepared. Huo Wu calmly cleared her throat, and then slowly expressed her views. In yesterday's battle, I think we made up for some shortcomings by using the changes in soul skills, and Chuan Yi's self-created soul skills and tactical arrangements were very appropriate, which is also an important reason why we were able to win. Even if both of us only have one soul skill, as long as a slight change is made, it can produce unexpected results. Huo Wu rarely described herself, but praised Chuan Yi more, and then, at the end, she also told her feelings about yesterday's battle. Well, it can be seen that you really spent some time analyzing. Very good, I hope you can keep thinking. Fighting is not only about the strength of soul skills, but also about the application of soul masters. Chuan Yi does have an outstanding talent in tactical arrangements, but no matter how good the tactics are, they must be executed by soul masters. In this regard, Huo Wu, your performance is very outstanding. Bai Yan could see that Huo Wu had thought about her remarks. Moreover, she did not only focus on herself, but also observed the performance of her teammates in detail. However, she keenly discovered that Huo Wu's remarks lacked some praise for herself. This can be an objective and modest performance, but Bai Yan felt that it was more like a performance of lack of confidence. So, Bai Yan pointed this out and highly praised Huo Wu's performance, wanting Huo Wu to recognize her shining points. Thank you, teacher. Hearing the teacher's evaluation, Huo Wu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Chuan Yi, it's your turn. I want to hear your opinion. Bai Yan then asked Chuan Yi, and she was looking forward to Chuan Yi's answer in her heart. Chuan Yi was still very calm, and his eyes were calm. Okay, teacher. Regarding yesterday's battle, although my tactical arrangement did play an important role, in essence, the previous two battles were actually a battle of the strong defeating the weak. In the final analysis, Xiao Wu and I are stronger than the level 20 teacher. So, the strategy worked, but it was not the main reason. Chuan Yi still spoke shockingly, and Huo Wu was also frightened by what she heard. After yesterday's training, Huo Wu thought she had adapted to Chuan Yi's arrogance, but she was still not quite used to it. However, Chuan Yi was not arrogant, but was telling the truth. Self-created soul skills, tactical arrangements, these are all details. The fundamental reason for the victory was that teacher Bai Yan did not see the true strength of the two people. He had to point this out very clearly. Otherwise, the subsequent battles would only have the same result as yesterday. Chuan Yi stared closely at Bai Yan's eyes. There was no arrogance in his eyes, only determination. Chuan Yi's remarks surprised Bai Yan, not because Chuan Yi offended her, but because Chuan Yi's ideas coincided with her own. After yesterday's battle, Bai Yan also realized that the strength of Chuan Yi and Huo Wu far exceeded her imagination. If it is still the same as the previous 2 times, the effect of combat training will not be thorough, so Bai Yan plans to increase the difficulty of combat training from today. Bai Yan met Chuan Yi's burning eyes. Did Chuan Yi realize his intention? Or was this a reminder to himself? Various thoughts flashed through Bai Yan's mind. Chuan Yi's words were very direct, but actually hit the nail on the head. Although a little ashamed, Chuan Yi pointed out Bai Yan's mistake. Bai Yan was surprised by Chuan Yi's sharpness, but also felt a sense of pressure. Although he was a teacher, facing a sharp student like Chuan Yi, his every move would be noticed by the other party. Fortunately, Bai Yan also discovered this in advance this time, otherwise, if Chuan Yi reminded him first, Bai Yan would be disqualified. It seems that he is still far behind. Bai Yan sighed in his heart. Your answer always exceeds my expectations. Chuan Yi, your analysis is correct, this is my mistake. I am very happy that you can point this out. I admit that I did underestimate you before, so from today on, I will hold you to a higher standard. I hope you can take it more seriously. Chapter 53 Pre-War Preparation. Bai Yan's eyes became sharper, the fluctuation of his soul power became more obvious, and a strong sense of oppression swept over. This sense of oppression made Chuan Yi and Huo Wu feel a chill in their hearts. Chuan Yi was a little nervous, but also a little excited, because in the first 2 battles, Chuan Yi did not feel the excitement of going all out, nor the high feeling when facing the explosive rhino, but a feeling of incomplete burning. As a strong attack spirit master, he can't fight the opponent head-on, and can only calculate the enemy through long-range attacks. In fact, Chuan Yi is a little depressed in his heart. Bai Yan said to the 2 with a stern look. The combination of the 2 of you interprets the meaning of the word combination very well. So, I will fight you with a higher standard. I will increase my soul power to the realm of a level 25 Great Spirit Master, and then use the second spirit skill. Second spirit skill. Huo Wu's eyes widened, and she blurted out in surprise. Chuan Yi was also surprised. My second soul skill, you saw it yesterday. It's called, Burning Body with Blazing Flames. Soul skill effect, increase the power of the flame by 10%, increase the speed by 20%. Teacher Bai Yan ignored the surprised 2 people and explained the effect of the soul skill. What? It's an amplification skill, and it's a double amplification of attack power and speed. Huo Wu was shocked by the effect of Bai Yan's second soul skill. This kind of soul skill with a double amplification effect is very rare. Moreover, this second soul skill increases speed more than attack power. For the agility attack system, it is simply a perfect second soul skill. If I feel too much pressure, I cannot use the second soul skill, but I will maintain the soul power at the level of the 25th level of the Great Soul Master. Bai Yan changed the subject at this time and gave the right to choose to the 2. Huo Wu quickly turned her head to look at Chuan Yi, wanting to ask Chuan Yi's opinion. She met Chuan Yi's eyes as soon as she turned her head. Chuan Yi's look also had a questioning meaning, but Huo Wu also saw an eager look in Chuan Yi's eyes. Huo Wu understood Chuan Yi's decision in an instant. Huo Wu made up her mind. Although Huo Wu also felt a lot of pressure, she also understood her own decision when she saw the desire and fighting spirit in Chuan Yi's eyes. She couldn't retreat here. Moreover, she swore that if she retreated here, she would never forgive herself. Huo Wu gritted her teeth and nodded heavily to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi admired Huo Wu's brave choice. At this moment, a gentle look flashed in his eyes when he looked at Huo Wu. Chuan Yi's fighting spirit was completely aroused at this moment. He took a step forward under the pressure of Teacher Bai Yan and announced their decision to Teacher Bai Yan. We accept the teacher's proposal. Huo Wu followed closely behind, took a step forward and stood with Chuan Yi, staring straight at Bai Yan. Seeing the determined eyes of the 2, Bai Yan was very pleased and relieved. In fact, Bai Yan's heart was not as calm as she showed on the outside. Bai Yan was not such a radical teacher. In her original teaching plan, Combat training had a step-by-step arrangement. However, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu directly tore her teaching arrangement to pieces. 2 consecutive defeats were completely beyond her expectations. With Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, 2 good materials and beautiful jades in front of her, her teaching passion was also stimulated. She couldn't hold back the impulse in her heart, she wanted to test the true potential of the 2. But at the same time, her impulsive decision this time also made her feel uneasy, because the teaching time was not long, and she didn't have much confidence in her teaching experience and level. She didn't know whether this high-pressure teaching was right or not, because doing so would have the effect of forcing the growth of seedlings. So, in the end, she gave the choice to the 2. But fortunately, the performance of the 2 exceeded her expectations as always, so she could rest assured. Very good, it's still 15 minutes of discussion time. Go. The 2 ran away from Bai Yan, and as soon as they walked away, Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi with a firm look. Xiao Yi, didn't you say that you didn't mean to be with me? Huo Wu said this sentence before Chuan Yi. I remember. Xiao Wu, you. Chuan Yi's mind immediately recalled yesterday's conversation. Huo Wu's meaning was very clear, telling Chuan Yi that she was ready to leave early, and asked him not to worry about herself. The situation this time is not favorable to us. All I can do is to help you find out the information about teacher Bai Yan. I plan to go all out from the beginning. Huo Wu knew that teacher Bai Yan today was a completely unfamiliar opponent. They didn't know much about the specific effect of the second soul skill. She wanted to attack at the fastest speed at the moment the battle started. Force teacher Bai Yan to reveal more information and give Chuan Yi time to get familiar with the opponent. This was also the conclusion she came to after thinking about it. She didn't want to just hide behind Chuan Yi and become a burden to the opponent. She is Huo Wu, a soul master, and a warrior, not a little girl who is protected by others. Although her strength is still very weak, she also wants to do her part. Okay, I will leave all the rhino seals to you, and use them all from the beginning. Leave everything to me afterwards. Huo Wu's realization moved Chuan Yi. He chose to follow Huo Wu's advice. His mission was not to sympathize with or protect Huo Wu, but to live up to Huo Wu and fight to the last moment. Moreover, facing the stronger teacher Bai Yan, he had no better way to formulate a cooperation strategy for the 2. Facing players with a huge gap in strength, poor calculations and temptations will only lead to self-destruction. So he also made plans to go all out from the beginning. After speaking, Chuan Yi took out dozens of grenades that he had prepared in advance. This was what Chuan Yi prepared in advance in the dormitory last night. Chuan Yi handed all the dozens of grenades to Huo Wu. These are all the rhino seals I prepared in advance, so I'll leave it to you. In order to deal with Bai Yan in the most perfect posture, he needed to save soul power before the battle, so these were all prepared by him in advance, just in case. Well. Huo Wu took over the seal of the rhino, and an indescribable pressure swept over her. The light stone became extremely heavy at this moment. Don't worry, leave it to me from now on. Chuan Yi saw Huo Wu's serious expression and looked like she was worried about something, so he smiled and comforted Huo Wu. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi who was shouldering the heavy pressure, and her heart was throbbing. After saying that, Chuan Yi stretched out his fist and signaled Huo Wu to bump fists. Huo Wu was stunned, and her mind was also soon, the promise she had made with Chuan Yi flashed through her mind. Huo Wu's eyes lit up, she threw all the heavy stones in her arms to the ground, stretched out her fist, and bumped fists with Chuan Yi. Bang! The 2 smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Then, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu sat cross-legged and began to practice Qigong and regulate their breathing. The next battle will be a difficult one. They don't need to formulate any tactics this time. They need to adjust their state as much as possible in the remaining time and face this battle in the most perfect state. Chapter 54 for a one-on-one situation. 15 minutes passed in a flash. I declare the 3rd combat training officially open. Martial Spirit Possession. As Bai Yan announced the official start of the battle, the 3 summoned martial spirits at the same time, and brilliant light shone on the playground. Teacher Bai Yan's eyes became more and more sharp and cold, different from the previous 2 battles. Chuan Yi standing in front could clearly see the changes in Teacher Bai Yan's eyes. Teacher Bai Yan was serious. Second soul skill, burning body with flames. Red flames ignited from Teacher Bai Yan's neck, and the flames quickly spread from her neck to her whole body. All the white feathers on her body were stained with flames. At this moment, Teacher Bai Yan seemed to have changed from a white crane to a fiery red phoenix. Teacher Bai Yan flapped her wings and rushed into the sky with the tail of flames in an instant. So fast! Teacher Bai Yan's instant acceleration was very fast, and Chuan Yi almost lost Teacher Bai Yan's trace in an instant. Teacher Bai Yan flew into the sky like a rocket, and red light streaked across the sky. However, Huo Wu and Chuan Yi were already wary of the teacher's speed. Flame bomb! Huo Wu's flame bomb was aimed directly at Teacher Bai Yan. Just as the two had discussed before the battle, they went all out from the beginning. Huo Wu began to condense the flame bomb the moment she summoned the martial spirit. The flame bomb quickly approached Teacher Bai Yan, but strangely, Bai Yan did not use the flame feather attack to shoot down the flame bomb. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu both noticed something strange about Teacher Bai Yan. Is this because he is confident in his speed? Chuan Yi thought. But the teacher underestimated the enemy. The fire bomb exploded, and the brilliant flames burst into dazzling light. However, unlike before, several stones suddenly appeared from the fire bomb. Under Huo Wu's exquisite control, the stones were ejected in the direction of Teacher Bai Yan. This was a large-scale explosion attack specially prepared by Huo Wu to deal with Teacher Bai Yan's speed. Directly wrap several rhinoceros seal stones with fire bombs, and then directly cover an entire area, and finally Chuan Yi detonates them at the same time. In this way, even if Teacher Bai Yan can avoid the explosion of a stone with his speed, it is difficult to escape the large-scale simultaneous explosion. Bang! A loud noise resounded through the sky. The stones that were detonated at the same time directly dispersed the flames in the sky. The two looked closely. Xiao Wu, be careful! Chuan Yi, who was very responsive, saw three bright red lights coming towards Huo Wu from the center of the explosion. Huo Wu was also frightened and her pupil shrank. She directly fired the flame bomb condensed in her left hand. The flame bomb was fired directly at Yan Uxi. At this time, Chuan Yi's mind flashed. He reacted quickly and detonated the bottommost rhino seal among the rhino seals wrapped in the flame bomb before the two attacks collided. Although the two did not collide, the explosion of the rhino seal blew away Bai Yan's Yan Uxi, but at the same time, the explosion also blew the rest of the rhino seal stones in all directions. Their flying directions were different. Chuan Yi's rhino seal could not control the direction of the explosion like Huo Wu's flame bomb, but by detonating the bottommost rhino seal, the stone was pushed into the sky. Fortunately, one stone flew straight towards the direction of Bai Yan's Yan Uxi. Chuan Yi calculated the distance in his mind and immediately detonated the rhino seal stone. Bang! At this moment, Huo Wu was recondensing the fire bomb without stopping, staring at the sky, waiting for Bai Yan to show up. This time, the teacher should be attacked. Chuan Yi's quick response was beyond Huo Wu's expectations, but it also gave Huo Wu a glimmer of hope for this sudden attack. Huo Wu had a glimmer of confidence in these two attacks that came one after another. The idea of putting several rhino seals into the fire bomb was Huo Wu's idea. When she saw the large number of grenades prepared by Chuan Yi, she thought of this idea. Because Chuan Yi needed to save soul power and could not waste soul power on uncertain long-range attacks, he could only give all the two rhino seals he prepared to Huo Wu. I wanted to give Teacher Bai Yan a surprise, but I didn't expect that Teacher Bai Yan seemed to be unaffected and launched a quick counterattack. The second attack, Huo Wu's original idea was to use the explosion to block the flame feather attack, but Chuan Yi's quick response had an unexpected effect. This was beyond Huo Wu's imagination. If it weren't for Chuan Yi's quick response, which detonated the rhino seal in the flame bomb in advance, Huo Wu's attack could only play a defensive role. Chuan Yi stared at the sky, his expression solemn, without joy on his face. No, it shouldn't work. Chuan Yi had no confidence in these two attacks. The smoke in the sky slowly dissipated, and a red figure appeared in the sky. It was Teacher Bai Yan, and from the outside, Teacher Bai Yan seemed to be unharmed. How is it possible? Huo Wu couldn't believe it. This was a large-scale attack plus a sudden attack by Chuan Yi. Didn't both attacks work at all? Chuan Yi now completely understood Teacher Bai Yan's speed. It was impossible to cause any harm to him through long-range attacks. The last scene of yesterday's combat training flashed through his mind. Facing the powerful explosion of the combined soul skills, the teacher had no obvious scars or marks on his body. It turned out that he escaped directly from the range of the explosion through speed. No wonder the teacher didn't take any precautions during the first attack. Teacher Bai Yan in the sky had no ripples in her eyes. She was not frightened by the combined attack of Huo Wu and Chuan Yi. In front of Bai Yan, who had an absolute speed advantage, these fancy skills were useless. Even if she couldn't quickly detect the location of the stone due to the dazzling effect, as long as she relied on her own reaction ability to quickly fly away from the explosion range when the stone approached her body, she could be unharmed. Bai Yan dodged the first large-scale attack and the second sudden attack easily. Now, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu completely understood the speed of teacher Bai Yan. Long-range attacks were useless. Huo Wu bit her lips unwillingly. At this moment, despair and unwillingness surged in her heart, but Huo Wu was not knocked down. Huo Wu had prepared herself before the battle, and the current situation did not knock her down. She couldn't just fall down like this, she had to fulfill her duties. Xiao Yi, I'll leave it to you from now on. After Huo Wu finished speaking, she fired the flame bomb that had been condensed in her hand. Although Huo Wu's attack had no effect on Bai Yan would not relax his vigilance. He looked at Huo Wu coldly and swung out the flame feather attack one after another. The mutual consumption of the two did not last long. Soon, Huo Wu's soul power was exhausted, and only the last flame bomb was left in her hand. Huo Wu understood that this was her last attack, and she could only ask Chuan Yi for help from then on. She looked down at Chuan Yi's back. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. She regretted that her strength was too weak and she could not fight side by side with Chuan Yi to the end. Bang! In the second minute of the opening, Huo Wu's last flame bomb exploded. Huo Wu left the stage early because of exhaustion of soul power. Facing a strong enemy, Huo Wu did not give up and fought to the last moment. After Huo Wu, who had exhausted her soul power, raised her hand to signal, she staggered to the side. Bai Yan also noticed the limit of Huo Wu's soul power. She did not take advantage of this time to attack Huo Wu and Chuan Yi, but quietly waited for Huo Wu to leave the battlefield. Bai Yan slowly descended from the sky and said to Chuan Yi, who was alone, I didn't expect that I would spend so much energy to create this situation. It's really amazing. Now I can finally see your full strength. Chuan Yi stared at Bai Yan, concentrating his mind, for fear that he would lose the figure of teacher Bai Yan in a blink of an eye. Chapter 55 Teacher Bai Yan's Teaching by Words and Deeds. Flame Feather Attack. Ding ding ding. Bai Yan knew that the first soul skill had no effect on Chuan Yi, and her purpose was to test Chuan Yi's reaction speed. Sure enough, if she wanted to really end the battle, she had to get close. Bai Yan's soul power surged all over, and the flames on his body burned more vigorously. Carrying the flames, he rushed towards Chuan Yi at high speed without fear. Here it comes. Chuan Yi muttered in his heart, and then concentrated his mind. The teacher's flight trajectory was not a straight line, but added some changes along the way, and the trajectory was unclear. Bai Yan's actions forced Chuan Yi not to act rashly. A red flash was constantly moving around Chuan Yi. Moreover, the range was just controlled outside Chuan Yi's attack range. Teacher Bai Yan used his own speed advantage to quickly surround Chuan Yi and disrupt Chuan Yi's vision. Facing Teacher Bai Yan's disruption, Chuan Yi responded with an attitude of unchanging response to changes, and only used the simplest footsteps to move. After probing for a while, Bai Yan did not delay any further. He decisively stepped into Chuan Yi's attack range. Bai Yan flapped his wings and rushed straight to Chuan Yi's left side. He attacked Chuan Yi quickly and directly at close range, slowing down Chuan Yi's pace for a moment. However, Chuan Yi's eyes did not leave his teacher. He quickly opened his clenched fist and stabbed Bai Yan's body in the shape of a hand knife. Bai Yan's eyes were always fixed on Chuan Yi's hand armor. Too slow. In her eyes, although Chuan Yi's movements were simple, they were still too slow. Bai Yan's body moved quickly at high speed, and moved to the left to avoid Chuan Yi's left-hand attack. And Bai Yan's right claw pointed at Chuan Yi's neck. It's done. Bai Yan was sure of his victory. Boom. At this moment, accompanied by a roar, a blazing white light lit up from Chuan Yi's left hand. Dividing attention into two tasks. The tip and thrust modes were activated at the same time. The soul power is concentrated in the left arm, forming jets of flame and spikes on the front and back of the arm. The powerful propulsion drives the arm to attack Bai Yan teacher. This is an attack beyond common sense, and even Bai Yan can't react. All of Chuan Yi's preparations are for this moment. The powerful force drives the tip of the fiery sun gauntlet to pierce Bai Yan teacher's left arm heavily. The fiery sun gauntlet successfully touches Bai Yan teacher's body through the penetration of the tip. The first soul skill, the seal of the rhino. Chuan Yi had no intention of showing mercy or letting her go at this moment. The seal of the rhinoceros was successfully imprinted on the teacher's left arm. At the same time, Chuan Yi's right hand had already been ready, and the high-speed jet of flames pushed Chuan Yi away from Bai Yan. He wanted to take advantage of Bai Yan's panic for a moment, escape from Bai Yan, and then quickly detonate the seal of the rhinoceros. Chuan Yi's strong impact caused Bai Yan's arm to feel a piercing pain, and what was worse was that her arm was engraved with the seal of the rhinoceros. But Bai Yan's eyes were not disturbed at all, and she had already planned for this situation. Bai Yan kicked with her right foot, pushing her body quickly towards Chuan Yi. Then, she stretched her left arm, which was imprinted with the seal of the rhinoceros, towards Chuan Yi's head. What? This is a mutual destruction. Chuan Yi's pupil shrank, and he instantly realized Bai Yan's intention. Bai Yan's decisiveness scared Chuan Yi. Bai Yan's sharp claws attacked Chuan Yi, and Chuan Yi's plan was completely disrupted. If Chuan Yi exploded at this time, his fragile head would also be injured at the same time, and at the very least he would fall into a state of fainting. In terms of speed, Chuan Yi's one-handed push could not escape from teacher Bai Yan. Chuan Yi's original plan was to cause psychological panic to teacher Bai Yan through powerful attacks and sudden push modes, and then take the opportunity to leave the explosion range. But he completely miscalculated. No, he underestimated teacher Bai Yan's awareness. Even if Chuan Yi didn't look back, he could feel teacher Bai Yan's speed through the rhino seal. Hehe, I finally caught you. Teacher Bai Yan's claws grabbed Chuan Yi's collar and pulled Chuan Yi, who was pushing forward. At this moment, Bai Yan felt relieved and rarely showed his playful side. If Bai Yan hesitated for a moment after Chuan Yi's series of operations just now, Chuan Yi would completely escape, and it would be impossible for her to die together at that time. Chuan Yi, who was caught by the collar, could only smile helplessly at this moment. Teacher, you can still laugh in this situation, but your arm will not be saved. Chuan Yi thought that teacher Bai Yan had some special means to deal with the rhino seal, but he didn't expect it to be so simple and crude. Haha, don't worry, I can still save my left arm. Unlike the nervous Chuan Yi, Bai Yan was very calm. How is it possible? The rhino seal is a soul skill that even I can't eliminate. Once it is engraved, I can only wait for the explosion. Chuan Yi himself knows the power of the rhino seal best. Even if Bai Yan's soul power level is several times higher than Chuan Yi, it is difficult to save his left arm. Chuan Yi, next I will teach you an important truth. All soul skills in this world have their weaknesses. Even your rhino seal can be broken. Bai Yan's face was solemn, and teacher Bai Yan took out a short knife from his chest. Bai Yan pulled out the sharp blade, aimed at the rhino seal on his left arm, and stabbed it fiercely under Chuan Yi's shocked eyes. Pa! A piece of meat half the size of a palm fell to the ground, and the smell of blood spread instantly. The blood light and smell of blood constantly stimulated Chuan Yi. Not only that, immediately after that, teacher Bai Yan flipped his right hand, summoned a flame, and burned the meat on the ground with the flame. After a while, the meat was burned to ashes. As the meat disappeared, Chuan Yi lost the perception of the rhino seal in his mind. After doing all this, teacher Bai Yan immediately tore off the cloth strips on his clothes, and then skillfully tied his left arm with his teeth and right hand. This is the disadvantage of the rhino seal. One is that it cannot be detonated at close range, and the other is that it can be removed manually. Bai Yan's face was calm, as if it was not his own meat that was cut off, and he explained the weakness of the rhino seal to Chuan Yi very calmly. Teacher, did you notice the weakness of the rhino seal on the first day? The scene in front of him shocked Chuan Yi, but Chuan Yi suppressed his inner turmoil and asked the teacher his doubts. That's right. Chuan Yi, your talent, soul skills, and martial soul are the best in the entire continent. But everything has its weaknesses, just like the seal of the Mainen. So, I hope you can remember one thing, that is, always stay humble and don't be complacent. Every powerful force has its flaws. Only when you understand this, you can truly master the power. This is the earnest teaching of teacher Bai Yan, teaching by example. Teacher Bai Yan even taught Chuan Yi with his own body. This unique teaching method shocked Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi bowed deeply to teacher Bai Yan. The student will remember the teacher's teachings. Well, the child is teachable. Bai Yan saw Chuan Yi's sincere attitude, and was very pleased. Her hard work seemed to be not in vain. But at the same time, she felt a little lonely, because this was the limit of what she could do. She had nothing else to teach Chuan Yi, because even if she was not the one who taught her, Chuan Yi could learn the rest by himself. You and Huo Wu go back and have a good rest. I'll leave first. Bai Yan left the playground in a hurry without waiting to meet Huo Wu. Chuan Yi stared at the back of teacher Bai Yan, who was short but tall. Chapter 56 1 year. On the third day of school, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu tasted the life the first failure in the competition. But at the same time, this failure was also an important turning point. From this day on, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu put away all their arrogance. They paid more attention to cultivation. For the whole year of the first semester, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu thought about cultivation every day and lived an extremely self-disciplined and fulfilling life. Every time they trained in combat, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu would ask the teacher to hone them with higher standards. Although this also led to more losses than wins in combat training, the two's actual combat ability and tacit understanding were constantly improving in high-pressure combat. The process was very hard, but the pleasure of rapid growth every day made Chuan Yi and Huo Wu unable to stop. However, under such high-intensity training, even a body as strong as Chuan Yi could not help feeling tired. After a month of high-intensity training, Chuan Yi gradually felt the dual fatigue of body and mind. More importantly, fatigue actually dragged down Chuan Yi's progress and efficiency in cultivation. From the second month, Chuan Yi judged that he could not go on like this, and made a decisive decision to adjust his training plan. In order to maintain efficient training, Chuan Yi would take a day off every weekend to sleep. After a good night's sleep, Chuan Yi found that the principle of combining work and rest is also applicable in this world. After this incident, Chuan Yi also understood that meditation cannot completely replace the role of sleep. Only regular sleep and rest can keep Chuan Yi's mind and body more active. As a result, a slight adjustment has greatly increased Chuan Yi's training effect. For the practice of Soul Master, Chuan Yi has just started and is still in the learning stage. Therefore, Chuan Yi did not stubbornly stick to his own opinion, but constantly adjusted and corrected the practice method according to his own state. Although Chuan Yi increased the rest time, there was one thing he did not change. That is meditation practice. Chuan Yi connected the meditation practice on Sunday to Saturday. Changed, from Saturday night to Sunday morning. With the improvement of soul power and physical fitness, the depth that Chuan Yi can dive into the simulated environment practice field becomes greater. In the entire academy, except for the teacher, no one can go deeper than him. Even Huo Wushuan, a beast spirit master of level 20, was no exception. With constant meditation and the excellent simulated environment training field, Chuan Yi's spirit power is growing rapidly. The speed of improving the spirit power level is basically maintained at one level every 3 months. The first semester is also coming to an end, and Chuan Yi's spirit power level has already reached an astonishing level 19. Recently, Chuan Yi is working hard to break through the bottleneck of level 20. The first semester, the last day, at night. On the second floor of the cafeteria. Xiaoai, tomorrow is the holiday, are you going home? After a year, Huo Wu has undergone a very significant change in appearance, that is, the degree of physical development is far beyond that of ordinary people, and the childish face has begun to lose its childishness. No, I will stay in seclusion in the academy for a while. After the breakthrough, I plan to hunt for my second soul ring. The answerer was Chuan Yi. After a year, Chuan Yi's appearance has also changed dramatically. His body has become taller and more sturdy as he grows taller. The bright and smooth muscle lines all show the strength of his body. Unlike the hidden soul power level, the changes in the body are obvious. Chuan Yi's body has become more terrifying after a year of training. Its strength completely surpasses the physical strength of the beast martial soul master. His main basis is Huo Wushuan. Abnormal. Huo Wu couldn't help but spit. The two spent most of the time together in a year, which made Huo Wu and Chuan Yi's relationship closer and closer, to the point where they could joke with each other. Hey, didn't you break through to level 17 a few days ago? You can upgrade 4 levels a year. The upgrade speed is not much slower than mine. Although Huo Wu's training speed is not as fast as Chuan Yi, it has exceeded 99% of Soul Masters and is the top level in the Soul Master world. Influenced by Chuan Yi, Huo Wu's training is no less hardworking than Chuan Yi, and she has made great progress in all aspects such as soul power level, physical fitness, and combat experience. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Why did the topic come here? Huo Wu waved her hand helplessly. Although there was no contempt in Chuan Yi's tone, Huo Wu still felt a sense of Versailles. I have to go home during the holidays, and the next time I see you should be next semester. Huo Wu came to say goodbye this time. Well, see you next semester. By the way, don't slack off in your training when you go home. I know, my dad is not as nagging as you. Then I'll leave first. See you next semester. Although she said so, Huo Wu was actually very reluctant to leave. Thinking that the two of them were going to separate, Huo Wu actually felt a little uncomfortable. Huo Wu's home was a little close to the school, so she could actually leave school in the afternoon, but in order to accompany Chuan Yi in training, she stayed until the evening. But this is already the limit. The carriage and her brother are still waiting for her. They will leave after dinner. You want me to take you home? No, I still have to pack my luggage, which will take some time. Besides, my family will come to pick you up. Don't worry. Okay, I got it. Be careful on the road. The two said goodbye in the cafeteria. Looking at Huo Wu going away, Chuan Yi also felt reluctant to leave. Not only Huo Wu, but Chuan Yi also felt sorry for this woman who had always been by his side. The child had a deep affection. It's time for me to practice. Chuan Yi sorted out his mood and went to the simulated environment practice field to start his night practice. During the holidays, the academy only stopped classes, and the simulated practice field, library, canteen, and other facilities would continue to be open. This also provided convenience for many diligent students. Chuan Yi gradually went deeper into the cave. The lower he went, the higher the temperature was. Chuan Yi soon reached the limit of 80 degrees. However, for him now, this temperature could no longer stop him. 90 degrees. This is Chuan Yi's current limit. Even some teachers can't stand this temperature for long. But Chuan Yi's well-trained body and strong will supported Chuan Yi to come here. Walking into the practice room, Chuan Yi sat cross-legged on the cushion and slowly closed his eyes. Soon, he began to impact the bottleneck of level 20. The soul power in Chuan Yi was running according to a certain trajectory. Compared with a year ago, the practice speed was at least 15% faster, that is, 15%. 15% may not sound like much, but meditation is a process of accumulation. In a longer time dimension, this 1.5% will save more time for soul masters. For example, if a car speeds up by 15%, then, under the premise of the same destination, its time will be reduced by 13%. Of course, the practice of soul masters cannot be as smooth and uniform as that of vehicles, but even so, the improvement of efficiency will inevitably lead to a reduction in time. Moreover, the practice bonus of the simulated environment practice field and the practice method will play a multiplying role, and the accumulation time of soul power will be further reduced. At least in the realm of soul masters or even great soul masters, Chuan Yi's practice time will be reduced by more than 13%. At this moment, every time Chuan Yi runs a cycle, the soul power in his body will increase by 1 point, and every time the soul power increases by 1 point, the impact of the soul power will increase by 1 point. The bottleneck in Chuan Yi's body has long become precarious under the impact of soul power, which is why Chuan Yi chose to retreat today. With a breakthrough imminent, Chuan Yi maintains a certain rhythm and operates his soul power slowly. Chuan Yi's retreat lasted for more than 10 hours. In the dim training room, Chuan Yi slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. Breakthrough. On the first day of the holiday, Chuan Yi officially broke through level 20. Chapter 57 Yuan Family Blacksmith Shop. Although his face turned pale due to a large amount of water loss, Chuan Yi's eyes were bright and joyful. Chuan Yi took out the prepared water bag from the heart of the sun and drank it in small sips. The biggest advantage and biggest disadvantage of the Academy's simulated environment training field is high temperature. Therefore, even Chuan Yi could not meditate for a long time in a high-temperature environment. 20 hours is almost Chuan Yi's limit. This retreat took longer than expected, but fortunately it did not exceed the time limit. Moreover, this retreat broke through level 20 in one fell swoop, and everything was worth it. The next day, morning, teacher's office. Teacher Bai Yan, I want to ask for leave. I may be late for the next semester. I am not sure about the specific date. I wonder if it can be approved. Chuan Yi knew that teacher Bai Yan was still in the academy, so he came to ask for leave to avoid being late because of spending too much time to obtain the spirit ring. Okay, I approve. Bai Yan did not ask more questions, because she knew Chuan Yi, he was a person who was consistent in his words and deeds. Moreover, she probably guessed the specific reason. As someone who often fights with Chuan Yi, Bai Yan certainly knows Chuan Yi's strength best. Getting the second spirit ring, the reason for asking for leave should be this. Thank you, teacher, you have worked hard. Well, be careful. Chuan Yi understood, it seems that the teacher has noticed something. After saying goodbye to the teacher, he walked out of the office and the academy. Chuan Family Boutique. Uncle Ying, help me deliver the letter to my parents. Chuan Yi writes to his parents every month. Through long letters, Chuan Yi not only talks about college life, but also discusses some confusions encountered in learning. Although it is not as convenient as the mobile phone in the previous life, traditional letters can sometimes better reflect the intentions of both parties. However, the main content of this letter is to inform his parents that he wants to meet directly in the Soul Beast Forest. Okay, then when will we set off specifically? Considering that it will take some time for the letter to reach home, we can set off slowly. It just so happens that I also have some things I want to deal with during this time. Then let's set off in a week. Yes. I'll arrange it now. While the Chuan family has been collecting Soul Beast meat over the years, they have also collected a lot of Soul Beast information. And half a year ago, Chuan Yi learned from his parents' letters that in a certain Soul Beast forest, someone witnessed a Soul Beast that met Chuan Yi's requirements. It just so happened that this time he broke through level 20, and if he was late, something would happen. Chuan Yi decided to go directly to that Soul Beast forest. However, before that, Chuan Yi had to visit a place. In the afternoon, the scorching sun mercilessly burned the large city. There were few passers-by on the avenue at this time. At this time, a brisk sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the street. This was the carriage carrying Chuan Yi. The destination of Chuan Yi's trip was far away from the city center and was located on the edge of the city. Therefore, Chuan Yi chose to take a carriage to go there. After half an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a shop. Chuan Yi got off the carriage and looked up at the plaque on the door. He saw 5 big characters written on it, Yuan Family Blacksmith Shop. This was the destination of Chuan Yi's trip. Welcome, sir. Are you the guest who came to commission the making of ironware? A muscular young man walked out of the door and warmly entertained Chuan Yi and others. Hello, brother. I am not here to customize this time. I want to visit the owner of your shop. Chuan Yi also politely expressed his intention to the young man. However, the young man who was very enthusiastic just now had a visibly collapsed expression, and turned back and shouted weakly into the shop. Dad, there is a guest looking for you. Chuan Yi did not expect that the receptionist was the young master of this shop. After a while, heavy footsteps came from the store. A middle-aged man with a larger body came out. I am the owner of this shop. What's the matter? Chuan Yi carefully looked at the middle-aged man. He was not tall, but his whole body was full of strong muscles and he had an immovable momentum. Moreover, this man was meticulous from beginning to end. He looked very neat and comfortable. He seemed to have very high requirements for himself. Hello, Blacksmith Yuan. My name is Chuan Yi. I have something to talk to you about this time. Do you remember that someone commissioned you to make iron balls and iron pipes half a year ago? Chuan Yi took out a dark iron pipe and several iron balls from his arms. One end of the black iron pipe was closed. Well, I remember. Is there any problem? The middle-aged blacksmith glanced at the object in Chuan Yi's hand and saw that it was an object he made by himself. Excuse me, is this made by Blacksmith Yuan? Of course. Master Yuan nodded confidently. That's good. Actually, I came here this time to buy the master's shop. What? Buy the shop? This is our Yuan family's ancestral shop. Even if I am in a difficult situation now, I will not sell it. The middle-aged man glared and slammed the table vigorously. Recently, the Yuan family blacksmith shop is in crisis of bankruptcy due to poor management, so some people will come to discuss the sale of the shop. Therefore, facing Chuan Yi's proposal, Yuan blacksmith was a little sensitive. No, master, I mean to buy you and the whole thing. Moreover, from now on, our Chuan family will continue to subsidize the master to forge in this shop. The middle-aged man was also confused by Chuan Yi's words. He originally thought that he was here to rob the shop, but he didn't expect that the other party's target was himself. Boy, what are you kidding, how could I sell myself? Yuan blacksmith was laughed at Chuan Yi's ridiculous proposal. Blacksmith Yuan, I admire your forging ability very much, but forgive me for being blunt. Blacksmith Yuan knows nothing about business. Now the Yuan family blacksmith shop is in such a predicament, and a large part of it is because of you. If my Chuan family acquires this shop, you don't have to worry about business problems anymore, and you can devote yourself to forging. Chuan Yi's eyes did not give in, and he seemed very serious. Chuan Yi had commissioned Kuan to customize the same items in all blacksmith shops in the city half a year ago. And the craftsmanship of the Yuan family blacksmith shop is also rare among many blacksmith shops. However, although the Yuan family has good craftsmanship, they don't seem to be good at running a shop. Blacksmith Yuan is serious and strict with himself, and he pursues higher and better quality. This also leads to high prices for ironware. More importantly, the market demand for high-quality ironware is not great. Therefore, since Blacksmith Yuan took charge of the blacksmith shop, the business situation has been getting worse and worse. Moreover, what is even more terrible is that in order to sell ironware, the Yuan family began to significantly reduce the price without reducing the quality and cost, but this is undoubtedly chronic suicide. As a result, now the Chuan family is left with only the Yuan family father and son to maintain the huge store. However, Yuan the blacksmith's character of insisting on excellent quality is exactly the reason why Chuan Yi is determined to acquire this store. Chapter 58 Ironware Research Institute. Boy, what is your purpose? Yuan the blacksmith was confused by Chuan Yi and could only ask Chuan Yi directly about his purpose. Yuan the blacksmith, our Chuan family plans to buy this store and set up a research institute specializing in ironware. Moreover, we are also searching for skilled craftsmen from all over the world to join the research institute, and Yuan the blacksmith is our target. In this world, the status of blacksmiths is very low. Because of the existence of martial spirits, people's demand for ironware is very small. Most of the people in Douluo continent are owners of weapon martial spirits. The convenience of martial spirits reduces people's demand for ironware. With lower demand, there is no strong motivation for development, so blacksmiths inevitably become low-level professions. Half a year ago, Chuan Yi ordered Chuan Ying to commission the manufacture of a shotgun. Of course, the shotgun here does not refer to the kind in the previous life, but a simple shotgun that can be used with the rhino seal for long-range attacks. That is the iron pipe and iron ball that Chuan Yi just took out. Chuan Yi, who did not have much hope for the technology of this world, deliberately lowered his requirements. Only two requirements were put forward. One is that the iron pipe must be able to be carried in one hand. The other is that the strength of the iron pipe must be very strong. Otherwise, when the iron pipe explodes, it will hurt its own people. And among the countless blacksmith shops in this large city, only the Yuan family blacksmith shop has created works that meet Chuan Yi's requirements. After experiments, the iron pipe made by the Yuan family can perfectly withstand 3 rhinoceros seals. Only when it comes to the 4th and 5th times, the iron pipe will crack. Not only that, the Yuan family also spent a lot of effort on the appearance. The whole iron pipe is natural and round, and it doesn't look like it was made by hand at all. When seeing such superior performance and shape, Chuan Yi admitted that he underestimated the blacksmiths in this world. And at the same time, Chuan Yi saw a certain possibility. He wanted to replicate the firearms of his previous life in this world. Research Institute? Iron Research Institute. For Chuan Yi's fantastic ideas, Yuan the blacksmith seemed unable to keep up with Chuan Yi's thinking. Seeing this, Chuan Yi could only explain patiently. The Ironware Research Institute, in simple terms, is a place to study how to make stronger and more perfect ironware. Because the existing blacksmith skills cannot meet my requirements, I want to gather more excellent blacksmiths to study how to make ironware that meets my requirements. Here, Yuan the blacksmith can freely display his talents and concentrate on research. All the expenses of the research will be provided by us. Chuan Yi revealed his purpose to Yuan the blacksmith. Since half a year ago, Chuan Yi has been thinking about this matter. However, Chuan Yi was not impatient, but chose to collect all the information about the Yuan family first, and then decide whether to invite after understanding the situation of the Yuan family. Chuan Yi has also communicated with his parents about this, and Chuan Yi's parents support Chuan Yi's decision. The development of the Chuan family over the years has made the Chuan family quite rich in money. In addition, out of trust in Chuan Yi, the two also chose to help Chuan Yi practice. Boy, you want to buy my whole shop just based on your empty words, isn't that too arrogant? In fact, Yuan the blacksmith was very tempted by Chuan Yi's proposal, but his vigilance against strangers would not fade away so quickly. Oh, sorry, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chuan Yi, and I am the young master of Quan's boutique. Don't worry, we will buy it at the market price, and you will continue to work here. When Yuan the blacksmith heard about Quan's boutique, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He knew Quan's boutique. A year ago, Quan's boutique suddenly appeared on the bustling streets of this city, and in just 1 month it became a well-known luxury store. Its background and financial resources are unfathomable, and it is not an existence that a blacksmith like him can offend. He regretted yelling at Chuan Yi just now. At this time, Chuan Ying, who was following Chuan Yi, came out with a gift box in his hand. Here is the limited VIP card of our Quanjia boutique. As long as you bring this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount when you spend money in our Quanjia boutique. It's our first meeting, so this is just a small gift. It's not a respect, please accept it. Chuan Ying behaved very professionally and appropriately. This gift not only shows identity, but also shows importance. Blacksmith Yuan carefully took out the card from the box and examined it carefully. Although he didn't know the authenticity of the card, he could see that the material and exquisiteness of the card were extraordinary. Ahem, I have understood it. But can I discuss it with my son? Although Yuan blacksmith was a straightforward person, he knew that Chuan Yi and others were not liars. After all, no one would pretend to be a powerful family to deceive a poor blacksmith. Moreover, Chuan Yi's proposal made him very excited. He was not good at business. Recently, because of the store, he had no time to forge iron. But this was related to the survival of the Yuan family after all, so he wanted to be more cautious. Of course. Chuan Yi could tell from Yuan Taijiang's expression that he was already tempted. Chuan Yi had done enough homework for this operation. After all, it was the first business negotiation. Chuan Yi collected all the information about the Yuan family, including the development history, family members and personalities of the Yuan family. Yuan Taijiang's name was Yuan Xing, and his son was Yuan Fei. Both Yuan Taijiang and his son were straightforward, and both preferred to forge iron rather than run a business. If the previous generation of the head of the family, Yuan Xing's grandfather, had not passed away earlier, the Yuan family would not necessarily be in its current situation. Chuan Yi, who knew the situation of the two, was still confident about this negotiation. Therefore, at this time, Chuan Yi chose to retreat in order to advance, which would actually attract Yuan Taijiang's favor. Master Chuan, after our discussion, we accept your proposal. Sure enough, after a while, the two accepted Chuan Yi's proposal. On behalf of the Chuan family, I welcome you to join us. The successful negotiation naturally raised the corners of Chuan Yi's mouth. No, Master Chuan, it's our honor. Looking at the outstanding Chuan Yi in front of him, Yuan the blacksmith secretly glanced at his son and sighed in his heart, as expected of a descendant of a big family, there is simply no comparison. Moreover, Chuan Yi's approachable temperament broke Yuan the blacksmith's impression of the children of big families. Yuan the blacksmith knew that if he wanted to run a store in this big city, it would take more than just skills. The art is not good. So, now that a big family finally appreciates his skills and wants to recruit him with excellent conditions, he has to agree even for his son. The next specific matters will be handled by Quanying, including signing the contract, transferring the shop, negotiating the recruitment conditions, etc. While Yuan the blacksmith and Quanying were discussing the details, Quanyi chose to visit the blacksmith shop. Chapter 59 Gun. While Quanying and Yuan Xing were discussing the specific matters, Quanyi, led by Yuan Fei, visited the interior of the blacksmith shop. The hall of the shop was full of various weapons and armor. Of course, there were farm tools in some corners, but the number was far less than that of weapons and armor. In big cities, the demand for weapons and armor is greater than that for farm tools, so they have more sales. Quanyi approached and carefully observed the quality of these ironware. Quanyi knew nothing about forging, but there were many weapons and armor hidden in the basement of the Chuan family. Comparing the two, the quality was not much different, but it was still not as good as the weapons in the basement. But this is because the materials used by the Chuan family are very precious, while the ironware of the Yuan family blacksmith shop uses ordinary materials. It can be seen that Yuan the blacksmith is better in terms of skills. Then, Chuan Yi looked at the price list. Chuan Yi sighed, not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. Weapons of this quality should have been worthy of a higher price, but this price was basically the cost price. According to the investigation, the Yuan family stipulates that only 30% of the cost will be charged as profit. This is a simple and honest idea. However, Yuan's blacksmith shop adheres to the concept of honest operation and has accumulated a good reputation. But as he grows older, Yuan the blacksmith's craftsmanship is constantly improving, the quality of weapons is also constantly improving, and ordinary materials are also blooming with different brilliance in his hands. In this case, Yuan the blacksmith should have raised the price, but he mistakenly lowered the price further. This kind of high-quality and low-priced goods will definitely be popular at first when they enter the market, but they are also prone to envy from peers. The current situation of the Yuan family has taken such a sharp turn for the worse because of the deliberate suppression and smearing by peers. The mistake of Yuan the blacksmith was that he underestimated his own craftsmanship and underestimated business behavior. In the cruel business world, it is far from enough to have good quality and good character. However, it is precisely because of this character that Chuan Yi will be assured to cooperate with him. Young master, do you want to visit the forging room with your own eyes? At this time, Yuan Xing, who had just finished signing the contract, also walked to Chuan Yi's side. The name for Chuan Yi changed from boy to young master unconsciously. Of course, I have long wanted to see the superb craftsmanship of Yuan the blacksmith. After that, this is Chuan Yi's secret base, and of course we have to take a good look. Led by Yuan the blacksmith, the group passed through the hall and walked into the backyard. As soon as Chuan Yi stepped into the backyard gate, a wave of hot air hit him, and the empty forging room appeared in front of everyone. Although there were no customers and no blacksmiths, the furnace in the blacksmith shop still had flames burning lonely. There were various forging tools in the forging room, but the whole environment was in an orderly state. It was completely different from the dirty, messy, and poor impression of Chuan Yi. Although he only took a glance, Chuan Yi could judge the character of the blacksmith by the environment. Blacksmith Yuan walked to the largest workbench inside and introduced it to everyone. This is my workbench. I usually work here. The young master's ironware is also made here. It was also the first time for Chuan Yi to enter the forging room, and he was immediately attracted by the various forging tools. It is romantic to have your own forging room. Chuan Yi's mood also became high. Without further delay, blacksmith Yuan, can you show us your craftsmanship? Chuan Yi couldn't stop being excited and asked Yuan Xing. Of course. Son, help me pull the bellows. This is a great opportunity to show off his skills to the boss. Yuan Xing called his son to show his skills together. Okay, Dad. They both took off their shirts at the same time, revealing their well-dressed upper bodies. At the same time, their eyes became extremely serious, just like the feeling of Chuan Yi's concentration when he was exercising. Who? Under Yuan Fei's rhythmic control, the flame continued to burn the iron block at a stable temperature. After a while, the iron block was burned red. Yuan the blacksmith, who had not moved for a long time, suddenly clamped the iron block with pliers and put the red-hot iron block on the anvil. Then, a flash of light flashed in his right hand, and a square iron hammer appeared on his right hand. Ding, ding, ding. Yuan the blacksmith began to hit the iron block with the hammer. The hammer that just appeared was the Yuan family's ancestral martial spirit, the square-headed hammer. Under the superb skills of Yuan the blacksmith, the originally irregular iron block began to slowly form a certain shape. Not long after, Yuan the blacksmith stopped hammering, then picked it up with pliers and put it into the water. Squeak dot. The high-temperature iron block met the cold water, causing the forging room to be foggy. When the sound completely disappeared, Yuan the blacksmith immediately took out the iron block and showed it to Chuan Yi. Seeing the finished product in front of him, Chuan Yi couldn't help but clap his hands. Pa, amazing skills, Yuan the blacksmith is totally worthy of the title of master. A round ball, and a very perfect round ball. In just over 10 minutes, Yuan the blacksmith beat an irregular iron block into a perfect round ball. This was also the bullet for the shotgun that Chuan Yi had commissioned to make. Realizing this, Chuan Yi immediately took out the iron pipe he was carrying and put the iron ball that Yuan the blacksmith had just made into it. The iron ball slid into the bottom of the iron pipe without any hindrance, and the gap between the iron ball and the iron pipe was only a few millimeters. You should know that Yuan the blacksmith had no reference at all just now, and he forged it completely by feeling. Now this amazing skill is in Chuan Yi's hands. With this skill, Chuan Yi's dream is no longer a moon in the water. After seeing Yuan the blacksmith's skills, Chuan Yi moved directly into the blacksmith shop in the next week. The clanging sound of iron hammering continued from morning to night, every day. Only the day before the departure day did the sound of iron hammering in the blacksmith shop completely subside. "Master, does this iron tool really work?" Yuan Xing asked Chuan Yi unconfidently. "Don't worry, I know how to use it, and this thing can only play a real role in my hands," Chuan Yi answered confidently. Chuan Yi was holding a long iron tool in his hand. One end was thin, the other end was thick, one end was straight, and the other end was irregular. Yuan Xing had never seen such a strange weapon, and he couldn't think of what kind of use this weapon had. But Chuan Yi was very satisfied. "I didn't expect that I could actually copy the weapon of my previous life in this world. Yes, this iron tool is a gun." This was made by Chuan Yi based on the shotgun of his previous life. Compared with the previous simple iron pipe, Chuan Yi also came with a handle and a buttstock this time. With these two things, Chuan Yi can more easily offset the recoil of the rhino seal, and even people without soul power can bear it. Moreover, the most important part of this work is that Chuan Yi also made a simple magazine and access port. This magazine is on the top. After firing a shot, Chuan Yi only needs to push the switch to open the entrance between the barrel and the magazine, allowing the bullet to slide into the barrel naturally. This makes it much more convenient for Chuan Yi to shoot. Although, this gun is only used by Chuan Yi now, but it may not be the case in the future. The Iron Research Institute actually has another name in Chuan Yi's mind, that is, the Firearms Research Institute. Chapter 60 Dark Flame Elephant. The research on firearms is the result of Chuan Yi's careful consideration. Although he has not revealed the real purpose to anyone, Chuan Yi did choose to establish this institute for the purpose of manufacturing firearms. The Chuan family is a soul master family that has been developed for less than 100 years. Before the birth of the Black Iron Gauntlet, the Chuan family was just a civilian family living in Quanjia village. However, the appearance of Chuan Yi's grandfather, Chuan Li, changed this situation. After graduating from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Quan Li did not accept the title of noble, but returned to Quanjia village and led the entire Quanjia village to develop together. When the situation on the mainland was turbulent, Quan Li relied on his pair of iron fists to make a great name for himself and laid the foundation for the development of the Chuan family. The Chuan family's other family martial spirit, the White Gloves, has similar advantages to the Black Iron Gauntlet martial spirit, both of which have the talent of being dexterous and multitasking. Because the White Gloves have no attack power and soul power, they cannot use this talent in battle. However, this talent shows a unique advantage in making high-quality handicrafts. Whether it is textiles or weaving, as long as the goods are made by hand, the products of the Chuan family have extremely high quality. Under the protection of powerful military force, the advantages of white gloves can be brought into play, and the entire family has found its own development path. After the development of 2 generations of Quan Li and Quan Yu, the family is also thriving. But this growth is more reflected in financial resources. In terms of military force, although the Chuan family is a soul master family, there are only 5 soul masters in the family, including Quan Yi, Chuan Yi, Chuan Yi's parents, Chuan Yi's grandparents. Although there are few, everyone's strength and talent are top-notch in the mainland. But from the perspective of the family as a whole, the current Chuan family is actually still in its infancy, and it is not as good as the top families and forces on the mainland. As the next head of the family, Chuan Yi will inherit the family in the future, and it is Chuan Yi's due responsibility to seek development for the family. If he wants to lead a group of clansmen to continue to develop without relying on powerful forces, Chuan Yi must integrate all available forces. Establishing the research institute is an attempt. The role of blacksmiths is limited in this world, but Chuan Yi has the confidence to exert their true abilities. Although only empty shell firearms can be manufactured now, this is only the first step. Through this attempt, Chuan Yi clearly felt the possibility. Now the research institute is still in the establishment stage, but Chuan Yi has high hopes for this research institute. Today is the first step towards the future. At this moment, Chuan Yi's heart is full of expectations for the future. Chuan Yi picked up his beloved gun and looked at it carefully again. The dark color and coldness brought Chuan Yi a sense of intimacy and security. In addition, in order to create a perfect work this time, Chuan Yi spent a lot of money to buy precious metals. With high-quality materials and superb craftsmanship, this terrifying weapon in hand was finally born. The overall hardness is far higher than the simple iron barrel before. Although it has not been tested yet, it can theoretically withstand hundreds of explosions. Is there anything like a sword testing stone here? Chuan Yi was already impatient. Yes, it's outside the forging room. Yuan Xing led Chuan Yi out of the forging room, and several half-human high stone piers were erected in the middle of the backyard. The stone piers were covered with scars, all of which were traces of weapon chops. Didn't you wonder what this weapon was used for before? I'll show you its function now. Chuan Yi walked forward and stopped 10 meters away from the stone pier. Yuan Xing and Yuan Fei, father and son, also widened their eyes with curiosity, wanting to see how Chuan Yi would use the peculiarly shaped iron rod in his hand. Scorching Sun Gauntlet. Chuan Yi took out an iron ball, engraved the seal of the rhino on it, and put it into the empty magazine, then loaded and aimed, all in one go. Be careful of the fragments. Chuan Yi finally spoke to remind the two people behind him. The Yuan father and son were also frightened by Chuan Yi's display. They swallowed nervously and then took a few steps back. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded like thunder in the sky, and the two people closed their eyes unconsciously. However, the explosion came and went quickly. When the two people recovered from the shock and opened their eyes again, the scene in front of them made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. The stone pier in front of Chuan Yi was full of dense fragments, and the fragments also extended to other stone piers around, and even to the ground. Although they didn't know what the principle was, it must be that Chuan Yi did something with his martial spirit, otherwise, the iron rod alone would not have such lethality. After trying a gun, Chuan Yi was very satisfied with the gun, especially the buttstock part that fit the body perfectly, which played a role in dispersing the recoil. Moreover, the most important part of the barrel did not move at all in the explosion. With such quality, in the end, as long as the most important fragment is collected, Chuan Yi's dream will surely come true. Blacksmith Yuan, I am very satisfied with this weapon. I will arrange for Uncle Ying to reward you two later. The delighted Chuan Yi praised the two generously. This is a talent, and he has made such a contribution. Of course, he should be rewarded. Thank you, young master. The Yuan family father and son were overjoyed. After joining the Chuan family, they not only received a huge amount of money from selling the store, but also a fixed salary every month. Unexpectedly, it has been less than a week, and they have received an additional bonus. Moreover, they can use free high-level materials to practice their skills. At this moment, the loyalty of the two to Chuan Yi has reached its peak. I may not be able to appear in the forging room for the next few months. I would like to ask you to continue to forge this weapon. Yes, young master. A week later, Blaze Forest, the final destination of Chuan Yi's trip. There is a big village outside the Blaze Forest. Most of the villagers make a living by hunting soul beasts, and most of them gather here from other places, so. At night, the accommodation in the village. Xiao, I miss you so much. Upon hearing the news of Kun Yi's arrival, Solinger rushed out of the room anxiously. Kun Yi, who had just got off the carriage, was hugged by Solinger with tears in her eyes. After a long separation, in a warm embrace, Kun Yi's longing for his family was finally released at this moment. Chuan Yu, who was standing behind Solinger, also had red eyes, but he was not as direct as Solinger, and could only stare at Kun Yi quietly. Mother, father, long time no see, I miss you too. Solinger, who was holding Chuan Yi, could clearly feel the changes in Chuan Yi's body. His physical fitness, height, aura, and soul fluctuations were far better than a year ago. Although Solinger was pleased with Chuan Yi's growth, she was also distressed. She could imagine what kind of life Chuan Yi had experienced in the past year. It's getting late today, and everyone is tired from the journey. Let's have a good rest tonight and talk about other things tomorrow. Chuan Yu considered that Chuan Yi and his party had been traveling for a whole day, so he immediately arranged for everyone to rest. After all, there were more important things waiting for them tomorrow. The next day. In the Blaze Forest, Chuan Yi, Chuan Yu, and Solinger were lightly equipped and rushed through the forest. Chuan Yu had explored the situation inside the forest in advance, and the target this time was very obvious, so there was no need to explore carefully. An hour later, Chuan Yi found the target from a distance. The ears were as big as fans, the limbs were as thick as cylinders, the nose was long and the teeth were white, but the skin was dark red. The four people immediately stopped moving forward, hid in the dark, and secretly observed this huge target. Dark Flame Elephant, a fire attribute, power-type soul beast, estimated to be at least 900 years old. Perfect. The moment Chuan Yi saw the Dark Flame Elephant, he was sure that his second soul ring was it. Chapter 61 Second Absorption. Chapter 61 Second Absorption. Unlike Chuan Yi, who was eager to try, Chuan Yu and Solinger looked at each other, both of them were uneasy and worried. 900 years, under the dark flame elephant, a soul beast with a strong talent, whose difficulty of absorption has exceeded that of an ordinary 1000-year soul beast. Xiaoi, how is it? Is it okay? Solinger finally confirmed to Qin Yi. Sure. Qin Yi's eyes did not waver at all, and were full of confidence. In the whole year at the academy, Qin Yi's sweat and gold soul coins were countless. But these things were not in vain, but together built Qin Yi's body, a strong body, which gave Qin Yi unlimited confidence. Okay. Solinger stood up and prepared to hunt the dark flame beast. A fire-attributed soul beast, and a fire-attributed soul master had more advantages. The dark flame elephant in the distance did not anticipate the approaching crisis and was resting leisurely in its own territory. In addition to the dark red skin color, the dark flame elephant's appearance was a bit more ferocious than the elephant in the previous life, and the huge size that was far beyond imagination contained a magnificent power that made people daunted. However, the most threatening thing about the dark flame elephant is not its powerful strength, but the dangerous dark flame hidden in its body. Dark flame is the dark flame elephant's innate ability. The hot and sticky black flame will spray out from the dark flame elephant's trunk. Once attached by the dark flame, the flame will quickly spread to the whole body. What's more difficult is that the dark flame elephant's skin is a good fireproof material. Relying on the function of the skin, the dark flame elephant can wantonly use flames to sweep all enemies close to it. In the black flame domain, only the dark flame elephant can be safe and sound. The powerful strength and the difficult flame have established the dark flame elephant's dominant position in this soul beast forest. However, the dark flame elephant's racial talent is useless in the face of absolute strength. The fourth soul skill, the roar of the flame lion. A swift lion roar turned into a powerful sound wave and rushed towards the dark flame elephant. The speed of the sound wave far exceeded the reaction speed of the dark flame elephant. The defenseless dark flame elephant fell into a state of fainting in an instant under the impact of the sound wave. Bang! The huge body could only fall down helplessly at this moment. Xiaoi, hurry! Solinger urged anxiously. This was a great opportunity created by Solinger. Chuan Yi, escorted by Chuan Yu, quickly approached the dark flame elephant. Approaching the dark flame elephant was like a prehistoric giant elephant, and the wild breath was blowing in his face. Approaching the dark flame elephant, Chuan Yi found that blood was flowing from the dark flame elephant's ears. Its eardrum may have been shattered. Horrible! This large-scale sonic attack was unreasonable, and even Chuan Yi could not find a way to resist it. It was really pitiful. The thick skin and flesh could not play any role under the sonic attack. Even though the dark flame elephant had fallen, the tough skin and thick flesh made Chuan Yi a little at a loss. However, Chuan Yi recalled the scene of dealing with the exploding rhino. Scorching Sun Gauntlet. After summoning the martial soul, Chuan Yi walked towards the head of the dark flame elephant. Chuan Yi lifted the giant elephant's eyelids with his left hand, and his right hand turned into a knife, which was as fast as lightning and stabbed straight into the huge eye socket. The first soul skill, the seal of the rhino. Bang! A heavy explosion sounded from the dark flame elephant's brain, but unlike the expected bloody scene, the thick and tough skin blocked the internal explosion of the seal of the rhino. A moment later, a light spot emerged from the dark flame elephant's corpse, and then condensed into a dark yellow soul ring. Seeing the soul ring appear, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Chuan Yi wanted to hunt such a large soul beast alone, it would definitely take a lot of effort. But with the help of Solinger, the soul ring can be obtained without any effort. There is still time, adjust your state first. Chuan Yu did not let Chuan Yi absorb the soul ring immediately. Extreme soul ring absorption is an extremely dangerous behavior, and Chuan Yi is not in perfect condition now. Chuan Yi immediately sat cross-legged and restored his soul power through meditation. Half an hour later, Chuan Yi slowly opened his eyes, and his current state had reached the most perfect state. Chuan Yi looked deeply at the soul ring of the dark flame elephant. The color of the soul ring of 900 years was different from the ordinary yellow soul ring. The deep yellow light circle was mixed with purple. From the fluctuation of the soul ring, one could detect the majestic energy contained in it. Chuan Yi turned his head and looked at his parents. I'm ready. Solinger and Chuan Yu nodded heavily, and their martial spirits were released. They also began to be alert to everything around them. Don't worry, no one will disturb you with us here. The presence of Chuan Yu and Solinger gave Chuan Yi an infinite sense of security. Everything is ready. Chuan Yi summoned his martial spirit and used it to attract the soul ring. At the moment when the soul ring and martial spirit came into contact, a huge soul power rushed into Chuan Yi's body recklessly. The long-lost swelling and pain swept through his body, his skin turned red, and his veins bulged. It can be seen how much pain Chuan Yi is enduring. However, the most difficult part of extreme absorption is not the momentary impact, but the long-term pain. The soul ring with a super age brings a huge amount of soul power, so Chuan Yi has to endure long-term pain. This is inevitable, and Chuan Yi has been prepared for it. With the previous experience, Chuan Yi is mentally prepared this time. Chuan Yi concentrates his thoughts on the external soul power, and then controls the soul power that rushes straight and collides to run according to the trajectory that Chuan Yi wants. Soul Power Cultivation Method. This is different from the first absorption. Before, Chuan Yi could only rely on his senses to drive a large amount of soul power to run blindly in his body. But this time, Chuan Yi has his own creation. Soul Power Operation Method. This can absorb the soul power of the soul ring more efficiently. Beside Chuan Yi, Solinger was responsible for being alert to the surroundings, while Chuan Yu was responsible for observing and recording Chuan Yi's situation. Time was slowly passing, and the powerful impact of the soul power began to be slowly tamed by Chuan Yi's will. When a certain critical point was reached, the soul power had completely lost its impact. The rest was to absorb it step by step. Chuan Yi's state calmed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. This also put the two people's hearts at ease. The soul power cultivation method played an unexpected role in this soul ring absorption, which was to speed up the absorption of the soul ring. Although the effect is still very weak now, Chuan Yi can continue to improve it. After the improvement, Chuan Yi can also pass this method to future generations. Chuan Yi believes that after several generations of efforts, it will definitely increase the family's foundation. The sky was dim, and 4 hours had passed. Chuan Yi opened his tightly closed eyes. The second soul ring was absorbed successfully. I succeeded. Solinger and Chuan Yu couldn't help themselves any longer, and walked towards Chuan Yi and hugged him tightly. Great! Although it was Chuan Yi who absorbed the soul ring, Chuan Yu and Solinger were also suffering the same torture in their hearts. In the embrace of the two, Chuan Yi knew that the pain he endured was worth it. Father, Mother, I won't die so easily. Chapter 62 The Power of Dark Flame. Chuan Yi attaches great importance to the family friendship in this life. This is not because Chuan Yi lacked family affection in his previous life, but because of the two people who were holding him at this moment. The existence of these two people made Chuan Yi truly understand what family affection is. Chuan Yi's eyes became extremely gentle at this moment. After a long time, Chuan Yu, who had calmed down, stood up and asked, "Okay, Xiaoai, tell me about the effect of this soul ring." "Yes, Xiaoai, this is the second soul ring of more than 900 years, the effect must be very powerful." After confirming Chuan Yi's safety, Solinger and Chuan Yu's curiosity began to surge in their hearts at this moment. Looking at the expectant eyes of his parents, Chuan Yi stood up and showed his second soul skill. Second soul skill, the power of dark flame. Chuan Yi clenched his right hand, and a dark flame emerged from his palm. From the black flame, there was a fierce high temperature. If they were not very close, Chuan Yu and Solinger could not imagine that this black flame had such a high temperature. What? The strange black flame burned quietly in Chuan Yi's palm. Is this the dark flame of the dark flame elephant? Chuan Yu asked uncertainly. Hehe, that's right, this is my second soul skill, the power of dark flame. Chuan Yi was like a child showing off to his parents at this moment. Chuan Yu and Solinger were also full of surprise. Chuan Yi continued to talk. The power of dark flame, an amplification skill. In half an hour, increase 30% of strength and 30% of flame power. Moreover, the flame will be transformed into the dark flame of the dark flame elephant, with the stickiness of the dark flame. Therefore, the threat of my flame will be doubled. Ha ha ha, it is worthy of being the soul ring of the dark flame elephant, perfectly inheriting the two talents of the dark flame elephant. The effect of this soul skill can even be comparable to the third soul skill of the soul master. Chuan Yu couldn't help laughing at this moment. This soul skill is a double amplification, strength and flame, perfectly inheriting the power talent and flame talent of the dark flame elephant. With this soul skill, Chuan Yi can even threaten soul masters at the soul master level. More importantly, Xiaoai inherited the ability of dark flame. Dark flame is notoriously difficult to deal with. Once it is touched, it will gradually spread throughout the body. For fire attribute soul masters, this stickiness is a rare and high-quality characteristic. As a fire attribute soul master, Solinger is also very jealous of this peculiar stickiness. She understands that this characteristic will make Quinye's flame reach a higher level. Quinye carefully observed the flame in his hand. The strange black flame seemed to absorb light and heat from all around, but contrary to intuition, the flame was releasing unbearable high temperature. This also made dark flame even more strange and dangerous. Quinye put away dark flame and began to focus on the changes in his body. At this moment, a powerful force filled his body. One absorption could be equivalent to several months of hard training. Moreover, not only strength, but every breakthrough was a huge leap. Quinye's body was improved in all aspects. The most obvious change was height. In just one day, Quinye's height increased by several centimeters. Moreover, with the 30% power increase of the soul skill, Chuanyi felt that he could smash the ground with one punch. In addition to the body, the changes in the martial soul were more obvious. The black and red, dark red lines became more distinct, making Chuanyi's hand armor full of dangerous aura. Usually, the size of the martial soul also grew with Chuanyi's growth, but after absorbing the soul ring this time, Chuanyi's martial soul underwent different changes. Chuanyi shook his hand and found that the scorching sun hand armor became heavier, but the overall thickness of the hand armor did not change. It should be that the density of the hand armor changed. Chuanyi clenched his fists and touched his hands together. Ding ding! The hardness of the hand armor has obviously improved. Under the effect of the spirit ring, the martial soul and the body have evolved, and the feeling that the origin of life has been sublimated makes Chuanyi unable to stop. However, these changes are just the appetizers, and the real main course is still to come. Sharp! Chuanyi walked to the dark flame elephant on the side, and the sharpness had already condensed on his hand armor. Chuanyi wanted to try his own strength. Chuanyu and Solinger held their breath and watched Chuanyi's movements. Chuanyi took a step forward, and the power was transferred from his feet to his thighs, and then from his thighs to his waist. With the rotation of his waist, the power of his whole body was concentrated on Chuanyi's right hand. Beautiful! Looking at such a coherent and effective punch, Chuanyu on the side couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From the simple punch, Chuanyu could see how much effort Chuanyi had put into practicing boxing. However, it was too early for Chuanyu to be surprised at this moment. Propulsion mode. At the moment when Chuanyi swung his fist, two black flames appeared on his right arm armor in a jet-like shape. The strong propulsion force increased Chuanyi's punching speed exponentially. Puff! Chuanyi's right fist was like a rocket, shooting straight into the thick skin and flesh of the dark flame elephant in surprised eyes. Under Chuanyi's multiple amplifications, even the dark flame elephant's flesh could not defend against Chuanyi's rocket-like attack. What is this? What did they see? Seeing Chuanyi's terrifying attack power, Chuanyu and Solinger fell into a short downtime. Chuanyi's performance exceeded the imagination of the two, and Chuanyi's performance even exceeded the surprise brought by the second soul skill. Chuanyi pulled out the arm inserted into the body of the dark flame elephant, and his heart was full of surprise at the power of this punch. The combination of propulsion mode and sharp is Chuanyi's fastest and most powerful move now. With the blessing of the second soul skill, the power of dark flame, the power is far beyond Chuanyi's imagination. But what is more surprising is Chuanyi's control. When his body and martial soul change so drastically, Chuanyi can perfectly control all kinds of power in his body and throw such a perfect punch. This shows how much progress Chuanyi has made in this year. This is my self-created soul skill created by combining the propulsion of flames and the tip. Chuanyi explained to the surprised two people. Chuanyu and Solinger, who have seen many big scenes, are also ups and downs because of Chuanyi's every move. Surprise and joy alternately hit their hearts, making them feel overwhelmed. Self-created soul skills, it only took 1 year to create a self-created soul skill. Chuanyu muttered to himself in disbelief. Chuanyu knows the meaning of self-created soul skills very well, because Gang and Jian are actually a kind of self-created soul skills. The young and frivolous Chuanyu once wanted to imitate his father and create his own self-created soul skills, but he failed in the end. At that moment, Chuanyu understood that self-created soul skills were the domain of geniuses, not something that mortals like him could step into. And Chuanyi actually created such a powerful self-created soul skill in just 1 year. With such talent and perseverance, the Chuan family will surely prosper. Chapter 63 The Decision of the Two. Chuan Yi himself was also very satisfied with the punch just now. Especially, the matching degree between his second soul skill and the self-created soul skill was perfect. 30% of the power increase and the flame power increase, if only viewed separately, are indeed good skills, but not everyone can do what Chuan Yi does. The principle of the propulsion mode. It is to transform the same amount of soul power through the martial soul to form a more powerful flame, and then further exert the power of the flame through compression and control. Use the same amount of soul power to achieve the greatest effect. Therefore, the propulsion mode can burst out an attack far beyond Chuan Yi's physical strength. But as the soul power, the power and control of the flame continue to increase, the power of the propulsion mode is also increasing. Although the propulsion mode does not require too much physical strength, if the body as the foundation does not have a solid foundation, then Chuan Yi will not be able to perfectly control the powerful force of the propulsion mode. However, under the effect of the second soul ring and the second soul skill, Chuan Yi's physical fitness has grown significantly. This also means that Chuan Yi's body can withstand greater propulsion. After the attempt just now, the 30% increase in strength can fully withstand the full propulsion of 2 flame points, and this is the dark flame propulsion force with a 30% increase in power. Therefore, the dark flame elephant soul skill is the perfect second soul skill for Chuan Yi. Moreover, only Chuan Yi can use this second soul skill to such an extent. With this power, Chuan Yi feels that he can enter the next stage. That is, the flying stage. The initial idea of the propulsion mode. Because the conditions were not mature before, the skills could only be shelved. But Chuan Yi feels that under the current conditions, it is entirely possible to realize his idea. Okay, it's getting dark, let's leave here first. Chuan Yi saw that it was getting late and called the two to leave. As the sun gradually set, a whole day passed. Indeed, it was already late, and the soul beast forest would be more dangerous at night. Chuan Yi and Solinger nodded, and then moved their sights to the corpse of the dark flame elephant. But before leaving, they still had to deal with this huge corpse. Solinger raised her hand and summoned the flame, wanting to destroy the corpse. However, when Solinger's flame touched the skin of the dark flame elephant, the skin actually resisted the burning of Solinger's flame. The fire resistance was so strong that Solinger's eyes lit up and an idea came to her mind. Solinger walked to the place where Chuan Yi had just pierced the skin and inserted the lion claw into the hole. Without the obstruction of the skin, the flame this time successfully burned the body of the dark flame elephant. Chuan Yi on the side was also quietly watching his mother's flame. As a fire attribute soul master, Chuan Yi could not burn such a huge corpse as quickly as his mother even if he activated his second soul skill. This is the absolute power gap. Even if Chuan Yi is talented and can compete with the great soul master at the soul master level, he cannot make up for the absolute power gap. Soon the huge corpse began to slowly deflate like a leaking balloon. Finally, before the sun completely set, the dark flame elephant was burned to only a piece of skin. I'm going to take this leather back. Such excellent fire resistance is very rare. It's just right to make some fire-resistant clothes for Xiaoai. Solinger said with a smile. Okay, but it's too conspicuous to take such a complete leather back. Cut it into several pieces here and then take it back. Chuan Yu also agreed with Solinger's opinion. He also saw the special features of the dark flame elephant leather, but for safety reasons, he suggested cutting the leather. Such a hard and thick leather was cut into rectangular pieces in less than a moment under Solinger's sharp lion claws. The original shape could not be seen at all. Let's go. When the three returned to the accommodation, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, most of the residents in the town had fallen asleep. Therefore, not many people noticed the return of the three. When they entered the accommodation of the Chuan family, the three were completely relieved. Everyone has worked hard, especially Chuan Yi. You must have consumed a lot of energy to absorb the spirit ring today. Have a good rest tonight. After returning to the dormitory, Chuan Yu advised. Indeed, although his physical condition was in a perfect stage, Chuan Yi's spirit was a little sluggish. This was no wonder. After all, absorbing a spirit ring that exceeded the age limit required Chuan Yi to maintain a high level of attention throughout the process, and exhaustion was inevitable. Okay, then I'll go to rest first. Good night. After saying goodbye to his parents, Chuan Yi returned to his dormitory. The moment he saw the bed, a sudden sense of fatigue surged in his heart. So sleepy. The sleepy Chuan fell straight on the bed without even taking off his clothes, and fell into a deep sleep in a short while. Unlike the sleeping Chuan Yu and Solinger did not feel sleepy at this moment. After they returned to the room, their originally relaxed expressions became solemn again. Their expressions became so solemn because of Chuan Yi. The absorption of the second spirit ring was considered a successful completion, but the real problem was still behind. Although Chuan Yi's progress surprised both of them, the problem is that Chuan Yi's progress is too fast. It's only been a year, and his soul power level has exceeded the level of the Middle Soul Master Academy. Not only that, Chuan Yi actually has such high talents in fighting, boxing training, soul power control, etc. No, compared to talent, it may be that his perseverance is stronger. To reach this level, in addition to soul power training, you also need to practice boxing and physical exercise. It's hard to imagine what Chuan Yi has experienced in this year. Linger, we thought too leniently before. Xiao Yi's growth rate is faster than we expected. From now on, I think we need to further protect Xiao Yi. Chuan Yu decisively decided to increase the protection of Chuan Yi. Well, I'll go. Only if I go in person can I be completely relieved. Solinger actually had the same idea. That's it. Well. The next morning, after a deep sleep, Chuan Yi felt unprecedented relief. This kind of relaxation is a dual feeling of spirit and body. Originally, Chuan Yi wanted to stay in bed for a while and enjoy the rare relaxation. But Chuan Yi, who had not eaten much all day yesterday, was now hungry. When Chuan Yi walked out of the room, he smelled a strong aroma of meat, and it was the smell of barbecue that he was most familiar with. This is Mother's Soul Beast Barbecue. Chuan Yi hurried to the kitchen. Sure enough, his mother in an apron was cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Yi, you got up so quickly, wait a little longer, the barbecue will be ready soon. Yet. The long-lost family dinner made Chuan Yi feel the warmth of home, and the corners of Chuan Yi's mouth unconsciously curled up at this moment. Chapter 64 Level 23. Mother's barbecue is still as perfect as ever. Chuan Yi's voice became a little vague because his mouth was full of barbecue, but Solinger still heard it clearly. Eat slowly, there is still a lot. Looking at Chuan Yi's wolfing down, Solinger joked with a smile. Yet. Chuan Yi nodded repeatedly, but his hands did not stop moving. Chuan Yi had not eaten hot and sizzling soul beast meat for a long time. Usually, he could only eat some dried meat. Although it tasted good, it was still not as good as the freshly roasted soul beast meat. As Chuan Yi's body became stronger, ordinary soul beast meat could no longer meet his body's needs. Only soul beast meat that was over 100 years old could play a significant role. Moreover, this age was slowly increasing as Chuan Yi grew up. Mother, are these soul beast meats of the 100-year level? Yes, this is the fresh soul beast meat I bought in the village, which is more than 400 years old. 400 years, just like usual. Chuan Yi usually eats this level of soul beast meat. Soul beast meat is a big term, but there are also huge differences between soul beast meat and soul beast meat. Age, type, talent, these factors are all important factors that determine the value of soul beast meat. As Chuan Yi grew up, ordinary soul beast meat could no longer meet Chuan Yi's requirements. After becoming a soul master, the soul beast meat provided to Chuan Yi was upgraded to soul beast meat of about 400 years old. Only this level of soul beast meat can support Chuan Yi's 3 limit breakthroughs every day. However, the abnormality Chuan Yi feels now is that his body cannot feel the strong heat flow from the soul beast meat of more than 400 years old. The effect of repairing and massaging the limbs and bones is very weak. It seems that 400 years can no longer satisfy the evolved Chuan Yi. Mother, it seems that I can only improve the level of soul beast meat in the future. The soul beast meat of 400 years has no effect on my body. Chuan Yi directly put forward his request. Don't worry, we have also asked the tribesmen to search for higher level soul beast meat. Chuan Yi's words surprised Solinger a little, but she realized that Chuan Yi was no longer the same as before. Chuan Yi's body has undergone tremendous changes. The previous soul beast meat has no effect on Chuan Yi. Although it was unexpected, it was also expected. After breakfast, Chuan Yu asked, Xiao Yi, do you want to go home or go back to school? I want to go back to school. After all, the journey is too far, and it takes a lot of time to go back and forth. If I go home, I will miss the first day of school. The college's vacation time is not long, and this time because of the need to hunt spirit rings, it has already consumed a lot of time. The journey back is already very long, and there is not much time to rest at home. Moreover, this time the spirit ring absorption, the harvest is too much. It has become too strong, Chuan Yi needs to digest and consolidate his strength. Although I really want to go back home and relax, it is still a high-speed period of strength growth, Chuan Yi dare not relax. Well, this time it was because of the spirit ring problem that wasted the vacation time. Then go back to school directly this time. Chuan Yu did not persuade Chuan Yi, but agreed with Chuan Yi's decision. Then I'll leave it to you. Chuan Yu turned to Chuan Yi and solemnly asked. Don't worry. Solinger replied. The conversation between the two made Chuan Yi a little dazed, but he soon realized something. I can go back by myself. Chuan Yi thought that his mother wanted to send him back to school, so he quickly rejected her request. No, it's not safe. Besides, I'm not just here to send you back. I'm going to live in that city from now on. Solinger's expression revealed a solemn look, which made Chuan Yi swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay. Chuan Yi could only nod obediently and agree to his mother's request. Seeing that his mother rarely showed such a serious expression, Chuan Yi also realized his parents' plan. It was obviously to protect his safety, so he specially asked his mother to go to the academy with him. Besides, Xiao Yi, the store there also needs a powerful soul master to guard it. This time I have a business with Dot. Solinger noticed that her tone was a little heavy, and quickly changed the subject. Well, I understand, mother. Chuan Yi did not expose his mother's poor excuse. Okay, it's settled. Get ready after dinner, we'll set off later. Chuan Yu said. Okay. On the way back, the family finally had some free time to chat about what they wanted to say. Before, everything was too hasty in order to obtain the spirit ring, so there was no good talk. By the way, Xiaoai, what is your current spirit power level? On the way, Solinger suddenly asked curiously. The level should be above level 23 now. Chuan Yi sensed the spirit power in his body. Although he couldn't detect it accurately without the test props, he felt that it should have exceeded level 23. Although the increase was not as good as the Spirit Master level, it would take more spirit power to upgrade the level when it reached the Great Spirit Master level, and it would become more difficult to upgrade the level. You should know that Hua Wushuan was at level 21 when he just broke through. Now, after a year, Hua Wushuan's level is only level 23. And Chuan Yi made up for the 3-year gap with Hua Wushuan in 1 year with his talent, perseverance, and super year spirit ring. You should know that Hua Wushuan is also a rare genius soul master in Shuo Academy, which shows how terrifying Chuan Yi is. Such a high soul power. Chuan Yu and Solinger were also shocked by such a high level. In 1 year, he was promoted from a soul master to a great soul master. This speed of improvement is unprecedented. Now, the level increase after the breakthrough is so amazing. Compared with other soul masters, Chuan Yi has saved nearly a year. This is the benefit of the super year soul ring absorption plan. Are they still together? Although the two had always been worried about Chuan Yi, after seeing his progress, they also developed a trust in this plan. Xiao Yi, remember, don't rush to register at the Spirit Hall after you go back, wait a year before going. Linger, you also remember to supervise. At this point, Chuan Yu became more cautious. Chuan Yi's situation has exceeded people's imagination. This is no longer a situation that can be explained by the innate full spirit power. Okay, don't worry. Solinger also realized the seriousness of the problem. Although Chuan Yi can't go to the Spirit Hall to receive the subsidy, compared to Chuan Yi's safety, this little money is not worth their risk. Besides, their family is not short of money. Don't worry, father and mother, I won't go to the Spirit Hall. Chuan Yi also quickly agreed. Chuan Yi is well aware of the principle that a tree stands out in the forest. The fewer people know about his spirit power level, the safer he is. Chuan Yu looked at Chuan Yi and felt that arranging Solinger to protect Chuan Yi was the right move. Chapter 65, Separation and Reunion. Fortunately, Chuan Yi was relatively low-key in the academy, and no more than 5 people knew that he had broken through to level 20. Moreover, as long as Chuan Yi did not reveal the level after the breakthrough, others would not know the exact level. In fact, Chuan Yu and Solinger were also too concerned. As long as Chuan Yi was the same as usual, not many people would pay attention to him. After the convoy had traveled for a week, it was time to say goodbye. Let's say goodbye here. Although Chuan Yu was reluctant, he had to ask Chuan Yi for help. Xiao Yi, Be careful not to practice too much when you get to the academy. Your health is the most important thing. We are behind you, so don't be too impatient. This was Chuan Yu's only advice to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's precocity and stability made Chuan Yu feel at ease, and he was not worried that Chuan Yi would cause trouble. The only worry was about practice. He was not the kind of father who was tolerant and indulgent to his children, but Chuan Yi made him want to indulge his children. Okay, father, I will take care of my rest. Chuan Yu's concern warmed Chuan Yi's heart, especially his father's last sentence, which made his eyes red. Knowing that there is someone supporting him behind him can make Chuan Yi feel full of strength. Chuan Yu turned his head to look at Solinger and nodded slightly. Solinger also nodded to Chuan Yu. The two of them have long been in tune with each other, and a simple action can express the feelings of both parties. Okay, you go first. During this week, it was rare for the father and son to have time to communicate. There was no family affairs and no cultivation. This journey gave the two more time to talk. Chuan Yi also had a deeper understanding of his father. Now that they were about to part, Chuan Yi was also full of reluctance. Chuan Yi walked to his father, hugged his body tightly, and said goodbye in his ear reluctantly, "Father, take care of yourself too. Well, go. See you next time you have a holiday." Chuan Yu also patted Chuan Yi on the back and said goodbye gently. The convoy split into two here, each heading to its own destination. After the separation, Chuan Yi's motorcade sped up a lot, and Chuan Yi arrived at the destination before the start of school. Inside the Chuan family boutique. Arriving at their own territory, Solinger and Chuan Yi also relaxed. The two of them slumped in the chairs, looking so utterly rude that people couldn't help laughing. However, the means of transportation in ancient times were not as developed as in the previous life, and a journey of more than a month was a test even for soul masters. After all, ordinary people would be exhausted after sitting on a train for 2 days, let alone a carriage. In the future, I will live here. If you have anything, you can come here to find me. Are you sure you want to go back to school directly? Solinger asked curiously. Well, I haven't exercised recently. I want to go back to the academy to adapt first. Although the academy has not officially started yet, Chuan Yi had to slow down his practice during the holiday. After all, he couldn't practice as much as he wanted while traveling. Simply, Chuan Yi took it as a holiday for himself. In addition to practicing soul power, Chuan Yi did not do any extra exercise during the entire holiday. Since there is no intense physical consumption, his body has grown a little bigger in just 1 month. After all, his food intake is still the same as when he was exercising. However, because Chuan Yi's height is also increasing, his figure is strangely well proportioned. But in order to restart the hell mode of exercise, Chuan Yi also needs some adaptation time, so before school starts, Chuan Yi has to go back and adjust his state. Moreover, Chuan Yi has a more important reason, that is, the simulated training environment. After adapting to the speed of the simulated training environment, Chuan Yi can no longer bear the feeling of returning to the normal speed. Just like, if a person who has adapted to 1.5 times to 2 times the speed suddenly lets him watch a video at 1 times the speed, he will only feel that the playback speed is too slow. Okay, I really can't persuade you to play tricks. I will let Quaning send you there later. By the way, you can bring some friends to introduce me to you when you have time, especially your girlfriend. Solinger's expression was teasing. Girlfriend? You mean Hua Wu, right? Mother, stop joking, we are not that kind of relationship. They. Mother of Gua, Chuan Yi was also somewhat helpless. Since Chuan Yi mentioned Hua Wu in the letter, Solinger has jokingly called Hua Wu Chuan Yi's girlfriend. She often teased Chuan Yi with her in the letter. Really? Solinger's face was full of disbelief, but even so, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. Hey, mother, if you do this, I will dare not bring her here. Knowing that his mother was teasing him, Chuan Yi could only sigh and threaten. I know, I'm just joking, I won't disturb you. Go, go. Then I'll go. After sitting for a while, Chuan Yi took a carriage and returned to school directly. There are still 4 days before the start of the school term. Some classmates have returned to school one after another on the road. Unlike the quiet time when they left school, the college is now becoming lively. After Chuan Yi returned to the dormitory, the first thing he did was to take a shower. After washing off the dust, Chuan Yi felt unprecedented comfort. Then, after cleaning the room, Chuan Yi fell asleep early. The next day, in the morning, the biological clock woke Chuan Yi up on time. Starting today, Chuan Yi will enter the exercise mode again. Chuan Yi came to the playground. He thought the playground was empty, but someone arrived first. From a distance, a red figure came into Chuan Yi's sight. Xiao Wu! Chuan Yi called loudly. The figure who was warming up turned around and looked back quickly after hearing Chuan Yi's call. This fiery red figure was Huo Wu. Huo Wu, who heard Chuan Yi's voice, also had a surprised smile on her face. Xiao Yi! Huo Wu didn't care about warming up, and turned around and ran towards Chuan Yi happily. Why are you here just now? I came a week ago. When she ran to Chuan Yi, Huo Wu complained to Chuan Yi that she was too late. Because she returned to school early to wait for Chuan Yi to a large extent. Sorry. It took a little time for the second soul ring. Seeing Huo Wu, Chuan Yi was also full of joy. He smiled and patiently explained to Huo Wu. From your appearance, it should be a good soul ring, right? Through the changes in Chuan Yi's body, Huo Wu guessed that Chuan Yi should have successfully absorbed the second soul ring. Yes. Quick, show me. Huo Wu urged impatiently. Okay, then you have to watch carefully. This is my second soul skill, the power of dark flame. As he spoke, the scorching sun gauntlet suddenly appeared on Chuan Yi's hand, and then a ball of black flame quietly ignited from Chuan Yi's hand. The strange black flame on Chuan Yi's hand gave Huo Wu a strange feeling. Usually, red gives people a hot feeling, while black gives people a cold feeling. But Chuan Yi's black flame was abnormally hot. In just a few breaths, the temperature around him rose by dozens of degrees. The strange phenomenon that had never been seen before made Huo Wu also have a strong curiosity about this flame. Chapter 66 Fighting Soul Arena. What kind of soul beast's soul ring is this? Why does it have such a strange flame? Huo Wu asked curiously. This is the soul ring of the dark flame elephant, so my second soul skill inherited its dark flame. Dark flame elephant. Huo Wu, who had not yet studied it in depth, had never heard of the dark flame elephant. Well, it is a rare and powerful soul beast. Its dark flame is a powerful flame with both high temperature and adhesion. The effect of my second soul skill, the power of dark flame, turns the flame into dark flame, and then increases the power of the flame by 30%, and adds adhesion properties. Chuan Yi patiently explained to Huo Wu. However, when introducing it, Chuan Yi selectively concealed the effect of increasing strength. The real effect of the power of dark flame far exceeds the general second soul skill. If someone knows about it, they will definitely doubt the age of Chuan Yi's soul ring. This will arouse other people's suspicion, and the risk of Chuan Yi's super age soul ring absorption plan being exposed will also increase. Therefore, Chuan Yi decided to hide the effect of power increase. After all, compared with flame, power increase is more obscure and easier to hide. Chuan Yi did not tell Huo Wu about the super year plan. There are two reasons. One is confidentiality, and the other is that Huo Wu is not suitable for super year absorption. Huo Wu's martial soul is a special beast martial soul. Its effect is different from other beast martial souls. It has no significant effect on improving its physical fitness. And Huo Wu has not been like Chuan Yi, who has been training her body in cruel training since childhood. Therefore, Huo Wu's body is not suitable for the super year absorption plan. Therefore, even if Chuan Yi reveals it, it will only increase Huo Wu's psychological burden. So strong! Huo Wu exclaimed sincerely after hearing the effect of the soul skill. Chuan Yi's flame temperature is already at the top among the fire attribute soul masters of the same generation. Now the flame has increased its power and adhesion by 30%, which completely establishes its position as the overlord of the fire attribute. However, unlike a year ago, Huo Wu will not be jealous of Chuan Yi's progress. On the contrary, she would only feel happy for Chuan Yi now. Because, she knew that Chuan Yi's progress was not a gift from heaven, but was gained through unremitting efforts. Indeed, Chuan Yi's growth was influenced by his talent, but Huo Wu had never seen anyone who practiced harder than Chuan Yi. With talent and hard work, Chuan Yi's performance completely conquered Huo Wu. At this moment, Huo Wu's eyes lit up with a little sparkle, which was the light of longing. She stared at Chuan Yi intently, and this was the goal she wanted to catch up with. Okay, that's all for the introduction. Let's start training first. Seeing Huo Wu staring at him with bright eyes, Chuan Yi was a little embarrassed. He turned his hand to put away the dark flame and used training to divert Huo Wu's attention. Yet, Huo Wu nodded solemnly. After following Huo Wu's simple warm-up, Chuan Yi began to run around the playground. So light. This was Chuan Yi's most intuitive feeling. Now Chuan Yi was running at the rhythm before the breakthrough. However, the body seemed to be free from the constraints of gravity. With a light step, the body would move forward further. The increase in physical strength also increased the increase in physical agility. However, at the current pace, it would definitely take more time to reach the limit of the body. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi began to accelerate. He wanted to test his current physical condition. As Chuan Yi accelerated, the gentle breeze coming towards him gradually became frantic. The faster the speed, the greater the resistance felt by the body. Moreover, Chuan Yi's broad and strong physique increased the contact area with the air. However, this kind of exhilarating feeling of tearing the wind was something that Chuan Yi had never felt before. It was so refreshing that Chuan Yi was immersed in the pleasure brought by speed for a while. The all-round improvement of thigh strength, cardiopulmonary function, core strength, and other parts of the body gave Chuan Yi a feeling of invincibility. However, Chuan Yi thought that his goal was to adapt to and detect changes in his body, so Chuan Yi focused on the body itself at the beginning. In the days before school started, Chuan Yi had to adapt to his suddenly stronger body and adjust his exercise plan accordingly. As a result, after several days of hard work, Chuan Yi finally adjusted his exercise plan before school started. Time passed, and soon it was the day before school started. It was still the freshman opening ceremony, but this time, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu participated in the ceremony as seniors. Thanks to the dean's brief and passionate speech, Chuan Yi and others did not have to wait long before they could return to the classroom. In the classroom, Chuan Yi saw classmates and teachers who had not seen him for a long time, and they did not seem to have changed much. Good morning, new semester. Starting from this semester, there will be students in our class who absorb soul rings. So, I may not have much time to teach. But don't worry, there will be substitute teachers to continue teaching. After a year, students in the genius class began to break through. After the breakthrough, they need to obtain soul rings, but in the genius class, there are only a few who have the conditions to obtain soul rings by themselves. At this time, the college needs to help students obtain soul rings. This is also one of the responsibilities of the college and teachers. As the head teacher, Mr. Bai Yan is responsible for helping students obtain soul rings, so Mr. Bai Yan may be absent for a long time this semester. After notifying all the necessary information, Bai Yan immediately announced the end of Get Out of Class. Get out of class is over. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu, come to my office with me. Chuan Yi and Huo Wu followed immediately. Yes. In the office. Regarding your daily afternoon combat training, I plan to end it here. Teacher Bai Yan was as straightforward as ever, without any foreshadowing. Is it because of the teacher's absence? Chuan Yi analyzed the reason calmly. After all, the teacher will be busy outside and will not have time to take charge of the combat training of the two. Well, there is this reason, but there is a more important reason. That is, this combat training will not play a big role for you, so this is not a short pause, but a permanent end. Teacher Bai Yan replied. Ah. Why? Huo Wu was a little surprised at the teacher's decision. Chuan Yi, you have broken through, right? Hearing Huo Wu's question, Teacher Bai Yan turned his eyes to Chuan Yi and asked. Teacher Bai Yan's eyes were as sharp as ever. Yes. Huo Wu, the two of you are no longer suitable for team training. Moreover, combat training also requires learning from different soul masters. My role is to help you lay a good foundation, and now, you no longer need me. So, as an alternative, Chuan Yi, I ask you to participate in the training of the fighting soul field. Seeing Chuan Yi admit it, Bai Yan nodded, and then proposed his own arrangement. Fighting Soul Arena. In simple terms, it is a platform for soul masters to compete. It is similar to the Colosseum in the previous life. The gorgeous battles and exciting scenes attracted a large number of people to watch. It is also one of the largest entertainment projects on the mainland. Many soul masters will also go to the soul arena to hone their fighting skills. Indeed, as Teacher Bai Yan said, if you want to fight with various soul masters and increase combat experience, the soul arena is indeed the most suitable place. Chuan Yi has long been fascinated by this, but he didn't expect to experience it so early. Chapter 67 The goal is the silver badge. My request to you is very simple, that is, to obtain the Silver Fighting Soul badge. The deadline is before graduating from the junior college. Moreover, for you, I approve that you can enter and leave the college freely, and even the morning classes are not allowed to be held. Bai Yan's proposal gave Chuan Yi the greatest degree of freedom. Not coming to class and entering and leaving the campus at will, it is hard to imagine that this is from the strict Bai Yan, the words from the teacher's mouth. However, Bai Yan also made the decision after careful consideration. First, she knew that Chuan Yi's knowledge reserve far exceeded the teaching progress of the junior college. Second, Chuan Yi's self-discipline was something that even she herself did not have. This was the conclusion Bai Yan came to after a year of observation. If it was Huo Wu, she would still consider it, but if it was Chuan Yi, she could be completely relieved. Trust comes from understanding. If anyone knows Chuan Yi best, then Bai Yan is indeed one of the people who knows Chuan Yi best. Chuan Yi has nothing to lack now, but what he lacks most is practical experience. In the next period of time, Bai Yan hopes to hone Chuan Yi's combat skills and experience through the fighting spirit field. Fighting spirit field? The teacher's arrangement was unexpected, but Chuan Yi was actually prepared in his heart. After all, there was the precedent of Huo Wushuan. However, the requirement to obtain the silver badge is not as simple as it sounds. I understand, teacher. Although there was pressure, Chuan Yi did not back down, but chose to face the challenge and accept the teacher's proposal. Bai Yan saw that Chuan Yi readily accepted the proposal, and nodded in approval. Then, she continued to arrange Huo Wu. As for Huo Wu, I know that you are about to break through, so I hope that you can focus on practicing soul power this semester. After the breakthrough, go to the soul fighting field with Chuan Yi to hone yourself. Huo Wu's progress is obvious to all. Especially in terms of combat skills, the progress is particularly dazzling, even not inferior to Chuan Yi. This is no wonder. In combat training, Huo Wu often needs to cooperate with Chuan Yi to fight against the powerful Bai Yan. Among them, the weakest Huo Wu often faces greater pressure. After gritting her teeth and persisting for a year in such high-pressure combat training, her progress can be imagined. Fire control ability, physical fitness, combat literacy, willpower, all aspects have been significantly improved. Now, what is more important for Huo Wu is soul power training. Okay, teacher. Huo Wu also agreed with the teacher's arrangement, so she nodded and agreed. Chuan Yi, let me remind you one last time. Don't neglect your own training for the silver badge. Bai Yan knew how demanding her requirements were, but she firmly believed that true gold was not afraid of fire. Yes, teacher. Chuan Yi certainly knew the priorities. Soul power training and physical exercise were the most important parts for Chuan Yi, and he would not neglect them without the teacher telling him. Okay, that's all I want to say. You can go back. Bai Yan was relieved to see that Chuan Yi understood what she meant. After walking out of the office, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's eyes changed and became more determined. After the teacher's arrangement, Chuan Yi and Huo Wu each had their current goals. Xiao Wu, I'll wait for you in front. Don't worry, it won't take long. After saying goodbye to Huo Wu, Chuan Yi returned to the dormitory, sat on a chair and began to think. Soul fighting field? Indeed, fighting only with one person is not good for gaining combat experience. Only by colliding with different soul masters, different martial souls, and different soul skills can Chuan Yi's combat experience be enriched. Izumi recalled the rules of the soul fighting arena at the beginning. The rules of the soul fighting arena are simple and clear. The winner accumulates 1 point and the loser loses 1 point. The badge represents one's level in the soul fighting arena. There are 8 levels in total, and the silver badge ranks third from the bottom in the great soul fighting arena. But this does not mean that it is easy to obtain the silver badge. Because in order to obtain the silver badge, you need to accumulate 1000 points. In addition, the soul fighting arena also limits the number of times a soul master can participate in battles every day. 1-on-1, 2-on-2, team battles, each person can only participate once a day. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to obtain the silver badge, which is why teacher Bai Yan deliberately limited the time to before graduation. 5 years, this is the time stipulated by teacher Bai Yan. It looks long, but it is actually very short, adding up to more than 1,800 days. However, fortunately, Izumi found a rule that is beneficial to him. That is the winning streak rule. After winning 5 games in a row, from then on, every time he wins, Chuan Yi's points will increase tenfold. After winning 10 games in a row, the points he gets will increase tenfold again. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi came up with a preliminary plan. The next day, the first class of the semester, Chuan Yi did not rush to the fighting spirit field, but came to the classroom. Chuan Yi was still studying hard and learning knowledge as in the first semester. In the next few days, even a few months, Chuan Yi still appeared in the classroom as usual, and he never left the campus. Chuan Yi's behavior seemed to have forgotten the agreement with the teacher. Of course, Chuan Yi's behavior did not mean that Chuan Yi gave up the agreement with the teacher. He was actually accumulating his own strength. Chuan Yi was very confident in his strength. But it was too early to go to the fighting spirit field now. Because he had just broken through not long ago, and he himself had not yet completely adapted to the realm of a great soul master. Moreover, the fighting spirits in the fighting spirit field were battles between soul masters of the same level. If Chuan Yi goes now, he may meet a soul master of level 28 or 29 in the fighting soul arena. There is a difference of 6 levels. If Chuan Yi meets a soul master who can restrain him, even Chuan Yi will not have the confidence to win. Although he is very confident, he is not so arrogant that he can sweep away all the people with the strength of level 23. Besides, this is a big city, fighting soul the level of the field is also very high. There are also students from Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy nearby, and the quality of the soul masters is also extraordinary. Chuan Yi still needs to accumulate strength. He plans to upgrade his soul power to level 25 before challenging. Chuan Yi is very confident in the soul power improvement and believes that he can do this in less than a year. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. So, Chuan Yi is not anxious. At level 25, Chuan Yi still has a lot of time left and is more capable of realizing his winning streak plan. However, even so, if it is seen by outsiders, Chuan Yi's plan can be said to be different from ordinary people. Chuan Yi's plan means that he is confident that he can sweep all the soul masters at the level of great soul masters at level 25. What a conceit! However, Chuan Yi is not aimless. During the adaptation process of these days, he has a deep understanding of his own strength. In addition, Chuan Yi has various advantages that other soul masters do not have. 2 Super Age Soul Rings have surpassed many soul masters by at least 400 years. The bonus of the Soul Ring, the high-level martial soul with full innate soul power, and the strong body gave Chuan Yi the confidence to win. Chapter 68 The Real and Cruel Arena. Timing is very important to get the silver badge in one fell swoop. According to Chuan Yi's own estimation, if he increases by 2 levels every year, by the 6th grade, Chuan Yi will have already broken through level 30 and successfully become a soul master. If he goes to the soul fighting field at that time, Chuan Yi will have to face the strong soul masters. In the remaining year, it is a thankless task for Chuan Yi to fight against the soul fighting masters who are mostly in the middle and late stages of level 30 with his level of early 30. Therefore, the best time to get the silver badge is at the Great Soul Master stage. There is no 5 years left for Chuan Yi. He now has less than 4 years. This is a mistake made by teacher Bai Yan. She miscalculated Chuan Yi's level. After all, who would have thought that Chuan Yi would be at level 23 just after absorbing the soul ring? According to Chuan Yi's calculation, if Chuan Yi only participated in a one-on-one game, Chuan Yi only needed to win 29 games in a row to get the silver badge. Of course, this sounds simple, but it is difficult to do. It is difficult to know the information of your opponent before the fighting spirit begins. If you encounter a soul master who restrains you in attributes and categories, Chuan Yi will also find it difficult to keep his winning streak. In order to ensure victory, Chuan Yi started to prepare for the battle while improving his soul power in the academy. Since you can't be sure of the strength of your opponent, you can only strengthen your own strength. Only in this way can you stay the same in the face of changes. Half a year after the start of school, Chuan Yi broke through to level 25 as promised. After half a year of precipitation, Chuan Yi completely adapted to the changes in his body and martial soul. Unlike the sharp temperament half a year ago, Chuan Yi's temperament has become calmer. However, this does not mean that Chuan Yi has lost his sharpness. If you look closely at Chuan Yi's eyes, a sharp light will flash in his pupils, making it impossible to look directly at them. Chuan Yi can now hide this sharpness in his body without showing it, which also means that Chuan Yi has made a qualitative leap in his control. However, after hiding the sword for half a year, it is time to unsheath it again. On Saturday morning, Chuan Yi woke up from the dormitory in a full of energy. Today is the first day of Chuan Yi's fighting spirit. In order to be in perfect condition, Chuan Yi finished his training early yesterday and chose to go back to the dormitory to sleep. In the morning, Chuan Yi did not continue running after a simple jogging warm-up. After breakfast, Chuan Yi returned to the dormitory to take a shower, and then walked to the school gate. When passing the school gate, Chuan Yi showed the pass given to him by teacher Bai Yan, and was allowed to leave the school after obtaining the permission of the gate guard. Most junior colleges are closed management. Even on Saturdays, when there are no classes, it is difficult for students to leave the school. However, the college allows family members to visit, so even if Chuan Yi cannot go out, he can get the soul beast meat he needs for training from the outside. Chuan Yi received a pass from his teacher a week after the start of school. With this pass, Chuan Yi can enter and leave the campus at will. However, in the past 6 months, Chuan Yi has never used this pass, and he is immersed in cultivation. When he walked out of the school gate, a carriage had been waiting for a long time. "Mother!" Chuan Yi called softly. "Well, Xiao Yi, are you ready?" The person who came was Solinger. It was rare to see Chuan Yi go out of school, and Solinger was still very happy, but the purpose of going out of school this time was to fight the soul, which made Solinger a little worried. Solinger's purpose of coming to the academy this time was to supervise Chuan Yi's fighting soul. Fighting the soul is a dangerous behavior, and students participating in fighting the soul need to be completed under the supervision of teachers. But Chuan Yi was accompanied by Solinger, so he rejected the suggestions of other teachers. This not only hides Chuan Yi's specific information, but also allows him to choose to go to the fighting soul field at any time. "Well, I'm ready." Chuan Yi's answer was brief and firm. There was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes, but he did not lose his composure. Seeing her son's condition, Solinger sighed in her heart. It seemed that he was ready for battle not only physically but also mentally. "Let's go." The carriage drove towards the distant city. After entering the city, Chuan Yi asked the driver to slow down, then he opened the window of the carriage and quietly watched the city. The bustling crowds and the noisy noises show a different atmosphere of life. Usually, Chuan Yi has no time to visit the city because he is practicing in the academy. Now that he has the rare time, Chuan Yi must take a good look. The further the carriage goes, the louder the crowd becomes. Chuan Yi leans out of the window and looks in the direction of the sound. He sees a majestic and magnificent dome building in front of him. It's time to get off the bus. There will be more and more people in front. We will walk forward next. Solinger's voice came from his ears. Chuan Yi immediately realized that this giant building was the destination of this trip. Big Fighting Soul Arena. Chuan Yi never thought that there would be such a huge building inside the city. A huge area and a building height of more than 100 meters. It is hard to imagine that this was built in a world where productivity was roughly at the level of the Middle Ages. It can only be said that the world of soul masters is very different from the world of civilians. Chuan Yi once again realized the disparity of the world. This is a fighting arena founded by 7 top soul master families, and there are similar buildings in major cities of Douluo continent. Moreover, this is inside the city. In a big city where every inch of land is valuable, the area alone is worth a lot of money. It is conceivable how powerful the forces behind it are. Compared with these families, the Chuan family is still a little immature. Walking into the soul fighting arena, a huge stone tablet came into view, with a number of names densely written on it. I heard from Solinger that these were the names of those who died in the battle. Chuan Yi stopped in front of the stone tablet and carefully read the names on the stone tablet. Each name on it represents the fall of a soul master. This stone tablet is a warning tablet. It made Chuan Yi realize that this is not a trial field in the game, but a real and cruel arena. Chuan Yi participated in a game, a fighting spirit method that mainly focuses on learning and prohibits killing, so Chuan Yi was still a little relaxed in his heart. But after seeing this stone tablet, Chuan Yi's mentality changed. It made him more cautious and serious. "Let's go, we still have to register." Solinger called on the side. "Okay." Chuan Yi and Solinger walked to the registration office. If they want to participate in the competition, they have to get the lowest level iron badge here. The registration method is also very simple. Just fill in your name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit name. Xiaoi, when filling in the information, they will not verify the accuracy of the information. So, when filling in the information later, you can increase your age. Moreover, you can use a title instead of a name here. You can think of a title in advance. Solinger's behavior is understandable. This is for Chuanyi's safety. If the real age is filled in, it will definitely cause a sensation. Fortunately, Chuanyi has a body shape that is different from that of ordinary people. No one will doubt that he is a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. Therefore, Solinger thought of using this to hide Chuanyi's true talent. Chapter 69 One Punch Man. Okay, I'll think about it. Regarding the title, Chuanyi didn't want to think of a casual name. After thinking for a while, a name came to Chuanyi's mind. At the moment when he thought of this name, Chuanyi couldn't think of a more suitable name than this. Mother, I've thought of it. Chuanyi's mouth curled up, which was a satisfied smile. Okay, then let's go register now. Walking to the registration office, a staff member looked up and inspected Chuanyi and Solinger, and asked, "Excuse me, who wants to register?" "It's me." Chuanyi replied. "Okay, please fill out this form first." The staff was very efficient and took out the form without delay. "By the way, I remember that you can hide your real name here and use the title instead, right?" At this time, Solinger confirmed with the staff. "Yes, we can help you hide your real name." The staff didn't look surprised. There are many soul masters who hide their real names. Some soul masters do need to hide their real names. Moreover, the fighting soul field does not care about the authenticity of the information. They only care about their own rules and the soul power level of the soul masters. After confirming with the staff, Chuanyi took the form and filled in his information on the form. The content to be filled in is very simple. Just fill in the name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit. Chuanyi quickly filled in the information and handed the form over. Solinger, who was standing by, saw the content filled in by Chuanyi and her expression became a little weird. On the name column of the form, Chuanyi wrote One Punch Man. Chuanyi, One Punch, using homophonic methods to integrate the name into the title, and the method that does not arouse suspicion is indeed a bit clever. However, this title feels a bit rampant. Moreover, not only the name, but all the content in the form is fake. In the age column, Chuanyi filled in 14 years old, and the place of birth, Chuanyi directly wrote the name of the city. The name of the martial spirit was changed to Fire Pattern Gauntlet. From beginning to end, not a single piece of information in the entire form is true. Solinger also I don't know how to evaluate my son. Should I say he is bold or cautious? However, Chuanyi didn't care about it. Since the Great Fighting Soul Arena doesn't care about information, it shouldn't be a problem even if all the information is rewritten. After writing it, he handed the form to the staff. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Chuanyi was prepared for this. He took out 10 gold soul coins from his pocket and submitted it. It's expensive. 10 gold soul coins, this is the subsidy for 10 months of the Soul Master realm. Chuanyi only received a dozen gold soul coins from the Soul Master Hall in a year. One registration will cost all his savings. Chuanyi has never spent such a huge amount of money except for eating and buying a blacksmith shop. For Chuanyi, who is still spending his parents' money, 10 gold soul coins are indeed a lot of money. However, the good thing is that the Iron Fighting Soul can get 10 gold soul coins as long as it wins one game. The work efficiency of the Fighting Soul Arena is very fast. It didn't take long for Chuanyi to get an iron badge engraved with his information. After registration, Chuanyi needs to take a soul test here to determine his level. This way, he can determine his opponent. Level 25, this is Chuanyi's current level. Chuanyi and Solinger walked to the waiting area for one-on-one games, quietly waiting for the ranking of fighting spirits. The internal space of the fighting spirit field is very huge. Moreover, there is a distinction between the main fighting spirit field and the branch fighting spirit field. Generally, rich people and people of status will go to the main fighting spirit field. Only some civilians with spare money come to watch the game in the branch fighting spirit field. Newcomers like Chuanyi can only fight spirits in the branch fighting spirit field. It didn't take long before a staff member arranged for Chuanyi to enter the room dedicated to the players to rest and wait for the game. One Punch Man, I'll go to the audience first, be careful when fighting spirits. Solinger was not a participant, so she had to pay for the ticket out of her own pocket to enter the audience. Okay. Chuanyi nodded, and then said goodbye to his mother. Under the guidance of the staff, Chuanyi walked into the room. There were some soul masters sitting in the room, and they didn't react much to Chuanyi's arrival. Although everyone was surprised by Chuan Yi's young face, after a glance, everyone withdrew their gaze and entered a meditative state. No one asked, no one disturbed. Everyone was trying to maintain their own state as much as possible. The serious atmosphere made Chuan Yi dare not disturb others. He sat in an empty seat and began to meditate to maintain his state. It didn't take long before Chuan Yi was called over. Through the lottery, Chuan Yi was lucky to be the first to be selected and became the first contestant of the soul fight. A host in a tuxedo walked onto the soul fight stage and began to announce the start of the soul fight to the audience. Next, we will have the first one-on-one soul fighting match. The two great soul masters who will appear are Xiang Lei, the soul master with the beast soul white elephant, and One Punch Man, the soul master with the weapon soul fire pattern gauntlet. It is worth noting that Xiang Zhou has won 4 games in a row. On the contrary, One Punch Man is a new soul master who just debuted today. Although he is still very young, he is a very promising player. Which great soul master will win? Let us wait and see. Next, please invite the 2 great soul masters to play. As soon as the voice fell, a fat man ran out of the player channel. The moment the man appeared, there were some sparse cheers from the audience. However, after all, it was a sub-soul fighting field, and there were not many spectators. Most people went to the main soul fighting field. The man was not tall, but he kept a smile on his face. With his white and fat body and naive appearance, he gave people a warm feeling. At the other end, Chuan Yi walked out of the exit slowly, but his eyes were always observing everything around him. According to Chuan Yi's observation, the diameter of the fighting arena is 20 meters, which is a very favorable terrain for Chuan Yi. The range of his first soul skill is far beyond this range, so in the fighting arena, Chuan Yi's first soul skill can be fully exerted. After entering the stage, Chuan Yi began to observe the opponent's appearance carefully again. It seems that his somewhat honest figure and face are indeed easy to make people feel good about him. But Chuan Yi can observe that the muscles vaguely emerging under the thick fat of the opponent reveal that the newcomer is not as simple as he looks. Elephant-type martial spirits can be roughly divided into 2 categories, defense and strong attack. But no matter which one, it can belong to a power-type soul master. However, Chuan Yi is least afraid of power-type soul masters now. It happens that in this battle, Chuan Yi can test his strength among soul masters of the same level. While Chuan Yi was observing his opponent, Xiang Lei on the opposite side was also observing Chuan Yi. Seeing the young face and the introduction of the martial spirit, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contempt in his heart. One Punch Man, what an arrogant name! However, it is true that only such a young boy would give such an arrogant name. Later, let your uncle teach you what humility is. Xiang Lei's heart is completely opposite to his appearance, and he is jealous of young people with potential like Chuan Yi, so he decided to go all out and teach Chuan Yi a lesson later. Moreover, Xiang Lei's analysis does make sense. Most weapon soul masters cannot compare with beast soul masters in terms of physical strength in the early stage. What's more, it was a weapon spirit like a handguard that was extremely close to the enemy. Although Chuan Yi's body did look very strong, in his opinion, it was still not as good as the body possessed by the beast spirit. When he saw that Chuan Yi did not carry any weapons or other props in his hand, Xiang Lei was more certain of his victory. Chapter 70 Overwhelming Power. Seeing that the two were ready, the host did not hesitate and immediately announced the official start of the game. I declare that the one-on-one fighting spirit officially begins. White Elephant, Spirit Possessed. Scorching Sun Hand Armor. As soon as the voice fell, Chuan Yi and Xiang Lei summoned their spirits at the same time and entered the combat state. Xiang Lei's body was covered with a layer of white elephant skin, and his height and body thickness increased by dozens of centimeters at the same time. A white and fat uncle about 1.6 meters tall turned into a giant fat man over 2 meters tall. The most eye-catching thing was his facial changes. Under the effect of the spirit, his nose turned into a long elephant trunk, and white and sharp tusks grew on both sides of his nose. Seeing Xiang Lei's appearance, Chuan Yi thought of Zhu Beiji, except that Xiang Lei's nose was a little long. As expected of an elephant spirit, the change in body shape far exceeds that of other beast spirits. After summoning the spirit, Chuan Yi and Xiang Lei did not act rashly. Xiang Lei was a little surprised. Many spirit masters would use their speed to attack first after seeing the heavy figure, but looking at the motionless Chuan Yi, he was puzzled. However, since you don't attack, I will go over. Xiang Lei stepped out his thick thighs and ran towards Chuan Yi. Most spirit masters have a wrong understanding of elephants. They mistakenly think that elephants are very slow. But those who have really come into contact with elephants know very well that elephants are not slow in fact. The impression that elephants are usually slow has caused misunderstandings among people, but with their tall and thick legs, they can run faster than expected. With a huge body and speed, many people will waver for a moment when they face his impact for the first time. Indeed, the unexpected speed also surprised Chuanyi. Xianglei rushed towards Chuanyi with the momentum of breaking the army. Just when everyone thought that Chuanyi was going to be hit hard, Xianglei made an unexpected move. The first soul skill, sweeping thousands of troops. The yellow soul ring behind Xianglei flashed, and his trunk stretched out instantly, sweeping towards Chuanyi mercilessly. This was Xianglei's proud combo. He disturbed the opponent's mind by unexpected speed. At the last moment, he used the first soul skill to increase the attack distance and ensure that his attack hit the opponent in an unexpected way. With this combo, even many agile attack soul masters were defeated by this move. Using this move also means that Xianglei is merciless and wants to defeat Chuanyi with one blow. However, in Chuanyi's eyes at this moment, Xianglei's speed and this sudden attack were like slow motion, and he could see everything without any surprises. This was all thanks to the training of teacher Bai Yan. After a whole year under the hands of agile attack soul masters, Chuanyi's dynamic vision and reaction speed have been trained very well. The elephant trunk, like a long whip, quickly swung towards Chuanyi, but Chuanyi's arm was full of strength. Then, at the last moment, he raised his arm, trying to block the attack of the elephant trunk with one hand. Although he could dodge the attack with his speed, Chuanyi chose to resist it. Humph, stupid! Xianglei despised Chuanyi's choice in his heart. In his eyes, Chuanyi's performance was like a panicked novice, just resisting casually in a hurry. Snap! The elephant trunk was like a steel whip, lashing Chuanyi's handguard fiercely, and a huge sonic boom sounded. The thick elephant trunk was different from the softness imagined. With the blessing of strength and soul power, his first soul skill, hitting the enemy, was like hitting the body with a thick iron rod. It worked. At the moment of the hit, Xianglei had already imagined the scene of Chuanyi's arm being broken. However, at the moment when the trunk hit the arm, an unexpected resistance came from the trunk, as if the trunk hit a steel column. What? Xianglei couldn't believe the scene in front of him. I saw Chuanyi easily block the attack of the trunk with his right arm, and his body and arm did not waver at all. Chuanyi did not give his opponent time to react, and then he circled his right hand, wrapped the trunk around his arm, and tightly grasped the thick trunk with his hand and pulled it back. Xianglei was also very experienced in combat. He judged that the defense just now should be some kind of soul skill of Chuanyi, so he quickly adjusted his body to resist Chuanyi's tug of war. However, Xianglei was wrong about one thing. Chuanyi was able to block his attack, not because of the soul skill. Although the arm was used with hardness, its function was to increase the defense of the arm and resist damage to the body. Under the whipping of the trunk, he was able to keep his body and arm stable, and he was able to do this entirely by relying on Chuanyi's overwhelming physical strength. As the saying goes, a skilled person is daring. Chuanyi dared to block the opponent's first soul skill with just one arm. It can be seen how confident Chuanyi is in his own strength. But the fact is that Chuanyi is far superior to Xianglei in strength. Even if Xianglei, who is extremely heavy, uses all his strength, it is difficult to resist Chuanyi's pulling force. This guy has great strength. Is this also the effect of soul skills? Xianglei attributed this extraordinary strength to soul skills. At the same time, Xianglei also admitted that he underestimated his opponent. However, Xianglei was not a pushover. After realizing the difference in strength, he thought of using this dragging force and used his second soul skill. Xianglei stepped forward and aimed at the time when Chuanyi's old strength had not yet gone and new strength had not yet been born. Second soul skill, Ivory Rush. He stepped forward and rushed towards Chuanyi at an accelerated speed. The white ivory also burst into dazzling white light. Just in time. Chuanyi let go of the trunk and stabilized his body with a stable lower body. Then, he stretched out his hands and firmly grasped Xianglei's two ivory tusks. Chuanyi did not choose to resist this time. At this moment, his body was unstable, and the opponent used the second soul skill, and his strength must be far greater than before. So, he took advantage of the impact force from the ivory and slid back cleverly. Chuanyi's feet made a sharp sound due to friction, and two long black scratches were produced on the ground due to friction with the soles of his shoes. Chuan Yi's body was pushed 5 meters away from the edge of the fighting arena. Fortunately, Chuan Yi supported him in the end. Chuan Yi used this clever method to perfectly offset the impact of Xiang Lei's second soul skill. This guy! Xiang Lei's pupils were shaking. The skills displayed by Chuan Yi clearly showed that he was a strong man with rich combat experience. Although the situation just now looked very dangerous, in fact, everything was under Chuan Yi's control. By resisting the first attack, Chuan Yi had confirmed the difference in strength between the two. Xiang Lei's second soul skill was just a prop for Chuan Yi to test his own strength. After testing his own strength, Chuan Yi did not waste any more time. Using his arms to force, he turned the tusk to the right with great strength, and also knocked Xiang Lei's body to the ground. Then, he hit Xiang Lei's exposed side face and jaw with his right fist. Although the body has the characteristics of an animal, it still cannot get rid of the constraints of human form. The powerful impact will be transmitted directly to the brain through the jaw. No matter how tough the opponent is, he will inevitably faint under this blow. Xiang Lei rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. The whole audience was silent. After a long time, people reacted and suddenly burst into strong cheers. The host also hurriedly ran to the fighting soul stage to observe Xiang Lei's condition. Then, he stood up and announced loudly, "Fighting Soul Master One Punch Man 1, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Xiang Lei has a record of 30 wins and 11 losses. One Punch Man Master, please go down the stage to score points and level." Chapter 71 Extreme Fire Attribute, Extreme Strength Attribute Soul Master. The audience around was also enthusiastically discussing the scene that just happened in the field. Most of the audience in the fighting soul field were civilians, and some of them came to see Xiang Lei's 5 consecutive victories. But they didn't expect to see such an exciting scene in the fighting soul field. They felt that it was worth the ticket price. And he remembered the name of One Punch Man in his heart. Chuan Yi on the stage turned his head to look at the host and asked him a question. "Hello, can you reveal the soul power level of your opponent?" When the host heard Chuan Yi's question, his body tensed up and became a little nervous. He replied respectfully, "According to the regulations, after the soul fight, the soul power levels of both parties can be revealed. Xiang Lei's current soul power level is 29th level. Well, thank you, I see." Chuan Yi nodded thoughtfully, and left the soul fight stage after thanking him. Through the confrontation, Chuan Yi realized that Xiang Lei's soul power level was higher than his own, but how much higher, Chuan Yi was not sure. A 29th level power beast soul master. Well, not bad. It was a good soul fight. Through this soul fight, Chuan Yi has roughly determined the position of his power in the soul master world. Just this point alone made Chuan Yi's trip worthwhile. At this time, the host behind him watched Chuan Yi leave, but he was very excited. The strength and potential shown by Chuan Yi gave him a premonition that he might be witnessing the birth of a new star. The audience on the stage didn't know, but he knew the information of the two very well. One Punch Man, 14 years old, level 25. Xiang Lei, 43 years old, level 29. Level 29 versus level 25, a difference of 4 levels, and One Punch Man is a newcomer. In the original expectation, it should be an overwhelming victory for Xiang Lei. But One Punch Man actually knocked out the tough Xiang Lei with just one punch. More importantly, a weapon soul master actually completely crushed the beast soul master in terms of strength. This made the host suspect that One Punch Man was the heir of a certain family. It is not uncommon for the children of a big family to come to the fighting spirit field to train incognito. After leaving the waiting area, Chuan Yi first registered his points and received the winning bonus, 10 gold soul coins, from the staff. Looking at the gold soul coins that came back, Chuan Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and he seemed to be in a good mood. After collecting the gold soul coins and badges, Chuan Yi came to the place where he and his mother parted and waited for her to come. After a while, Solinger walked towards Chuan Yi from the exit of the audience seats in the distance. Congratulations on the complete victory of the first soul fight. Solinger had no doubt that Chuan Yi would win, but she didn't expect it to be such an overwhelming situation. However, during the battle, he was still not very stable. Be more careful next time. The strength gap between the two sides in this soul fight was obvious, and Chuan Yi didn't even use the first and second soul skills. However, as a parent, she would still worry about her child, especially when she blocked the opponent's first soul skill with one hand. Her heart was in her throat. She was worried that Chuan Yi was a little carried away, so she chose to remind Chuan Yi. Seeing Solinger's expression become serious, Chuan Yi also realized his mistake and apologized quickly. I did this because I saw that the opponent was a power-type soul master. I will pay attention next time. You. Solinger helplessly tapped Chuan Yi's forehead with her finger. Indeed, because it was the first soul fight, he was inevitably a little excited, and Chuan Yi wanted to test his current level through this soul fight. It just so happened that the opponent was a power-type opponent, so he wanted to test his strength. As a result, the fighting method was too simple and rough. However, this was not because he underestimated the enemy or was arrogant. Chuan Yi knew his strengths very well. That was the absolute power far beyond the soul masters of the same level. The powerful attribute bonus brought by the super year soul ring and the strong physique built with countless sweat and money, these 2 points are the source of Chuan Yi's confidence. There is an optimal soul ring ratio in the soul master world. The first soul ring is more than 100. The best soul ring ratio is that the second soul ring is more than 500 years old. The soul masters who can meet this condition are rare, and Chuan Yi's soul ring age is far beyond the current limit. The soul ring limits recognized by the soul master world are more than 400 years and more than 700 years. And Chuan Yi's age is already 300 to 400 years beyond the limit, not to mention that there are not many people who can approach the limit. Moreover, each soul ring will have different attributes according to the soul beast hunted. Although Chuan Yi did not deliberately develop in this direction. But Chuan Yi's current situation is in line with the cultivation method of extreme attribute soul masters. All the soul rings obtained by this kind of soul master are for the purpose of developing a single attribute. For example, only absorbing power-type soul rings, or only absorbing speed-type soul rings. This is actually not right or wrong, it is just a trade-off. Pursuing extremes will of course have disadvantages. But at the same time, it can also bring absolute advantages beyond the same level. Chuan Yi's situation is similar to the above situation. The soul rings he obtained are very clear, all of which are soul rings with both fire and power attributes. Therefore, Chuan Yi can also be called an extreme fire attribute and extreme power attribute soul master. This means that Chuan Yi is destined to surpass the same level of soul masters in terms of strength and fire attributes. In addition, after 6 months of hard training, Chuan Yi's body has undergone further transformation. Not only did he adapt to his suddenly stronger body, but with the help of the flesh of soul beasts over 600 years old, he reached the realm of great soul master, and his physical strength continued to grow rapidly. With many factors superimposed, Chuan Yi's strength is enough to rival that of a soul master, or even a soul ancestor. Facing a soul master of the mere great soul master level, Chuan Yi would of course be very confident. However, Chuan Yi also knew that he was here to gain practical experience, not to wrestle. So, he decided to restrain himself from next time. By the way, it's still early, do you want to go to the main soul fighting field? Solinger saw that it was still early, so she planned to take Chuan Yi to see the battle in the main soul fighting field, which is the essence of the great soul fighting field. Yeah, I heard that sometimes you can see soul saint level fighting spirits, I've wanted to see it for a long time. Chuan Yi nodded excitedly. Chuan Yi finally came out, so of course he had to see the high level fighting spirits. Let's go. Seeing Chuan Yi's excitement, Solinger's mood became more relaxed. Coming to the main fighting spirit area, Solinger spent money like water and directly booked an expensive VIP room. Walking into the VIP room, the interior decoration was luxurious and noble, and there was also a large floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, Chuan Yi could overlook the situation in the field from above. Although he felt a little sorry for the gold soul coins, he suddenly felt that it was not bad to think that he could watch the fighting spirits quietly in a comfortable environment. By the way, you can participate in gambling in the main fighting spirit field. Do you want to try gambling later? Solinger invited. Gambling. Chuan Yi was a little surprised. Chapter 72 Game Rules. Chuan Yi was a little sensitive to the word gambling. Ah? Mother, isn't this gambling? Chuan Yi asked in confusion. Hehe, that's right, this is gambling in essence. If it is other gambling, I will definitely not let you touch it, but gambling is different. For soul masters, it is actually a means of training their eyesight. If you want to get gold coins through gambling, you must not only know the martial spirits, levels, information, etc. of the two sides of the battle, but also use this information to infer the outcome of the fighting. Moreover, the precedent of almost manipulating the game behind the scenes in the big fighting arena can guarantee the most basic fairness and justice. So you can rest assured to participate in the gambling here. Solinger explained earnestly. After thinking about it, Chuan Yi felt that what his mother said made sense. So that's the case, I understand. However, mother, this is my first time to visit the fighting spirit, I know nothing about the players, and I don't know who to choose now. Don't worry about this, the fighting spirit field will provide 2 pairs of fighting the basic information of the opponent, every tip smashes the lotus. After speaking, Solinger called the waiter waiting outside the door and asked for a document. Mother, will the main fighting spirit arena provide player information before the game? Chuan Yi asked his mother after the waiter left the room. Chuan Yi was very puzzled by his mother's behavior, because when Chuan Yi was fighting one-on-one, no one would tell him the specific information of his opponent in advance. This is the privilege of the VIP room, which can obtain the player's information in advance. Of course, this information is actually very basic information, and some of it is even difficult to ensure accuracy. If the opponent is a newcomer, the fighting spirit arena can only provide information on the soul level and martial soul. Solinger's answer surprised him. He didn't expect the so-called privilege to be so insignificant. Based on these alone, Chuan Yi could hardly infer the outcome. However, on second thought, the fighting spirit arena is not a fool, and it is impossible for it to do anything that harms its own interests. If they provide detailed information, wouldn't that be like shooting themselves in the foot? The people in the VIP room are all wealthy people. Just gambling a little bit will cause great losses to the fighting arena. So, don't rely too much on this information. It's just for reference. But it's meaningless. I want to play a game with you. What game? Chuan Yi was a little confused. After each fighting, you have to participate in a gambling fight, and you can only invest 10 gold soul coins. Until you get the silver badge, if the gold soul coins you earn from gambling fights exceed the principal you invested. Then I will prepare a surprise gift at the end. Solinger's real purpose is not to make money, but to exercise Chuan Yi's eyesight. Eyesight is related to the growth of experience and knowledge. This is also an alternative exercise. The battle in the morning made her understand that fighting with the same level has little effect on Chuan Yi's training, so she can only increase Chuan Yi's combat experience through this alternative way. In addition, in order to arouse Chuan Yi's interest and make him participate with full concentration, Solinger also set up a reward mechanism to motivate Chuan Yi. Solinger took great pains for Chuan Yi. Okay, it's a deal. Although it's a game, Chuan Yi knows it's a kind of exercise. The reward is certainly curious, but this process will also be a kind of growth for Chuan Yi. So Chuan Yi accepted the challenge without hesitation. Considering his own practice, Chuan Yi originally planned to participate in the soul fighting every Saturday and Sunday. If the winning streak plan goes smoothly, it will only take 15 weeks, or about 4 months, to complete the acquisition of the silver badge. After the first soul fighting, Chuan Yi had confidence in the completion of this plan. This means that Chuan Yi only has 29 chances. The amount earned exceeds the principal, which means that Chuan Yi must have more than 580 gold soul coins in his hand in the end. In addition, Chuan Yi also has to consider the odds of both sides. Even if he votes for a team with a high winning rate, sometimes he can't earn a lot of gold soul coins. Solinger's game sounds simple, but it is not easy to achieve the goal. However, difficulty is interesting, otherwise, Chuan Yi may not have much motivation to participate in the soul fighting. After a while, the service staff brought the book with information. Opening the book, the specific information of the 2 sides, including name, martial soul, and soul power level, was written on it. The 7-on-7 gambling team battle to be held later, and both teams are teams with all silver badges. Each team member is a soul master, above level 40. Perhaps because the 2 have fought in many soul fighting fields in this soul fighting field, the information in the book is richer than expected, and the soul skills information of most team members is also recorded in the book. Although the description of soul skills is a bit vague and not specific. However, this is very helpful for Chuan Yi to participate in the gambling fight. There is still some time before the soul fighting starts, and Chuan Yi quickly browses the information of the 2 teams. Turn to the back, it also writes the specific registration time of the 2 teams, the team's winning rate, and the most important odds. After a quick look, Chuan Yi had a basic understanding of the situation of both sides. Although it was just some basic information, he could see a lot from it. The two sides were the Beast Team and the Libra Team. As the name suggests, the Beast Team members' martial spirits are all beasts, and the team is composed of strong attack and agile attack, which is an extremely offensive team. On the other hand, the Libra Team has a balanced team structure, with strong attack, defense, agile attack, control, and support. Because its captain is a control-type soul master with Libra martial spirit, the team is named Libra Team. The soul power level of the two players is not much different, but the multiplier of the Libra Team is as high as 2.5. That is to say, if you throw a gold soul coin to the Libra Team, Chuan Yi can get 2.5 gold soul coins. At the same time, this also means that most people are not optimistic about the Libra Team. The two teams have never played against each other before, but the records of the two teams are very different. The Beast Team has been registered for more than 5 years and has participated in hundreds of team battles. It is an experienced and strong team and is not far from obtaining the Team Silver badge. The Libra Team has only been registered for less than half a year. Although it has participated in dozens of team battles, its record is relatively bleak. Perhaps because the team was just founded, the Libra Team's initial winning rate was pitifully low. Until recently, the Libra Team it just started to improve slightly, and finally accumulated 3 consecutive victories. Audiences who have a little understanding of the two teams may think that the immature Libra Team is difficult to compete with the experienced Beast Team. However, after reanalyzing the data of both sides, Chuan Yi had a different idea. After studying for a long time, Chuan Yi closed the book. "How about it, have you decided which team to vote for?" Solinger asked on the side. She also read the information in the book, but she did not give Chuan Yi any hints or suggestions. Everything depends on Chuan Yi's own decision. However, she also knew that Chuan Yi liked it since he was a child and was also good at analyzing things, which was Chuan Yi's advantage. So, she was very curious about what choice Chuan Yi would make. "I've thought about it, I'll vote for the Libra Team in this game." Chuan Yi's tone was very firm, and a confident smile faintly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 73 Risks and Choices. "Oh, why?" Solinger said with a little surprise. "The Beast Team pursues extreme attack power, so the team's attack power is obviously strong. As far as I know, other elemental academies, including Blazing Academy, prefer to form fighting spirit teams in this way. This method can win with overwhelming advantages when encountering most teams. However, if it encounters a team that counteracts it, it will show its fragile side." Chuan Yi told his mother about his analysis, which also included his research and views on team battles over the years. "Well, what you said makes sense. The power brought by extremes is a charm that is hard to give up. Because this is the lowest cost and most effective way of training. Just like the Beast Team, it is almost difficult to find a team that can restrain them at the same level. However, according to what you mean, do you think the Libra Team can restrain the Beast Team?" "Yes," Chuan Yi said with certainty. "The Libra Team, the level and strength of each member are indeed good, but the impression given to me by the whole team is that it is ordinary and balanced. Although there are no shortcomings, there are also no outstanding advantages. The Libra Team simply does not have the defense or attack power to compete with the beasts. The Beast Team is often the easiest and best at dealing with such teams." Solinger also looked through the information of the two teams, but her analysis results were different from Chuan Yi. "If you only look at the information in the book, it is indeed true. But when I saw the information of the captain of the Libra Team, I made up my mind." Solinger opened her book again and carefully read the captain information of the Libra Team. "The captain of the Libra martial spirit, the martial spirit Libra, has a soul power level of 45. Although his level is not the highest in the team, he can be the captain. It must be a bit unusual. His martial spirit has the control ability to balance the attributes of 2 soul masters. The first soul skill, balance speed, select 2 soul masters with different soul power. The soul power of the one with higher soul power will be reduced, and the soul power of the one with lower soul power will be improved. The second soul skill, balance speed, reduce the speed of the fast one and increase the speed of the slow one. The third soul skill, balance damage, select both sides and balance the damage. The fourth soul skill, unknown. This balance ability is very powerful, not only can control oneself, but also control the opponent. The Libra Team should be composed around this ability. However, in Solinger's view, although this ability is very rare, it should actually be an auxiliary ability. Balance is essentially a disguised weakening and strengthening, and this should be an auxiliary ability. This person's ability is indeed unique. If used properly, it will indeed become a very good weapon, but its shortcomings are also obvious. One soul skill can only select 2 people at the same time, and 4 soul skills can only control 8 people at the same time. The beast team has as many as 7 people. Even if 4 are controlled, the remaining members are still a huge threat. What's more, balance only makes both sides equal, not surpass. In addition to attack power, the strong attack and agile attack soul masters also have personal combat skills and experience, which cannot be compensated by soul skills. This should also be the problem encountered by this team in the previous fighting spirit. Solinger certainly couldn't ignore the ability of Captain Libra, and her analysis was well founded. Indeed, when I looked through it for the first time, my mother and I had the same idea. But when I looked through it again, I noticed that his 4th soul skill was written as unknown. There is no record on it, which should mean that it has never been used, but why? The question raised by Chuan Yi also made Solinger confused. Yes, why do you have to hide the 4th soul skill even if you lose? Yes, it's a bit strange. What follows is just my speculation, but I think it is very likely. In my opinion, this hidden 4th soul skill should be a group control skill. Why do you think of group control skills? You know, group control skills are usually skills that only appear in the 5th soul skill. Solinger was shaken when she heard Chuan Yi's inference. Because, although it is unreasonable, Chuan Yi's inference does have a certain possibility. There are many reasons for not exposing the 4th soul skill. There are many reasons, but I think the most likely reason should be the inapplicability of the soul skills themselves. According to the characteristics of martial soul balance, group skills can balance a certain attribute of the 2 teams. Although it sounds powerful, the effect of this soul skill is very useless in group battles. Because the effect of balance is determined by the difference between the 2 sides. Therefore, in order to weaken the opponent and strengthen your own side, you must carefully choose the candidates and try to choose opponents with huge differences. For example, choose the soul master with the lowest soul power level on your side and the soul master with the highest soul power level on the enemy side. However, if the effect of balance is spread to the group, unless the strength gap between the 2 sides is very obvious, otherwise, it will play a very small role. However, this also depends on the attributes of the 4th soul skill. If it is not the attributes of strength and attack power, which are the absolute advantages of the beast team, then even if it is a group soul skill, it will not have any effect. Chuan Yi's long speech surprised Solinger. Chuan Yi could think of so many things in such a short time. This is just a guess. Besides, you are not sure about the corresponding attributes of the 4th soul skill, but you dare to vote for the Libra team. Isn't it too reckless? Mother, gambling is not 100% certain. If you want to make money, you can't avoid taking risks. I chose the Libra team just because I saw the possibility. And, since I have chosen it, I have to choose to believe it to the end. After saying that, Chuan Yi's expression was still slightly raised at the corners of his mouth, his eyes were firm, and there was no wavering of worrying about gains and losses. Solinger smiled with relief. Gambling is not only a training of eyesight, but also a psychological test. But it seems that she doesn't need to enlighten Chuan Yi. She patted Chuan Yi's shoulder with confidence. Then let's wait and see. Solinger did not continue the discussion, but called the waiter. They could place their bets directly in the room. It was not long before Chuan Yi had to hand over the 10 gold soul coins he had just won. I bet on the Libra team. Solinger did not place a bet. Okay, let's just wait for the game to start. Chuan Yi half lay on the comfortable and wide sofa, looking at the venue through the glass window. Until now, Chuan Yi had the leisure to observe the situation of the main fighting arena in the center. The fighting arena of the main fighting arena has a diameter far exceeding the one-on-one fighting arena that Chuan Yi climbed. Surrounding the fighting arena, there are only boxes, and each box can only look out through the glass window. Moreover, this kind of glass cannot be seen from the outside. Chuan Yi observed other boxes and thought that the glass in front of him should be the same. Chuan Yi continued to look up. Unlike the open-air design of the branch fighting arena, the main fighting arena is a closed dome. However, there is no need to worry about the dimness caused by the closure. Because there is a giant lamp on the dome that emits soft golden light, so even if it is a closed space, there is no need to worry about the dimness of the room. Wait! Suddenly, Chuan Yi's sight was fixed there, and he stared at the shining thing above his head. He whispered, "Light." Chapter 74 Beast vs Libra. Chuan Yi looked carefully and found that it was a soul guide. The huge soul guide continued to emit dazzling light, illuminating the dim room. Chuan Yi's hand unconsciously touched the heart of the sun on his neck. Compared to the space storage equipment, this familiar yet unfamiliar thing touched Chuan Yi more. This thing changed the world from fantasy to science fiction. Chuan Yi didn't know what it felt like to see an electric light for the first time, but it must be similar to the emotion Chuan Yi felt now. Surprised, shocked. However, while being shocked, Chuan Yi had doubts. The development of soul guides has actually penetrated into the direction of daily life such as lighting. This means that there must have been a brilliant soul guide civilization in ancient times. But what happened in the middle that caused the entire soul guide civilization to disappear in the long river of history? Was it a war? Was it a natural disaster? But why didn't he see the relevant books? Chuan Yi's mind was full of doubts. But at the same time, a strange idea came to Chuan Yi's mind. Can this thing be copied? When he saw the storage soul guide, Chuan Yi had no such idea at all, but this lamp-shaped soul guide gave him hope that it could be copied. This thing, the ancients could make it, there is no reason why people today can't make it. Besides, with ready-made products, the difficulty of manufacturing will be greatly reduced, at least you don't have to start from scratch like the ancients. Even if you can't make a space soul guide, it should be possible to imitate a soul guide lamp, right? When this idea came to his mind, Chuan Yi couldn't stop his thoughts from flying around, his eyes staring straight at the giant lamp on the dome, as if he had lost his soul and stood there. On the side, Solinger noticed Chuan Yi's abnormality, and she explained to Chuan Yi, this kind of large-scale lighting soul guide, probably only the forces behind the fighting spirit field in the entire continent can take out. Although it only has the function of lighting, it is also a rare treasure. However, in terms of value alone, it is far inferior to the heart of the fiery Sunday. After hearing his mother's voice, Chuan Yi came back to his senses and temporarily put away the complicated thoughts in his mind. At this time, the main fighting spirit field gradually became dim, and the originally scattered light began to converge, and the concentrated light converged on the main fighting soul stage. Okay, the game is about to begin. Solinger, who originally wanted to explain more, stopped explaining immediately after seeing this situation, and turned her eyes to the fighting soul stage. Chuan Yi's eyes were also attracted to the stage at this time. Although he had a lot of thoughts, the team fighting soul also had a strong attraction to Chuan Yi. So, he chose to put aside his doubts for the time being and planned to watch the first team fighting soul in his life seriously. At this time, in the center of the fighting soul stage, the circular floor began to rise slowly. As the floor rose, a young woman with fair skin, beautiful appearance and voluptuous figure appeared under the stage. The woman, holding a loudspeaker soul guide, saluted the audience around her and explained the information of the two sides of the battle. Without saying too much, the players of both teams are officially invited to the stage. At this time, the doors on both sides of the fighting soul stage were quietly opened, and the players of the two teams began to enter in an orderly manner. Xiaoai, you have to pay attention, because, whether your inference is right or not, this battle may soon be decided. Solinger's voice came into Chuan Yi's ears. Chuan Yi also agreed with his mother's statement and watched the battle intently. The two teams in the field stared at each other, and the momentum was constantly rising. 14 soul sect level masters gathered in a closed space. The momentum of both sides made Chuan Yi, who was far away in the box, nervous and excited. The beast team, 5 men and 2 women, dressed in brown tights, with beast embroidery representing their own martial spirits on their clothes, looking extraordinary. The leader was a tall and strong middle-aged man with a fierce look. He looked very hard to mess with, but his eyes were full of confidence. This was Shiziai, the captain of the beast team, martial spirit, lion, a 49th level strong attack system battle spirit master. On the other hand, the Libra team also consists of 5 men and 2 women, all wearing white tights. On the chest of the white tights, there is a golden Libra, which looks delicate and small. Facing the powerful opponent, the Libra team did not show any timidity or hesitation. The team leader is a middle-aged man with a gentle and easygoing figure. His figure is at an average level in the team, but facing Shizi's gaze, he is not afraid at all, and has a sense of calmness. This is Xiao Yun, the captain of the Libra team, Martial Soul, Libra, a level 45 control system combat soul master. You have 1 minute to summon martial souls. Wait until I announce the start of the game before you can attack. At the same time, 14 people simultaneously use their soul power to summon martial souls. The brilliant light of martial souls and soul rings is dazzling. This is one of the important highlights of the team battle. The host at the edge of the fighting arena waited until both sides were ready, and immediately said loudly, "I declare the game officially open." Roar! The first to take action was the Beast team. With the high-pitched roar of the beasts, the whole team quickly approached the Libra team. The Beast team's formation was slightly dispersed, forming a siege on Libra, and it seemed that they were going to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Suddenly, two agile figures ran out from both sides of the Beast team. They were the two female members of the Beast team, and they were also the only two agile attack spirit masters of the Beast team. Although Chuan Yi had also seen the speed of teacher Bai Yan, it was not his full strength after all. This time, seeing the real speed of the agile attack spirit master really surprised Chuan Yi. If he hadn't been standing high and looking down, Chuan Yi might have lost it. The agile attack spirit masters of the Beast team surrounded the Libra team from both sides, and it seemed that they were going to outflank the Libra team from behind. Facing the aggressive Beast team, the Libra team did not make any moves. They just maintained a defensive formation without taking the initiative to attack, which looked a bit precarious. Chuan stared at the situation on the field, expecting a turnaround. The Beast team approached quickly, and the agility attack and power attack were approaching at the same time, which would make the Libra team attacked from both sides and difficult to guard against. At this time, the captain of the Libra team raised the Libra in both hands, and released 4 rays of light from the Libra at the same time, and shot them at the 4 soul masters in the field respectively. The first soul skill, soul power balance, the second soul skill, speed balance. 2 red lights, 2 yellow lights. The red light was shot at the captain of the Beast team and the auxiliary soul master of the Libra team, who was also the member with the lowest soul power level in the team. 49 to 42, this red light should be soul power balance. The yellow light was shot at the female soul master of the agility attack of the Beast team and the defensive soul master in the team respectively. The defensive spirit master of the Libra team has a turtle spirit, which has extremely strong defense, but its speed is its shortcoming, especially after the spirit is attached. But under Xiao Yun's control skills, the slow-moving turtle can also fly quickly. This is the tricky part of Xiao Yun, which can eliminate the weaknesses in his team and weaken the opponent. However, the Beast team was well prepared for this, and they didn't even try to avoid Xiao Yun's control. They have absolute confidence in the strength of the team, but just weakening the strongest and fastest 2 people still can't make up for the gap in overall strength between the 2 sides. Just when the Beast team was sure of their victory, something unexpected happened. I saw a strong white light blooming on the Libra spirit, instantly covering all the spirit masters on the stage. 4th Spirit Skill, Group Power Balance. Chapter 75 Libra's Victory. The strong white light made Chuan Yi squint his eyes, but Chuan Yi endured the pain in his eyes and observed the fighting stage. Solinger also had an incredible expression at this moment. This movement was obviously Xiao Yun's 4th soul skill, and it was different from the previous full coverage. Is it really full control? The dazzling flash lasted only for a moment, but after the flash, the situation in the field changed instantly. The Libra team, which was originally in a defensive formation, seized the moment when the Beast team stagnated and took the initiative to attack, and all members attacked together. The Libra team's actions confused the Beast team, and they didn't even notice the changes in their bodies. At the same time, the Libra team's weak female auxiliary soul master seemed to be well prepared. She took advantage of the white light and waved her scepter martial soul. The first soul skill, speed increase, the second soul skill, strength increase, the third soul skill, attack power increase, the 4th soul skill, soul power increase. Countless rays of light shot out from the scepter martial soul and shot at her teammates. The soul skills of the Libra team's auxiliary soul master are also very balanced, involving all aspects of the soul master. However, just looking at the soul skill introduction, it is roughly estimated that it can only increase by 10% to 20%. This soul master is in line with the style of the Libra team, very ordinary, but very balanced. In battle, because of the lowest soul power level, she often becomes the object of Xiao Yun's balance. After balancing, her soul power will be greatly increased, which also allows this auxiliary soul master to give more team members additional attribute increases. Originally, with the soul power of level 42, it can only be selectively increased according to the changes in the field. But under Xiao Yun's balance, her soul power increased greatly, and at this time, 4 increases can be achieved for each person. Her role is to use the opponent's soul power to give teammates more increases, and thereby increase their own winning rate. This tactic is the Libra team's forte. Moreover, this time the opponent is a soul master of level 49, which can be said to be the time when the soul power is the largest increase. This time, she was able to give 4 amplifications to all team members, including herself. However, this operation will also consume a lot of soul power. However, the auxiliary soul master who had exhausted most of his soul power did not choose to leave, but raised his scepter martial spirit and rushed towards the agile soul master of the beast team who was running towards him. Seeing the auxiliary soul master launch a suicidal reunion, the agile soul master was also shocked. Innocent. The agile soul master attacked the scepter with his claws, trying to fly it with his own strength. Clang! The claws and the scepter collided with a harsh metal collision sound. How is it possible? The agile soul master showed an incredible expression. Unlike the expectation of the agile soul master, a powerful force came from the scepter. Even if the opponent's soul power increased a lot, he was a beast soul master and could definitely crush the opponent in terms of strength. Could it be the white light just now? Not good. This is a group control soul skill, and it is also a balance of strength attributes. Suddenly, the agile attack spirit master broke out in a cold sweat. She had to knock down the auxiliary spirit master as soon as possible to help others. However, the auxiliary spirit master in front of her stubbornly resisted her attack with strength and indomitable momentum, and it was difficult to defeat him for a while. The sharp metal collision sound was endless. Although the agile attack spirit master was better in combat skills, he was still delayed for more than a minute. Finally, although he defeated the opponent with superb melee skills. But when she wanted to support other teammates again, it was too late. They were all knocked to the ground. In particular, the strong attack and defense spirit masters of the Libra team were invincible wherever they went. After the balance of power, coupled with the all-round increase of the auxiliary spirit masters, the weakened beast team had no resistance. What's more amazing is the captain of the Libra team, who defeated a strong attack spirit master by himself. Although there is the blessing of strength and the increase of the auxiliary spirit master, what is more important is the superb fighting skills. It is not inferior to the strong attack spirit master. I thought it was just a long-range magician, but it is not much inferior in close combat. As expected of the captain of Libra, there is no flaw in close combat. This man is really as balanced as his martial soul. The situation is over. At this time, the quick attack spirit master has only this idea in his mind. The opponent is obviously well prepared and does not give any chance to counterattack. He seizes the moment of hesitation and directly locks the battle situation. And because she is entangled by the auxiliary spirit master, she can't help the other party well. The battle ended quickly. After the flash, the Libra team swept the beast team like a tiger coming down the mountain. The beast seemed to have become a tiger with its teeth pulled out at this moment. It had no resistance and was ruthlessly crushed by the Libra team. Facing the remaining 6 spirit masters of the Libra team, she could only raise her hands and surrender. The battle is over. I declare that the winner is Team Libra. The host immediately announced the winner. The cheers of Team Libra's victory echoed in the venue. Although they could not observe the audience's reaction because of the box, this battle must have exceeded their imagination. It seems that you won the bet this time. The outcome of the game was unexpected, but what surprised Solinger even more was that Chuan Yi could predict this possibility before the game. It's just my luck this time. Xiao Yun's soul skill happens to be balanced in strength attributes. However, compared to these, I am more curious about what soul beast's soul ring Xiao Yun absorbed. It must be a very powerful soul beast. Although the bet was right, Chuan Yi looked very calm, without much emotional fluctuation. Moreover, his focus quickly shifted from winning or losing to Xiao Yun's 4th soul ring. He was able to maintain a calm state of mind because he adhered to the attitude of doing his best and leaving the rest to fate. Before placing a bet, he tried his best to analyze the intelligence of both sides, chose one side without regret, and waited for the result. Only by adhering to this principle can Chuan Yi ensure that he can still maintain a calm state of mind when placing a bet next time, without being affected by the previous victory or defeat. This is the rule that Chuan Yi set in his mind. Dear guest, this is the reward for participating in this gambling fight. A total of 25 gold soul coins. Congratulations! The efficiency of the fighting soul field was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, the staff had prepared the funds and sent them to Chuan Yi's box. Watching 10 gold soul coins turn into 25 in a short time, I sighed in my heart. Is this the reason why so many people can't quit? Chuan Yi, who knows the dangers, will certainly not fall into temptation, and this kind of money obtained without work cannot last long. Let's go. We'll come again tomorrow. Okay. Chuan Yi put away the gold soul coins and replied. After the matter was over, Solinger and Chuan Yi left the box and walked out of the fighting soul field. After walking out of the fighting soul field, Chuan Yi felt a little unsatisfied. Although he still wanted to fight and watch other soul masters fight, he still needed to practice and couldn't spend all his time in the fighting soul field. Chapter 76 Soul Guidance in Iron. As the afternoon approached, the number of people around the fighting soul field increased instead of decreasing, and the endless stream of people filled the road. Fortunately, the carriage was parked far away, otherwise, if he wanted to leave, he would have to abandon the car and walk. However, this also confirmed the popularity of the fighting soul field on the mainland. In line with the people's rest time, the fighting arena will mostly arrange the exciting fighting matches in the evening, so people can come with their families to watch the fighting after work. After squeezing through the crowded crowd, Chuan Yi and Solinger walked to the spacious road where their carriage was parked. Where are we going next? Solinger asked. It's still early, I want to go to the blacksmith shop to take a look. Chuan Yi has been immersed in cultivation for the past 6 months and has not been to the blacksmith shop. Usually, he can only communicate remotely through letters. Now that he rarely comes out, he needs to go and inspect whether it is running according to his requirements. Okay, at this time, everyone is still in the blacksmith shop. You just show up and let everyone know you. During the days when Chuan Yi was practicing, his mother helped him monitor the research institute. Originally, Chuan Ying should have been in charge, but when Solinger knew Chuan Yi's plan, she began to take full responsibility for the operation of the research institute. After setting the destination, the carriage drove to the blacksmith shop on the edge of the city. In the car, Chuan Yi asked his mother, "Mom, are soul guides common in the market?" Well, there are quite a few soul guides on the market. Most of them are antiques excavated from ancient ruins. However, soul guides are also divided into grades. Most of them are defective products with almost no effect. Soul guides of high quality and more unique like the Heart of the Blazing Sun are relatively rare, so the price is generally very high. In general, the situation of soul guides is mixed. Solinger explained patiently. I heard that the craftsmanship of making soul guides has been lost. Chuan Yi continued to ask. Well, the soul guides now are antiques left over from ancient times. Why hasn't anyone tried to copy them, or study how to make soul guides? Chuan Yi raised his biggest confusion. Solinger didn't think about this question either. She lowered her head and pondered for a while. Well, I think the biggest reason is that it costs too much and has little effect. All families and forces focus on training soul masters. Even the top forces will not be so extravagant as to use gold soul coins to research soul guides that cannot become combat power. With that money, it is better to spend it on training children and attracting other talents. What's more, the audience of soul guides is too small. Most people who buy soul guides are people with innate soul power. People with innate soul power are rare. The relics of ancient times alone are enough to meet the needs of most soul masters. Chuan Yi's focus is often unusual, so his questions often involve points that they ignore, but Solinger tries to give her own answers instead of just finding an excuse to fool Chuan Yi. Solinger has participated in business activities, so she found the connection from the most basic supply and demand relationship and explained it to Chuan Yi. After listening to Solinger's explanation, Chuan Yi was shocked. Indeed, the importance of demand in human society is self-evident. At this stage, the situation on the continent is that the princes are rising up and the nobles are standing side by side. Ambitious families will spend money on cultivating power, while the nobles and wealthy families who are obsessed with money and wealth are indulging in pleasure. Moreover, most soul guides are for daily use, and there are no offensive soul guides. Without demand, there is no development. Thinking of this, Chuan Yi temporarily retracted the idea of copying soul guides. Now is not the right time, and in this era of undercurrents, if it is not an offensive soul guide, there is really no need to invest too much. Chuan Yi retracted his floating heart and studied soul guides. The conductor is still too advanced. Now we should focus on the research of ironware that is more in line with current needs. However, fortunately, Chuan Yi's Ironware Research Institute did not disappoint Chuan Yi. After half a year of research, he finally found the material he dreamed of. Ironware Research Institute. After getting off the carriage, Chuan Yi glanced at the gate. There were still few people in front of the gate, and it was the same as the last time. However, the wall surrounding the blacksmith shop was much higher and was made of grey bricks. From the outside, it looked very simple, just like the walls built by ordinary people. And the plaque was still engraved with Yuan's blacksmith shop, which had not changed. These were all arranged by Solinger to reduce the presence of the blacksmith shop. Let's go in and take a look. It's not the same blacksmith shop as before. Solinger stepped into the gate and turned back to greet. Walking into the gate is the hall, which is still full of weapons. It looks shiny and cold. Someone should be specially maintaining it. However, it seems that nothing has changed. However, when entering the backyard, the dull and dense sound of iron forging came to my ears. This was obviously not the sound of one person. As I approached the door of the basement, a wave of heat hit me. But this heat was not painful for Solinger and Chuan Yi, and they didn't even sweat. However, what made Chuan Yi feel very different this time was the increase in the activity of soul power, which felt like a simulated environment. Before he could feel it carefully, Chuan Yi was attracted by the bustling scene in front of him. The underground forging room was different from the previous deserted one. There were blacksmiths standing on almost all the forging tables in the forging room. Moreover, the interior of the basement was obviously expanded a lot, with more than dozens of blacksmiths swinging hammers attentively on the forging tables. Perhaps because of the noisy sound and the focus on forging, only a few people who were resting noticed Solinger. Others were completely immersed in their own world. "Madam, you are here. Hey, the young master is here too, welcome young master." The person walking towards them was Yuan Fei, the son of Yuan the blacksmith. Yuan Fei respectfully greeted Solinger and Chuan Yi. "Where is Yuan the blacksmith?" Solinger asked. "In the independent research room, please follow me." The Independent Research Institute is outside the forging room. It is an independent yard. That place used to be someone else's shop, but now it has been bought by the Chuan family, and the wall has been broken through, becoming a relatively hidden secret base. Bang! Walking into the Independent Research Institute, a crisp explosion sounded. Hearing this sound, Chuan Yi was full of expectations and his pace quickened a bit. Walking into the room, Chuan Yi first smelled the smell of firecrackers exploding, which was similar to the smell of sulfur in his memory, and this smell made Chuan Yi happy. "Dad, can you come in?" Yuan Fei said loudly. "Come in." Walking into the room, I saw Yuan the blacksmith holding a black long-barreled iron gun and standing in front of a wooden target. The target was about 50 meters away, and there was a round hole on the target. "Madam, young master, you came at the right time. I just finished the first round of test shooting." Yuan the blacksmith's expression was full of excitement. Chapter 77 Flintlock. "Thank you for your hard work, Yuan the blacksmith. All this is inseparable from your credit." Chuan Yi sincerely comforted Yuan the blacksmith. In the past 6 months, Yuan the blacksmith has been staying in the room every day, studying the production of the iron gun without sleep and food. "Young master, you are too kind. This is what I should do," Yuan the blacksmith said modestly. Although Yuan the blacksmith is quite proud of his forging skills, he knows that it is the credit of this young master that he can complete this weapon. A simple weapon, but the various ingenuity contained in it has also benefited him a lot. "Young master, this is the iron spear number 2 that I made according to your requirements. After testing, it has met all the requirements you put forward before." Blacksmith Yuan handed the iron spear to Chuan Yi while reporting. Solinger, who was standing by, quickly scanned the wooden target. She was also very curious about the power of this iron spear. Solinger had very good eyesight. Objects only 50 meters away were as clear to her as seeing fire. However, when she saw it, her pupils shrank slightly and her mind was shocked. Because she also looked beyond the target and saw the situation behind it. Behind the target was a thick brick wall. At that time, in order to build this test range, very hard stones were used. Ordinary swords could not leave any marks at all. But there was a round hole on this wall, and a tiny iron ball was embedded in it. "Is this a gun?" She had seen Chuan Yi use a shotgun before, but in her opinion, it was because of Chuan Yi's special first soul skill that such lethality could be formed. But Yuan the blacksmith was able to cause damage equal to Chuan Yi's first soul skill without using soul skills, which was beyond her cognition. Chuan Yi took the musket, the cold touch, the smell of gunpowder, made Chuan Yi's heart excited. The gun body is made of all metal, and the most important thing is that the structure of the gun is a breech-loading gun, and it is a flintlock gun. Chuan Yi did not study firearms in detail in his previous life. But he roughly knew that firearms the development history of the gun. In the beginning, the guns were generally put into the gun barrel from the exit, and then the gunpowder was connected with a long rope. Before firing, the rope was lit, aiming at the enemy, and the flame followed the rope to ignite the gunpowder, and the bullet could be pushed out by the pressure of the explosion. The gun in Chuan Yi's hand is called a flintlock. This flintlock is a product of the middle and late development of the gun. It can fill the ammunition from the back of the barrel and fire the ammunition by pulling the trigger. Because it not only greatly improves the loading efficiency, but also improves the stability and accuracy of the gun. Chuan Yi wanted to make the former musket at first, but Chuan Yi found that with the technology of Douluo continent, it is completely possible to make a more advanced flintlock. So delicate, it is really ingenious. Chuan Yi looked at the trigger and hammer and exclaimed sincerely. In addition to being light, it is also quite beautiful in shape, which is different from his original simple design. It is obvious that he spent a lot of effort. Moreover, Chuan Yi could see that the manufacturing process of this gun surpassed the previous shotgun, especially the connection behind the barrel, where all the structures were tightly fitted without any deviation. In the past 6 months, Yuan the blacksmith's craftsmanship seemed to have reached a higher level. A blacksmith can achieve this level of skill after practicing for decades. However, what is more important is the young master's creativity. Without your guidance, even if my craftsmanship is superb, it is impossible to create such a weapon. Moreover, the most important gunpowder was also invented by you. Without gunpowder, no matter how exquisite the iron gun is, it is just an iron pipe and has no effect. Although Chuan Yi's praise made Yuan the blacksmith very happy, he did not dare to be arrogant. The most important part of this musket was not made by him. Gunpowder can be said to be the most important part of the iron gun. At the same time, it is also Chuan Yi's most important invention in the past 6 months. Saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal are the most basic gunpowder materials. But Chuan Yi's understanding of gunpowder is limited to this. However, fortunately, these 3 things all exist in Douluo continent. And they are all easy to find. But Chuan Yi didn't know the specific ratio. However, to find the ratio, it only takes time and energy to experiment one by one. So Chuan Yi entrusted the research of gunpowder to his mother, asking her to conduct research and experiments on gunpowder in secret elsewhere. After time, money, and the experimental methods provided by Chuan Yi, the appropriate ratio was soon found. At the same time, Chuan Yi and Yuan Taijiang studied the design of the iron gun. After a 2-pronged approach, it took only half a year to invent the flintlock gun. Moreover, Chuan Yi did not stop there. He was still working on the purification of materials and searching for other materials on the Douluo continent, and looking forward to the birth of more powerful gunpowder. In order to keep it secret, the research on gunpowder was conducted in another secret place, so Yuan Taijiang did not know the specific manufacturing method of gunpowder. Under Chuan Yi's gunpowder and Yuan Taijiang's technology, this powerful weapon was finally born. And this is just the beginning, it still has more room for development. Can I try it? Chuan Yi was eager to try. Of course. Yuan the blacksmith was very confident in his work, and he spent a lot of money on the materials. Therefore, he was not afraid of safety risks at all. There was a large table in front of Yuan the blacksmith, on which was placed a box of gunpowder and a round iron ball. Although it was the first test firing, Chuan Yi, as a designer, certainly knew how to operate it. He skillfully poured the gunpowder into the gun, and then filled the bullet from the back of the gun chamber. Then, he set up the iron gun and aimed at the wooden target in the distance. The weight of the iron gun was dozens of pounds. For safety, Yuan the blacksmith deliberately used the highest grade iron essence as the main material for forging. This material has good toughness and moderate hardness, but it is too dense and a bit heavy. It may be very difficult for an adult to lift it. However, this weight is nothing to Chuan Yi. This gun is different from a shotgun. The iron ball cannot explode and attack in range. To hit the target, the gunman needs to aim, through the crosshairs of the muzzle, 3 points in a straight line. Chuan Yi pulled the trigger decisively. The hammer's flint struck to produce a spark, the flame ignited the gunpowder to produce an explosion, and the pressure generated by the explosion fired the steel bullet. A bang sounded, and in the blink of an eye, the iron ball had penetrated the wooden board and embedded in the wall. Crack, clang. Two sounds came. One was the sound of the wooden board being shattered, and the other was the sound of steel hitting the wall. After the gunshot, Chuan Yi put down the iron gun, but Solinger's heart could not calm down for a long time. After seeing it with her own eyes, she found that the lethality and attack power of the fire gun were comparable to the second soul skill. Moreover, the attack was fast and the distance was long, and it was difficult for a soul master at the level of a great soul master to dodge it without any defense. A flintlock gun could allow people with no soul power to hunt down a great soul master. What does this mean? Solinger didn't dare to think about it anymore. Chapter 78 Reduce Costs. Everyone's attention was focused on the flintlock rifle, and no one noticed that Solinger's eyes flashed with a terrifying light at this moment, which was a cold murderous intent. After seeing the final product, Solinger realized the seriousness of the matter. Confidentiality. This matter needs to be kept absolutely confidential, and no information can be leaked to the outside world. For this reason, she had the idea of killing all the thoughts of an insider. But fortunately, her rationality soon suppressed her murderous intent. All production links were strictly controlled by her, and the most important gunpowder was produced by a minority, so it was almost impossible for the news to be leaked. In the entire research institute, only the Yuan family father and son knew about this matter. As long as these two people were controlled, the secret could be kept. Besides, the people who made gunpowder and the people who made guns did not know each other and could not communicate, which reduced the risk of leaks to a greater extent. Thinking of this, Solinger's murderous intent gradually faded, but her inner solemnity did not diminish at all. This matter was no longer something she could bear alone. Chuan Yi was immersed in the test firing of the iron gun at this moment, and did not notice the change in his mother's expression at all. After trying several shots, Chuan Yi put down the gun in his hand with satisfaction. As expected of Yuan the blacksmith, even after so many attempts, the gun body did not shake too much, and the gun barrel did not heat up. The quality is impeccable. Chuan Yi praised Yuan the blacksmith. The quality of this flintlock is top-notch. Whether it is the heat resistance or toughness of the barrel, it is top-notch. Can you take me to your workbench? I'm curious about how this gun was made. Chuan Yi was curious about everything here, and even more curious about how Yuan the blacksmith usually works. Okay, please follow me. Yuan the blacksmith led Chuan Yi to the inside. The interior of the Independent Research Institute is very spacious, which can not only accommodate the test shooting range, but also accommodate personal workbenches. Entering the workbench, the first thing that attracted Chuan Yi's attention was the pile of drawings neatly stacked on the workbench. The drawings were densely packed with pictures, and Chuan Yi's eyes showed a familiar look when he looked at the drawings. These are all design drawings for iron guns. I sorted all the drawings together, Yuan the blacksmith introduced. These are all design drawings for flintlock guns. Moreover, some of them were drawn by Chuan Yi, and they were very lifelike. Chuan Yi was also very surprised by this. His painting skills in his previous life were only at the level of an elementary school student, but in this life, he could accurately depict the pictures in his mind. Chuan Yi felt that this feeling of free movement of hands might be the effect of the fiery sun gauntlet. With this skill, Chuan Yi could use pictures to explain remotely during communication. Chuan Yi would draw his general ideas into drawings and give them to Yuan the blacksmith. After understanding, Yuan the blacksmith would experiment and test the feasibility, and then draw his experimental results into drawings and improvement plans and give them to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi only knew the general idea of firearms, and many of his ideas needed experimental support. The two of them carried out trial and error and modification in this way for half a year, and finally created this flintlock. These drawings condensed the wisdom and hard work of the two. Then Yuan the blacksmith walked to the cabinet on the side, where various metals and minerals were placed, and the name of each mineral was written under it. He introduced, "These are the metals and minerals collected by the young master. This part is mainly in charge of my son, who is also trying to study and test the properties and functions of various metals according to the young master's instructions." For the study of ironware, Chuan Yi asked to collect various metals and minerals. The materials in this world are still to be studied. Chuan Yi's ambition will not stop at flintlock rifles, but if he wants to go further, Chuan Yi needs to know more materials. And, this requires years of accumulation and experimentation to accumulate. Can I ask about the cost of this gun? Seeing the mineral material cabinet, Chuan Yi suddenly thought of an important question. The iron gun that the young master just tested, if not counting labor, will cost at least 300 or 400 gold soul coins. If labor is counted, the cost will double. Yuan the blacksmith explained lightly. The tone seemed to be talking about copper soul coins instead of gold soul coins. What? Why is it so expensive? Hearing the cost, Chuan Yi couldn't calm down. You know, a great soul master can only earn 10 gold soul coins by winning a game in the fighting soul field. Young master, the material of this gun alone will consume dozens of kilograms of iron essence. And the price of iron essence in the market is 10 gold soul coins per kilogram. The weight of this gun is about 30 or 40 kilograms. Iron essence is the essence extracted from ordinary iron ore, which is extremely tough. And the difficulty of using this iron essence to make items is basically the same as the difficulty of refining. So, if the labor cost is included, its cost will double. Yuan Taijiang explained to Kunyi. That's it. After listening to Yuan Taijiang's explanation, Kunyi finally understood the reason for the high cost. Yuan Taijiang, can't we use refined iron instead of iron essence for forging? Kunyi asked Yuan Taijiang. The grade of refined iron is one level lower than that of iron essence, but its strength and toughness are enough to withstand the explosion of gunpowder. But, young master, if you use refined iron, you can't guarantee that the barrel will never explode. The durability of refined iron is far inferior to that of iron ore. A refined iron gun will be scrapped in just a few years. Yuan the blacksmith was very puzzled by Chuan Yi's question. In his opinion, although iron ore is expensive, it is far more durable than refined iron. If properly maintained, an iron ore gun can basically be used for decades. Compared with the two, it is obviously more cost-effective to use iron essence. Chuan Yi also understands Yuan the blacksmith's idea, but the purpose of making flintlocks is not for himself, but for the family members without soul power. Yuan the blacksmith may not have realized this yet. There are thousands of members in the Chuan family. It will cost hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins to equip each person with a fine iron gun. Moreover, the density of fine iron is too large, and the weight of fine iron guns is too heavy. It is not something that ordinary people without soul power can use. Carrying a weight of 30 or 40 kilograms, just walking is a big problem. Yuan the blacksmith, I admire you very much for your attitude of striving for excellence, but I need at least thousands of flintlocks now. If we use iron essence, even if our Chuan family is rich, it is difficult to afford it. Chuan Yi explained to Yuan the blacksmith. Yuan the blacksmith's way of thinking is still stuck in the forging thinking of cold weapons, pursuing the durability and toughness of weapons. However, this concept does not apply to flintlocks. Compared with the toughness of the weapon itself, Chuan Yi pays more attention to replicability and low cost. Chuan Yi had to remind Yuan the blacksmith, after all, he would need to continue to cooperate with Yuan the blacksmith. I understand what the young master means. Using refined iron can indeed greatly reduce costs, and many blacksmiths can easily use refined iron, and labor costs can also be greatly reduced. In addition, if durability is not considered, we can also use wood to replace part of the refined iron, which can not only reduce weight, but also further reduce costs. After being awakened by Chuan Yi, Yuan the blacksmith suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. He thought of the scene of thousands of people holding flintlocks and shooting together. At this moment, he truly realized the horror of this weapon. At the same time, he also had a deep respect for Chuan Yi. Chapter 79 Assembly Line. Chuan Yi had no choice. If he wanted to deepen cooperation, he had to be honest with each other. The forging technology in this world is beyond imagination. With supernatural abilities such as soul power and martial soul added to it, the technical ceiling is amazing. For a civilization that was once able to manufacture soul guides, even if the inheritance is interrupted now, it is still easy to manufacture a flintlock. Moreover, Chuan Yi's ambitions do not stop there. I hope to take cost and replicability into consideration in the future. Moreover, this flintlock is just the beginning. We will develop stronger and more convenient iron guns in the future. By then, flintlocks will soon be eliminated, and we don't need to dwell on it. Chuan Yi's lofty ambitions and self-confidence completely convinced Yuan the blacksmith. Yuan Fei, come here and kneel down. Yuan the blacksmith called out to his son and asked him to kneel in front of Chuan Yi and Solinger. Yuan Fei knelt down immediately without hesitation. Just when Chuan Yi and Solinger were surprised, Yuan the blacksmith himself knelt down in front of Chuan Yi. I, Yuan Xing, and Yuan Fei, swear here on behalf of the Yuan family. The Yuan family will always be loyal to the Chuan family. If we violate this oath, it will be intolerable by heaven and earth. The expressions of Yuan the blacksmith and Yuan Fei were solemn and pious, and Chuan Yi knew that this was no joke. Swearing an oath has a special meaning in the mainland. It means that the Yuan family will completely obey the Chuan family and follow the lead of the Chuan family. Moreover, after the oath, if they rebel, the Yuan family will be despised by the whole mainland and will not be tolerated by the mainland. This is the first time that Chuan Yi has encountered such a situation. He turned his head to his mother and asked her opinion. Solinger said, "You are the young master of the Chuan family. You should decide whether to accept the loyalty of the Yuan family." Solinger was very satisfied with the loyalty of the Yuan family. At the same time, this can better solve the problem of confidentiality. She agreed with this. However, she chose to let Chuan Yi make the decision on his own. Moreover, Chuan Yi has his own judgment and she believes in Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi saw that his mother entrusted the matter to him completely, and he also felt a great responsibility. He turned his eyes back to the father and son of the Yuan family. After thinking for a while, Chuan Yi secretly made a decision in his heart. "I, Chuan Yi, the young master of the Chuan family, formally accept the loyalty of the Yuan family on behalf of the Chuan family," Chuan Yi announced solemnly. With dignity and neither servility nor overbearance, Chuan Yi showed his demeanor as a young master of the family very well. In his words and deeds, he showed his respect and sincerity to the father and son of the Yuan family. Solinger nodded with satisfaction. This was the only way for the young master of the Chuan family. Moreover, Chuan Yi's performance was perfect, showing his attention to the Yuan family and his demeanor. The incident happened suddenly and the conditions were limited, so the oath ceremony could only be kept simple, but this did not mean that the solemnity of the oath was reduced. After the ceremony, Chuan Yi helped the father and son of the Yuan family up. From then on, the two of them were also considered part of the Chuan family. And both parties were very satisfied with it. "Blacksmith Yuan, I believe you also know the importance of flintlock rifles. Now only my sister knows about this matter. Even the blacksmiths in the forging room are not aware of this matter. So, I hope you can still keep it secret. Although this may be suspected of the Yuan family, it is a serious matter, so Solinger can only play the black face and warn the father and son of the Yuan family. Don't worry, madam, we understand. This matter will never be leaked from our mouths." Both of them are straightforward and can't hide their thoughts, so they are very confident in such people. Otherwise, no matter how superb his skills are, Chuan Yi will not accept the other party's loyalty. After accepting the loyalty of the Yuan family, Chuan Yi also felt more relieved about the Yuan family father and son. After that, Chuan Yi couldn't wait to discuss the plan to reduce costs with Yuan the blacksmith. "Young master, preliminary calculation, using refined iron, the cost can be controlled at around 1 gold soul coin. However, even if refined iron with lower forging difficulty is used, only a few blacksmiths can independently complete the manufacture of firearms. It's not that I am complacent. Now in the research institute, only my son and I have this ability. Even if we find a skilled blacksmith from outside, it will only increase the risk of leaks. The difficulty of making a flintlock rifle lies in its exquisite and complex structure. There can't be a single error between each part. There are only a handful of blacksmiths who can do this, and even if he finds a blacksmith with great difficulty, Chuan Yi must guarantee his character before he can tell the drawings. Blacksmith Yuan, I have an idea about this. I want to set a standard. Separate each part, and then set the specifications and quality of each part. Then, let the blacksmiths be divided into several departments, each department is responsible for the production of only one part. In order to keep it confidential and pursue efficiency, Chuan Yi can only bring out the production model of assembly line. Is this possible? Blacksmith Yuan was full of doubts. Although what Chuan Yi said was very complicated, in essence, it was division of labor and cooperation. Generally, when making arrows, blacksmiths sometimes commission carpenters to make arrow shafts, and then assemble them themselves. But he could not imagine that this method could be used when making firearms. Whether it can succeed or not requires us to explore, but I am confident. Facing Yuan's doubts, Chuan Yi seemed full of confidence. The most important thing is to set detailed standards, and then, with strict requirements, it can be achieved in theory. Blacksmith Yuan was also affected by Chuan Yi's confident eyes. Well, I'll study it and see how to disassemble it. As he said, Yuan took out a brand new drawing and studied it. He was already very familiar with Chuan Yi's wild ideas, and in the end, Chuan Yi was proved to be correct, which made Yuan have a strong trust in Chuan Yi. At the same time, this production method greatly stimulated his curiosity. While Yuan was studying, Chuan Yi mentioned to his mother, "Mom, I want to stay here directly tonight. Anyway, I'm only staying here for one night, so it doesn't matter if I spend the night here." Chuan Yi decided to live here directly after fighting with his soul, so that he could directly participate in the layout of the assembly line. "I really can't do anything with you." Solinger sighed lightly, and then said, "Follow me." Solinger called. Solinger led Chuan Yi to the forging room. "Mother, is there something wrong?" Chuan Yi asked in confusion. "Take you to a good place, and you will stay there tonight." Solinger smiled mysteriously and no longer disclosed other information. Solinger walked directly into the underground forging room. Although he was confused, Chuan Yi could only follow him into the basement. In the forging room, dozens of blacksmiths were still forging iron blocks. These blacksmiths actually belonged to the Chuan family. Although the Chuan family did not have any soul masters, it had corresponding affiliated families in many production fields. For example, in blacksmithing, construction, and other aspects. Moreover, some members of the Chuan family will also participate in the management and production of these fields. The advantage of the Chuan family is that they have a certain adaptability to these industries. Dexterity may seem ordinary, but in production activities or labor, it is a unique talent. Therefore, among the many blacksmiths in the basement, some are members of the Chuan family. In this way, the Chuan family is also expanding its territory step by step. Chapter 82 Months. This time, the first flintlock rifle was made, which consumed dozens of kilograms of iron essence. This is inseparable from the unremitting efforts of dozens of blacksmiths. Although these blacksmiths are not as good as Yuan the blacksmith, they are also the best in the industry. The weapons and equipment hidden in the basement of the Chuan family are all made by this group of people. This group of people is the foundation of the Chuan family, and they are also the clansmen that Chuan Yi is responsible for. However, so many excellent blacksmiths worked hard for several weeks to barely make a flintlock rifle. This is a serious waste of resources. According to Yuan the blacksmith's standards, the labor, consumables, and transportation costs are all huge. The efficiency is too low and the cost is too much. In this situation, Chuan Yi is more determined to arrange the assembly line. Solinger walked through the forging space and went deeper. At this time, Chuan Yi saw a closed door. In the innermost part of the forging room, there was actually a lonely independent space. Solinger pushed open the door and walked into the room. "Come in and take a look." Walking into the room, there is a relatively spacious one-person lounge with a bed. Moreover, the temperature inside the room is abnormally high. The forging room is already extremely hot because of the furnace, but the temperature in this space is even higher. It wasn't long before tiny beads of sweat began to appear on Chuan Yi's body. "Where is this?" Chuan Yi asked. "You should feel the difference yourself." Solinger asked back. "Yes, the feeling here is exactly the same as the feeling of the simulated environment." In fact, Chuan Yi felt the feeling of the soul power in his body jumping up and down from the moment he entered the blacksmith shop. Unlike the first time when it was empty and no one was around, Chuan Yi's feeling this time was extremely strong, even faintly exceeding the magma environment in the academy. Yes, this forging room is an alternative simulated environment, which can play the role of simulated environment training. Moreover, it can meet the two characteristics of the Liang gauntlet at the same time. In simple terms, it is a combination of the hidden weaponry and the flame vein. When I was expanding the underground forging room, I noticed the special features of this place. This house is made of special materials, which can achieve sound insulation. Moreover, ventilation channels are arranged in the ground and walls of the entire room, and the hot air from the stove will pass through these pipes. This way, the heat can be concentrated in this room, and the effect of the simulated environment can be brought to the extreme. "Did Mother think that I would live here a long time ago?" Chuan asked when he saw this carefully prepared room. "No, I just think there should be a practice room outside the academy, and this simulated practice environment that suits you so well is extremely rare. How can I miss it?" Solinger didn't think too much at the time, just did it casually. However, this just solved Chuan Yi's problem of practicing outside the school. With this space, Chuan Yi can perfectly balance fighting spirit, practice, and research on firearms. After solving the problems of accommodation and practice, Chuan Yi has no worries at all. In the next 2 days, Yuan the blacksmith quickly made a high-quality flintlock with fine iron. Although the quality is far inferior to the first flintlock, it does not reduce its power at all. Moreover, Yuan the blacksmith made in order to reduce the burden, the structure of the firearms was simplified, and each component was streamlined to the extreme, further reducing the cost. Afterwards, Yuan the blacksmith set the specifications of each component based on this fine iron flintlock rifle. After setting the specifications, Chuan Yi made a prompt decision to divide the blacksmiths into several groups, each responsible for a component. So far, the assembly line has been initially formed, and the specific effect still needs to be tested in practice. For the next 2 months, Chuan Yi lived a very regular life. From Monday to Friday, he studied at the academy. On Saturdays and Sundays, he fought in the fighting spirit field in the morning, and after the battle, he went to visit the fighting spirit, and then placed bets. When placing bets, Chuan Yi could only consider fighting spirits with a multiplier of 2 to 3. In Chuan Yi's view, only fighting spirits of this level are the most match prone to reversals. The odds represent the difference in strength between the two sides to some extent. The fighting spirits with too big a difference in strength, or with similar differences in strength, cannot satisfy Chuan Yi's desire to make money. In the past 2 months, Chuan Yi has participated in more than a dozen gambling fights, and now the gold soul coins he earns are basically equal to the principal. Although, there are only a few fighting spirits that are unexpected like the first one. However, fortunately, Chuan Yi's luck is not bad, and he can choose the winning side every time. In addition to luck, the current results are also due to Chuan Yi's broad knowledge and excellent reasoning ability. After carefully studying and observing more than a dozen fighting spirits, Chuan Yi has a deeper understanding of the battles of soul masters. What he heard and saw turned into experience and integrated into his body, and his eyesight was also trained in the process. In the afternoon, Chuan Yi would return to the institute. In the past 2 months, the assembly line that was originally arranged has also made a breakthrough. After 2 months of running in, the assembly line of fine iron flintlock rifles has been completely completed. More than 50 blacksmiths are responsible for making a part, and finally the father and son of the Yuan family assemble it. Depending on the difficulty of forging, the number of people assigned by Chuan Yi will change. For example, the most difficult part of the barrel requires half of the blacksmiths to match the production progress of other parts. 2 months later, the daily output of this assembly line reached an astonishing 50. And the quality is no less than that made by Yuan the blacksmith himself. You must know that Yuan the blacksmith can only make one a day. When Yuan the blacksmith saw the various parts pouring towards him, he really realized what Chuan Yi meant by the assembly line. This production method does have various problems at the beginning, but when the blacksmiths become proficient, their accuracy and speed are constantly increasing. Moreover, it will continue to accelerate over time. 2 months later, in the big fighting arena. Generally speaking, the morning is the time when there are the least spectators. And in the branch fighting arena, there are only a few people. But at this time, the 13th branch fighting arena was full of spectators. This was still in the sparsely populated morning. At this time, a man in a black tuxedo walked to the center of the fighting arena and saluted the audience. Then, holding a loudspeaker-type soul guide in his hand, he introduced to the audience. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This time, I, Li Yu, will host the first one-on-one soul fighting match in the 13-point soul fighting field. The next 2 soul masters will appear. One is the soul master Wang Qing, who has the beast spirit Iron Turtle. Master Wang Qing has accumulated a record of 5 consecutive victories, and his strength should not be underestimated. The other is the soul master One Punch Man, who has the weapon spirit Fire Pattern Gauntlet. The soul master One Punch Man came out like a meteor. From registration to now, he has never lost. In just 2 months, he has accumulated a terrifying 14 consecutive victories. Moreover, as long as he wins one more victory, he can be promoted to Iron Soul Fighting. Without saying too much, please invite the 2 soul masters to come on stage. As soon as the voice fell, a huge wave of voices broke out in the audience. The audience was shouting a word. One punch, one punch, one punch. At this time, a young man wearing a black mask with red patterns stepped on the sound waves and walked onto the soul fighting stage. The young man, he was only wearing black animal skin shorts, and he didn't even wear shoes. The revealing outfit showed off the young man's muscular body. The lines of his muscles were clearly visible, and his tight and powerful muscles exuded a wild atmosphere. The young man held his head high, looked forward, and swung his arms naturally. From the young man's walking posture, he revealed a noble temperament. When the young man came on stage, the atmosphere in the venue became more and more fanatical. Chapter 81 True Face. On the other hand, when Wang Qing came on stage, no one could hear his name. Even if there were some, they would be instantly buried in the huge waves of sound. Wang Qing saw the difference in popularity at this moment. Also, it was the first time he saw the audience fill the audience seats of the fighting spirit field. Usually at this time, it would be good if half of the seats were filled. However, with so many spectators watching, Wang Qing was not happy at all. Because most of the audience came for One Punch Man. However, Wang Qing was also a veteran. Before he went on stage, he took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, chose to ignore the cheers of the audience, and walked onto the fighting stage with a firm gaze. After he got on stage, he focused his sight on One Punch Man. At close range, he could clearly see his strong body. It was hard to imagine that a weapon soul master could train his body to this extent. However, when he wanted to continue observing, the One Punch Man on the opposite side suddenly started running around the fighting stage. What's more exaggerated is that he waved to the audience sitting around him while running, not caring about the existence of his opponent at all. As One Punch Man passed by, the audience who were still sitting stood up and cheered, forming a wave of people. Wang Qing was slightly stunned, and then he reacted immediately. One Punch Man was using the atmosphere on the scene to put pressure on him. However, Wang Qing, who reacted, was powerless. He didn't have so much popularity, and even if he did the same thing, it would not have any effect. This may be a strange scene for Wang Qing, but it is very familiar to most of the audience, because this is a warm-up link unique to One Punch Man. At the same time, this is also the tacit understanding and connection between them and One Punch Man. Soul Masters are noble. There has never been a fighting Soul Master who pays so much attention to the audience like One Punch Man. One Punch Man's actions reveal his respect for the audience, which is one of the reasons why One Punch Man is so popular with the audience. One Punch must win, One Punch must win. The audience shouted slogans and cheered for One Punch Man sincerely. And in the noisy audience, two red figures attracted attention. They are a big and a small woman, and both have bright red and dark red long hair respectively. They look so beautiful and moving that anyone who sees them will mistake them for sisters. These two people are Solinger and Huo Wu, who came to watch the fight. Huo Wu came to the fighting soul field to watch a one-on-one fighting soul for the first time today, but she didn't expect that the first fighting soul she watched would be such a fanatical scene. I heard that this One Punch Man can decide the winner of each match with just one punch. That's right. If he doesn't punch, it's fine. But once he punches, it's earth-shattering. So far, no opponent can withstand his punch. Although it's just the fighting spirits in the fighting spirit arena, the tickets for One Punch Man will be snapped up as soon as they come out. I also got it with great difficulty. You must thank me. Huo Wu was listening carefully to the conversations of the audience around her and collecting relevant information. But the more she listened, the more surprised she was. Auntie, is this really Xiao Ai? Huo Wu pointed at the One Punch Man who was naked and running enthusiastically in the fighting spirit arena, and asked in disbelief. Xiao, don't get me wrong, this is actually a disguise. By showing a different appearance from the past, suspicion can be reduced. Solinger nodded, but hurriedly explained to Huo Wu. Today is the day she and Huo Wu met for the first time. But she knew that Chuan Yi trusted Huo Wu very much, which can be seen from inviting Huo Wu to watch his fighting spirit. After the conversation, she also developed a good impression of the straightforward Huo Wu. Moreover, her sixth sense as a woman also told her that Huo Wu seemed to have a good impression of Chuan Yi. She explained that she hoped Huo Wu would not be scared by Chuan Yi's appearance. However, I think Chuan Yi is more natural now than usual. Huo Wu kept looking at Chuan Yi and said with a smile. Unlike Solinger's worries, Huo Wu seemed to be unconcerned. Really? Huo Wu's words made Solinger slightly stunned. Solinger looked at Chuan Yi in the field. Although she could not see Chuan Yi's expression because of the mask. But after careful observation, she did feel the joy. Solinger was a little surprised, which was the part she did not notice. Chuan Yi usually gave people a calm and rational impression. But since he put on the mask to hide his identity, Chuan Yi's style suddenly turned 180 degrees. Not only did he start to wear less and less clothes, but he also acted more and more flamboyantly. However, once he takes off the mask, he will return to his normal self. I thought his actions were to hide his true face, but now it seems that this may be Chuan Yi's true face. As a mother, I am not as careful as you. Solinger said ashamedly. Solinger raised her hand and touched Huo Wu's hair, and said gently, Xiao Wu, I hope you can help me pay attention to Xiao Yi. Huo Wu did not speak, but nodded heavily. On the fighting spirit stage, Chuan Yi circled around the edge and returned to his position. Although his face was hidden by a mask, Chuan Yi under the mask was like a child, showing an excited smile. Wang Qing actually had some misunderstandings. In fact, Chuan Yi did this not to cause psychological pressure on his opponent. He was simply responding to the enthusiasm of the audience and enjoying the fun brought by fighting spirit. The collision of martial spirits and bodies stimulated the blood and passion in Chuan Yi's heart. Now I declare that the game officially begins. The host on the scene seemed to deliberately wait for Chuan Yi to finish running. After Chuan Yi returned to his position, he announced the start of the game. One Punch Man, I heard that you can knock people out with just one punch during the game. But that's because their jaws are exposed. But facing me, it's not that easy. I will completely end your one-punch legend in this game. Wang Qing announced to Chuan Yi with great confidence. But unlike the domineering tone, the content of his story was not so tough. His goal from the beginning was not to win, but to withstand Chuan Yi's punch. Martial Soul Possession. With the flash of silver light, the silver-grey tortoise shell appeared on Wang Qing's body. The hard tortoise shell instantly covered his entire torso, and the tortoise shell at the neck directly covered half of his face, leaving only his eyes and limbs outside. After summoning the martial soul, Wang Qing took a full defensive posture, staring at Chuan Yi, cautiously guarding against Chuan Yi's attack. Chuan Yi was also amused by Wang Qing's operation. Wang Qing's martial soul, the iron-armored turtle, is a beast martial soul known for its defensive power. Obviously, he is a defensive spirit master. But the defensive spirit is the most troublesome type for Chuan Yi. This is because the defensive spirit generally does not take the initiative to attack, so it is difficult for Chuan Yi to practice other techniques except attack. Chapter 82 The Troublesome Defense Spirit Master. Moreover, facing the defense spirit master, Chuan Yi is somewhat unable to control the strength of his punch. After several soul fighting games, Chuan Yi found that no one could compete with him in the realm of great soul masters. He didn't even use fire, and could crush all soul masters of the same level with his physical strength. In order to achieve the training effect, Chuan Yi decided to set limits for himself in the battle. In the battle, he never took the initiative to attack, and generally took a defensive posture in the battle, using the opponent's attack to hone his boxing skills. When he attacked, he was only allowed to knock down the opponent with one punch. Knocking down the opponent with one punch was very demanding for Chuan Yi, which tested his control of timing and strength. Aren't you going to attack? If you wait for me to make a move, you may not even have a chance to attack, and you will be knocked unconscious. Chuan Yi used words to stimulate Wang Qing and induce the opponent to attack. But Wang Qing was as firm as a rock and was unmoved. Chuan Yi sighed helplessly. Scorching Sun Gauntlet. Chuan Yi summoned the martial soul, and then slowly walked towards Wang Qing. After a while, Chuan Yi stepped into the opponent's attack range, and the distance between the two was infinitely close. But even so, Wang Qing did not make any move. Wang Qing just clenched his fists and pressed his fists against his cheeks. It seemed that he had no intention of attacking at all. Now that his whole body was covered with tortoise shells, Chuan Yi could only use all his strength to break the tortoise shells and directly attack the main body if he wanted to defeat Wang Qing with one punch. After the test, Chuan Yi stopped dawdling. He saw Chuan Yi's footsteps pause, and then suddenly accelerated, and his right hand gathered strength, and he attacked the heavily guarded jaw with all his strength. Wang Qing saw Chuan Yi attacking, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He put down his arms on both sides, and then launched the first and second soul skills in succession at a very fast speed. The first soul skill, Hard Armor. Effect, increase the hardness of the tortoise shell and increase defense. The second soul skill, Vibration of the Armor. The effect can make the tortoise shell generate vibration force, which can not only bounce off the opponent's attack, but also play a role in counter-injury. The more fierce the opponent's attack, the greater the damage he will suffer. It is the strongest defense and the strongest attack at the same time. Wang Qing regarded the enemy as weak at the beginning of the fight and showed a posture of never attacking, and his purpose was for this moment. With the activation of the first soul skill, the tortoise shell flashed with metallic luster, and then each tortoise shell began to hum and produce slight vibrations. Chuan Yi, seeing the changes in the tortoise shell, his eyes did not fluctuate, as if he did not realize the urgency of the situation. Wang Qing clenched his fists, waiting for the moment when Chuan Yi's attack was rebounded, and then smashed the opponent's mask with his fists. Chuan Yi's right fist collided violently with Wang Qing's tortoise shell. Dang! The sharp metal collision sound was transmitted directly into Wang Qing's mind, but at the same time he instantly lost consciousness. Chuan Yi's powerful blow directly shattered the tortoise shell attached with the first and second soul skills. Wang Qing's body was blown away by the powerful force and thrown several meters away. In order to break the opponent's heavy defense, Chuan Yi could only use a little more strength. The host did not expect the game to end so quickly. He hurriedly ran to the fighting stage to check the opponent's condition. After confirming that Wang Qing had completely lost consciousness, he announced loudly, "The winner is One Punch Man." Battles against defensive spirit masters often end in this way. This way of winning by crushing with strength does not help him grow at all. So, he hates fighting with defensive spirit masters. The only surprise in this game is Wang Qing's shock force. If Chuan Yi had not used his strength to protect his right hand, otherwise, with the strength Chuan Yi just used, he might have been injured. But other than that, there is nothing else to watch. Let's go, Xiao Wu. Solinger stood up and walked out. Ah, have you won? Isn't this too fast? Huo Wu exclaimed. Everything happened too fast, so fast that she didn't react. She was full of expectations for the first soul fight, but this was completely different from what she expected. Alas, there is no way, bad luck, I met a defensive spirit master. If it was another type of spirit master, the whole process would be more entertaining. Solinger has long been accustomed to this situation. Faced with this situation, there is really no other way. Let's go, Xiao Ai should be waiting for us outside. Solinger and Huo Wu had a smooth journey because they came out early. When they walked out of the fighting arena, they found that Chuan Yi had been waiting for a long time. At this time, Chuan Yi changed his clothes and put on loose long sleeves and long pants. These two clothes seemed to be specially prepared by Chuan Yi. Wearing it, Chuan Yi's distinct muscle lines were completely covered. Moreover, the overall outfit looked lazy, and it was difficult to associate him with the One Punch Man on the field just now. Is there a locker room in the fighting arena? Huo Wu asked in confusion. Of course not. Then where did you change clothes? I put the clothes in the heart of the fiery Sunday. I just need to find a hidden place to take them out and put them on. How about it, it can't be seen after wearing this. Chuan Yi said proudly. Thanks to the existence of the storage soul guide, otherwise, Chuan Yi could only wear shorts and a mask and walk out of the fighting arena. Huo Wu began to look up and down at Chuan Yi's clothes. Usually, she could only see Chuan Yi wearing school uniforms and short-sleeved shirts and shorts. This sudden change of style made her feel novel. By the way, I also want to participate in the one-on-one soul fighting. Can you take me to register later? Huo Wu came to the Great Soul Fighting Arena today not only to watch the game, but also to participate in the one-on-one soul fighting. Just a month ago, Huo Wu successfully broke through to level 20. The day after the breakthrough, Huo Wu asked for leave to get her second soul ring. Today, 1 month later, Huo Wu is already a great soul master of level 21. At the age of less than 8, she broke through to level 20. This speed of improvement is rare in the history of the entire soul master world. In addition to Huo Wu's own talent, her current achievements are inseparable from her own efforts. Influenced by Chuan Yi, Huo Wu's daily training intensity far exceeds the normal range. For this reason, Huo Wu's time is filled with training and she rarely has free time. This is an extremely boring and tedious process, but Huo Wu persisted with amazing perseverance. Such performance also moved Chuan Yi. You are a soul master above level 15. Although your martial soul is unique, the gap in soul power level is not so easy to make up. Chuan Yi does not agree with Huo Wu's early participation in fighting souls. But Huo Wu's will is also very firm. I have thought about it. Only by fighting with people who are stronger than myself can my actual combat ability improve faster. Moreover, it is not certain who will win or lose. While speaking, Huo Wu exuded strong self-confidence. Huo Wu must have something to rely on to say such words. Well, let's go and register now. Chapter 83 Huo Wu's First Fighting Soul. Chapter 83 Huo Wu's First Fighting Soul. After speaking, the three walked to the registration counter. Xiao Wu, can I see your second soul skill today? After Huo Wu returned to the academy, Chuan Yi asked Huo Wu about the second soul skill, but every time Chuan Yi asked, Huo Wu insisted not to tell Chuan Yi. She just said that she would know soon. Hehe, of course. You must watch carefully when fighting later, my second soul skill will definitely give you a surprise. Huo Wu said with a smile. Huo Wu kept such a strict secret just to give Chuan Yi a surprise today. It seems that the effect of the soul skill of Mei Mu Huan is very powerful. Chuan Yi felt that Huo Wu's confidence might be based on this mysterious second soul skill. Well, speaking of it, I have to thank you for your advice, otherwise, I might miss this soul ring. Huo Wu thanked Chuan Yi sincerely. You're welcome, it's just some trivial suggestions. Chuan Yi once provided Huo Wu with his own suggestions on Huo Wu's second soul ring. First of all, the question of age. Chuan Yi, based on Huo Wu's physical fitness, recommended that she try to obtain a spirit ring of more than 700 years old, while meeting the development direction. After a year and a half of training, Huo Wu's physical fitness has improved by leaps and bounds, and her body can fully withstand spirit rings close to the limit. Then, Chuan Yi wrote down the list of fire attribute spirit beasts suitable for Huo Wu to absorb and related information based on the characteristics of the Hokage martial spirit. The specialty of the Hokage martial spirit lies in the control of the fire element. Therefore, unlike Chuan Yi, the soul beast that Huo Wu needs should also be a soul beast with extremely high fire attribute talent. However, with Huo Wu's family background, everything must have been planned for Huo Wu. His suggestion is just icing on the cake. Insignificant? The information in the book you compiled is priceless to me. Huo Wu retorted. After reading the book sent by Chuan Yi, Huo Wu was surprised by the rich information in it. All the soul beasts recorded in it were carefully selected according to the characteristics and development direction of her martial soul. Moreover, all the information about the relevant soul beasts was written in detail. Even her father sincerely praised after reading the book, Xiao Wu, you must keep this book well, the things in it are enough to benefit you for a lifetime. Her father also said that Chuan Yi's understanding of her martial soul is higher than his. You must know that her father is the dean of Shuo Academy. Even he attaches so much importance to it. Huo Wu has deeply realized its preciousness. Huo Wu couldn't imagine how much time and energy Chuan Yi had spent to prepare this thing. You're exaggerating. I just wrote down the information I know. Chuan Yi said disapprovingly. The registration office is in front. Let's go. Chuan Yi unconsciously quickened his pace and urged Huo Wu. Chuan Yi was a little impatient. He was very curious about Huo Wu's second soul skill. Huo Wu looked at Chuan Yi's disapproving attitude, but her heart was suddenly moved. Chuan Yi's care, which was revealed unintentionally, often made Huo Wu unable to resist. I know. Huo Wu smiled, then quickened her pace to catch up with Chuan Yi. Solinger, who was following behind the two, looked at the interaction between Chuan Yu and Huo Wu, and couldn't help but curl her lips. The three walked to the registration office. As usual, the staff handed Huo Wu a form. However, Huo Wu was different from Chuan Yi. She did not choose to conceal her real information. Age, residence, and martial soul were all written with accurate information. But Huo Wu chose to hide her real name in the name column. Huo Wu wrote the 4 characters Flame Queen in the name column. Why don't you write your own name? Chuan Yi asked puzzledly. Having a resounding title makes you look more powerful. Huo Wu simply felt that the title of One Punch Man was arrogant and cool enough. So, she also wanted to imitate Chuan Yi and have a resounding title. Well, as long as you like it. Then Huo Wu submitted 10 gold soul coins and completed her registration. The work efficiency of the Great Soul Arena was still very fast. Not long after, Huo Wu got her own Iron Soul badge. Okay, I'll take you to the one-on-one soul fighting area and wait for your soul fighting sequence. When they arrived at the soul fighting area, Huo Wu had to temporarily part with Chuan Yi and Solinger. Huo Wu needed to enter the player waiting area alone and wait for her sequence. Xiao Wu, remember not to be stubborn, safety is the most important thing. Chuan Yi reminded. Chuan Yi knew Huo Wu's competitive character, so he was inevitably a little worried. Well, I understand, don't worry. I'm going in. Huo Wu didn't look nervous, and turned around and walked into the waiting area for the contestants. Let's go to the audience seats and wait. Solinger patted Chuan Yi's shoulder and said. Okay. Huo Wu's match was scheduled for the third game, and it started not long after. Now, the third game of the one-on-one soul fighting in the 43 soul fighting arena will be held. Now I will introduce the two great soul masters who will appear. One is Huo Wu, the soul master with the beast spirit Naruto, and the other is Zia Ye, the soul master with the beast spirit Rat. Now, please invite the two great soul masters to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, a black light flashed from the contestant channel on one side. The figure quickly stepped onto the soul fighting stage. This should be Huo Wu's opponent. Chuan Yi looked closely and found that it was a young woman in black. The woman was short, but considering her martial spirit and the speed at which she came on stage, the opponent should be a spirit master of the agile attack system. Xiao Wu seems to have good luck. Chuan Yi thought to himself. The control system is the nemesis of the agile attack system. Although it is not clear what the opponent's spirit power level is, judging from the type alone, Huo Wu has already taken the advantage. Unlike the swift Z, Huo Wu's appearance was not hurried or slow. Huo Wu kept smiling and did not seem to be shaken at all. Little sister, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. It's too early for you to fight with the spirit. Z was obviously shocked after seeing Huo Wu's appearance, and then he kindly persuaded her. Thank you, sister, but please don't underestimate me. Huo Wu replied politely. Then, Huo Wu directly summoned her martial spirit. Hokage. An orange-yellow shadow suddenly appeared behind Huo Wu. Z on the opposite side also saw such a strange situation for the first time. Driven by instinct, she also immediately carried out martial spirit possession. First soul skill, Fire Bomb. A ball of fire quickly formed in Huo Wu's hand, and it shot towards Zia like a meteor. Both the time it took for the fire bomb to condense and its speed were far better than half a year ago. In addition, after advancing to the Great Soul Master realm, Huo Wu's first soul skill has reached the realm of instantaneous release. Chapter 84, Fusion Ring. First soul skill, Spirit Shadow Rush. Zia's first soul skill has the effect of accelerating and sprinting in a short distance. Her figure suddenly accelerated, dodged to the right, and avoided the attack of the fire bomb. Bang! The fire bomb aimed at Zia flew directly out of the Fighting Soul Arena, hit the wall outside the Fighting Soul Arena, and exploded. Huo Wu's instantaneous attack without any signs scared Zia into a cold sweat. If she hadn't decisively used the first soul skill, it might have been difficult to dodge it with the speed of her body alone. After seeing Huo Wu's attack, Zia's original contemptuous mentality completely disappeared, and she began to take it seriously. Huo Wu did not pursue the victory. Her soul power was less than that of her opponent, and the current situation did not allow her to waste it. However, with the sneak attack just now, Huo Wu had mastered Zia's speed. Zia was very fast, but Huo Wu had long been accustomed to this level of speed. You should know that Huo Wu, at the Soul Master level, has already been fighting against the agility attack system at the Great Soul Master level. Now that she has reached the Great Soul Master level, her body can already keep up with her reaction speed. Zia, who dodged the attack, began to run around Huo Wu, observing her movements while running. After seeing Huo Wu's attack just now, Zia did not dare to rush forward. With the power of the fire bomb, if she was accidentally hit, she might be doomed. The attack power of Fire Attribute Soul Masters has always been among the best. She, a Beast Soul Master of the Agility Attack System, has no resistance to this. Didn't you say Huo Wu was a Control-type Soul Master before? However, judging from her first Soul skill, she seems more like a strong attack-type Soul Master. Solinger asked in confusion. Huo Wu's development direction is indeed a Control-type Soul Master, but this does not mean that she has to give up her advantage in attack. Huo Wu is still in the development stage and cannot be a complete Control-type Soul Master. When she can become a Control-type Soul Master depends on when she can obtain the right skills. Chuan Yi replied. Moreover, the Control-type Soul Master is not only about the effect of the soul skills, but also about the ability to control the battle situation. Here it comes. The battle situation in the fighting arena has changed at this moment. Z began to attack Huo Wu, but her forward route was a little strange. She did not approach Huo Wu in a straight line, but moved forward in a zigzag trajectory. This was obviously to guard against Huo Wu's first soul skill. Huo Wu's pupil stared at Z and responded calmly. When Z approached Huo Wu 10 steps away, Huo Wu's right hand swung out first. Second soul skill, Flame Evil Whip Dance. Huo Wu swung her right hand forward, and a long orange-red whip whipped Z. Z, who had been alert to the flame bomb, did not expect this. Huo Wu had perfect timing and distance, and her long whip was lashing at Ziye horizontally, and her first soul skill could not dodge this attack. Second soul skill, Virtual Spirit Replacement. Facing an attack that could not be avoided, Ziye did not choose to resist, but used her second soul skill. Ziye's body suddenly became transparent, and Huo Wu's long whip actually penetrated directly through Ziye's body. After a short period of transparency, Ziye returned to her original state. Then, she quickly attacked Huo Wu. Not good. Huo Wu had never expected such a situation, but she still had a trump card. The long whip in Huo Wu's right hand disappeared in an instant, and then she raised her left hand. First soul skill, Fire Bomb. She condensed a fire bomb in her hand and shot it at Ziye. First soul skill, Spirit Shadow Rush. Z never relaxed her vigilance against the first soul skill. The moment Huo Wu raised her hand to aim, she decisively activated the first soul skill and dodged the flame bomb. But at the same time, her surprise attack was completely ruined. Z suddenly retreated. Facing Huo Wu's second soul skill, the best strategy was to keep a distance. Her second soul skill could only be used once in a battle, so the next time Huo Wu approached her, she would have no way to dodge. Huo Wu couldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. If she let the opponent leave her attack range, it would be difficult to hit the opponent next time. Second soul skill, Flame Evil Whip Dance. The two soul rings behind Huo Wu lit up at the same time. The right hand condensed the flames again, Huo Wu clenched her right hand, and swung it forward with force. Seeing Huo Wu waving the flame whip again, Z didn't feel nervous at all. Because, based on the previous attack, she had determined the attack range of Huo Wu's second soul skill. In addition, she retreated immediately, and the length of Huo Wu's whip could not reach her at all. Huo Wu's attack was destined to be a waste of soul power. Just when she was relieved and wanted to retreat to regroup, her eyes swept over Huo Wu's whip, which was actually emitting a faint blue light. Just when she wanted to observe carefully, a crisp whip sound came into her ears. At the same time, a piercing pain came from her abdomen. How is it possible? Ziye looked down at her abdomen and saw a long burn mark on her abdomen. Ziye couldn't believe it. How could I be hit at this distance? No, I have to retreat again. Although she couldn't judge the situation clearly, she had to stay away from Huo Wu. Just when she wanted to endure the pain and continue to retreat when she went, a strong burning sensation came from the wound in her abdomen. It was like 1,000 ants biting her heart, with pain and itching coexisting. Z was in so much pain that tears flowed down her face. What was worse was that she could hardly control her body at this moment. With just this one blow, Z completely lost her ability to resist. Huo Wu, who was far away, was secretly relieved at this moment. What happened? In fact, just when Huo Wu used her second soul skill for the second time, the long whip swung from her hand suddenly changed from the original orange-red to a deep dark blue. Moreover, the length of the long whip was much longer than before. Just when Z thought she had escaped the attack range and felt fortunate, the dark blue long whip hit Z's abdomen fiercely. Is this a fusion ring? Solinger, who was far away in the audience, showed a surprised expression. Solinger was knowledgeable and she deduced the truth of the matter from the changes that had just occurred in the field. What is a fusion ring? Chuan Yi asked with some doubts. Ring fusion is a special talent that only a very few gifted soul masters can use. They can input the soul power of multiple soul rings into one soul skill at the same time. Through ring fusion, they can increase the power of a soul skill several times in an instant. Huo Wu's second soul skill suddenly changed so drastically, there is no other possibility except ring fusion. Solinger excitedly explained the characteristics of ring fusion to Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi also learned about ring fusion for the first time. Chapter 85 Extreme Pain. After listening to his mother's explanation, Chuan Yi also understood the horror of ring fusion. In short, the role of ring fusion is to maximize the output of soul power. When using soul skills, soul masters need to rely on the corresponding soul ring to release skills. Therefore, the power of each soul skill will be limited by the output of soul rings. However, ring fusion breaks this limitation. When using soul skills, it can use other soul rings at the same time to greatly increase the output of soul power. The advantage of doing this is that it can increase explosive power and the power of soul skills. Just like Huo Wu's second soul skill just now, it burst out with amazing power in an instant. Not only has it significantly improved in power and speed, it has even increased the attack distance, leaving the opponent no time to react. Ring fusion is really a terrible talent. Chuan Yi exclaimed sincerely. This talent will become more and more powerful as the number of soul rings increases. You can imagine how terrible the power will be when Huo Wu uses the 9th soul skill with the ring fusion technique after having 9 soul rings. She can output the soul power of 9 soul rings in an instant. You should know that starting from the 5th soul ring, soul masters can absorb 10,000-year soul rings, 200 years, 2,000 years, for 10,000 years, plus the original output of the 9th soul ring. What a terrifying scene it would be. No, not just the ring fusion, Xiao Wu's 2nd soul ring is also very unusual. Look at the opponent, she looks a little bit wrong. Solinger reminded Chuan Yi to observe Zi's situation. Zi's situation looked very strange. Although Huo Wu's 2nd soul skill hit her body from the front, the difference in soul power between the two was also obvious. Zi should still have the ability to fight back. But at this moment, she was frozen in place, trembling all over, without further action. You admit defeat. As long as you are hit by my whip, you can basically be directly judged as a failure. At this moment, Huo Wu looked at Zi coldly, like a proud flame queen, cruelly announcing her failure. Ah! Zi's scream replaced the answer. Zi fell backwards, and then her whole body began to twitch violently. At the same time, her miserable screams spread throughout the fighting soul field. Listening to the shrill screams, the audience felt sympathy for Zi. Zi felt that life was worse than death at this time. The hot fire whip burned her soul defense in an instant and left scorch marks on her body. But because the difference in soul power between the two was somewhat obvious, she still withstood the pain of the first whipping. But suddenly, a more unbearable feeling of pain and itchiness began to come from the wound, and as time went on, this feeling began to spread from the limited area. At this time, her body temperature began to rise rapidly, and her brain was also like a high fever at this moment, drowsy and unable to raise any energy. The pain and high temperature almost made her lose consciousness, but in order to continue fighting, she tried her best to operate the soul power in her body, wanting to use the soul power to suppress the wound and relieve the pain. But her action accelerated her failure. After touching the wound, the soul power suddenly accelerated in a weird way. Although it did delay the spread of the pain area, the pain was still not relieved at all. Is this poison? Combined with her own situation, she felt that her situation was like poisoning. The intensification of pain and the accelerated loss of soul power made her completely helpless. Her injuries were not serious, and even because of the high temperature burning, the wound was burned and the bleeding stopped. But she never thought that she would be tortured by pain and unable to move. Extreme pain is sometimes also a kind of injury. After holding on for more than a minute, her voice became hoarse from screaming. Although her soul power there were still some left, but her spirit and body could no longer support it. Then, the scream stopped abruptly. She fainted completely. I declare the Flame Queen the winner. Please register your record after you step down. The host looked at Huo Wu with fear in his eyes. He had never seen such a miserable battle. The opponent was actually fainted by the pain. After winning her first victory, Huo Wu did not turn around and leave, but walked towards Zi who had fainted. Excuse me? The host asked nervously. He was worried that Huo Wu would attack Zi who had lost her ability to resist. Her injuries are a little difficult to deal with. I will help her deal with it. The host was relieved to see that Huo Wu was healing. Huo Wu squatted down, stretched out her hand, and touched Zi's abdomen. Her hand did not touch, but flashed red soul power, and a little red light overflowed from Zi's wound. Finally, the red light was sucked into Huo Wu's right hand and disappeared. The host on the side was also surprised to see Huo Wu's operation. But he didn't dare to disturb her, so he could only watch with bated breath. Okay, let's leave it to you, my sister. Huo Wu stood up, clapped her hands, and then turned around and left. Huo Wu saw that her opponent had persisted for more than a minute, and she also felt admiration in her heart, so she stayed to relieve her pain. It was an unexpected battle. Although the battle was short, it was full of surprises and surprises. Congratulations on winning the first soul battle. Facing an opponent with a higher soul power level than you, you can still win without injury. You are worthy of being a genius soul master. After meeting Huo Wu, Solinger began to praise Huo Wu. Thank you, Auntie. I just happened to meet a sensitive attack soul master who I restrained. Huo Wu replied with a smile. Her attitude towards Solinger became humble. How is it, are you surprised or not? Huo Wu turned to Chuan Yi and said with some pride. The arrogant and calm attitude on the stage just now disappeared, and Huo Wu at this moment revealed playfulness and cuteness. Well, this is no longer a surprise, it should be called a shock. Moreover, what you just showed on the field was the fusion ring, right? As expected of you, you even know about the fusion ring. That's right, I used the fusion ring in the last attack. However, I only knew about the fusion ring talent after I got the second soul ring. Huo Wu explained. Chuan Yi was embarrassed. He actually didn't know about the fusion ring. If it weren't for his mother's explanation, he might not understand what happened in the end. In addition to the fusion ring, your second soul ring looks very unusual. If I'm not mistaken, this soul skill should be a skill with a control effect, right? Chuan Yi guessed. Well, my second soul skill is called Flame Evil Whip Dance. After using the soul skill, a flame whip condensed by flames will appear in your hand, and you can attack the enemy by swinging the flame whip. Because it is a whip condensed from the fire element, it is very light. When swinging, it is not only effortless, but also very fast. Not only that, the fire whip also inherits the characteristics of high temperature, and its damage is far beyond that of ordinary whips. Listening to Huo Wu's explanation, Chuan Yi also has a deeper understanding of her second soul skill. Chapter 86 Flame Evil. How is it? Although it is not as good as your second soul skill, it is still okay, right? Huo Wu suddenly stopped explaining. She seemed very satisfied with her second soul skill. It is a very powerful soul skill. Moreover, when facing medium and short-range enemies, it often has unexpected effects. Moreover, the whip can not only attack, but also be used to entangle the opponent. Depending on the user's performance, it can play a greater role. Chuan Yi calmly analyzed Huo Wu's second soul skill. However, your second soul skill has a bigger secret, right? He saw the miserable state of Huo Wu's opponent with his own eyes. That effect was definitely not caused by the high-temperature flames alone. Yes, my second soul skill also comes with a kind of flame evil. Once the body is injured by the flame whip, the flame evil attached to the whip will invade the enemy's body. The flame evil is similar to toxins. When it invades the body, it will cause severe pain and itching to the opponent. Moreover, the flame evil will gradually spread to other parts. This kind of flame evil is difficult to expel. Even if you use soul power to suppress the pain, the flame evil will continue to consume the opponent's soul power. After hearing this, Chuan Yi suddenly realized that this was the essence of Huo Wu's second soul skill. The flame evil, there is such a terrible thing. Ziyi's screams still surround Chuan Yi's ears. Your whip is like a long snake covered with poison. With this flame evil, the danger of the soul skill of the Mai has reached a new level. What on earth is your flame evil? Fire and poison, two absolutely incompatible things, combined together, giving people a strange feeling. Yunsha, it is a variant of the fire element. However, it also has the characteristics of sticking, burning and spreading of the fire element. But, in the final analysis, it is not a toxin, it is just a fire element that can attack deeply into the opponent's body. Huo Wu explained. The scene where Huo Wu finally walked up to Z and sucked out the toxin with her hands was actually just drawing out the fire element in Z's body. If it was really a toxin, she actually had no way to eliminate it. With such a powerful soul skill, I guess the soul beast you absorbed must be very powerful, right? Solinger sighed. And, this is all thanks to Ziyi. You should have guessed it. It should be the red snake. Chuan Yi said confidently. That's right. The red snake is a fire-attributed soul beast. It is a very cruel and cold-blooded soul beast. The red snake's innate skill is to inject concentrated fire elements into the body of its prey through its teeth. After the fire element enters the body, it will produce severe pain and continue to burn the internal flesh. And the red snake only needs to watch the prey die in pain quietly, and finally swallow it in one bite. Originally, our target was another soul beast, but the target soul beast had some accidents. Just when we were about to go home and make other plans, we found the red snake. According to Ziyi's description, we determined that its age was exactly about 700. And it also met my requirements, so I absorbed this soul ring. If Ziyi hadn't recorded the method of distinguishing the age in the notebook, I might have missed this soul beast. There are very few soul masters who know about the red snake, because it has been on the verge of extinction since a long time ago. It is very rare and rarely seen, and it is not the mainstream choice favored by current fire attribute soul masters. Therefore, even if some people know of its existence, they may not know how to identify its age. And Chuan Yi also saw relevant information by chance in the ancient books in the library. Originally, because it did not meet his absorption conditions, he did not record it in his notebook. But when he was sorting out the list of soul beasts for Huo Wu, he suddenly remembered that the red snake was very suitable for Huo Wu to absorb. So he returned to the library and read the ancient books again. And recorded it. I didn't expect Huo Wu to really encounter such a rare and powerful soul beast. It seems that his efforts were not in vain. I'm glad I can help. Knowing the relevant information about Huo Wu's second soul skill was also a great gain for Chuan Yi. Being able to see with his own eyes the unique ability of Yan Sha was also a great inspiration to him. Next, do you want to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fighting? Solinger suggested to Chuan Yi and Huo Wu. I have no problem, but if Xiao Wu and I team up, won't it be too conspicuous? If he wants to play, he must change into the One-Punch Man suit. Chuan Yi knows his popularity. If Huo Wu teams up with him, she will definitely get a lot of attention. Xiao Wu can also participate in the competition with a mask like you. What do you think, Xiao Wu, do you want to give it a try? Solinger was inexplicably positive. Huo Wu glanced at Chuan Yi, and was obviously tempted, but she still shook her head and rejected Solinger's invitation. Sorry, Auntie, I consumed too much soul power in the battle just now. Besides, I have to meet up with my brother later, so I'm afraid I won't have a chance this time. Huo Wu also felt a little regretful. Although the ring fusion skill brings powerful explosive power, the speed of soul power consumption is also very alarming. She doesn't have much soul power in her body now, so she can't participate in the 2-on-2 soul fighting today. It doesn't matter, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there's no need to rush. Solinger also felt regretful. Well, then I'll leave first, see you tomorrow. Huo Wu said goodbye to Chuan Yi and Solinger, and walked to another soul fighting field. Huo Wu came with her brother Huo Wushuan today, but Huo Wu decisively left Huo Wushuan and ran to Chuan Yi. But when the two of them go back, they still have to go home together, so there is no way, Huo Wu can only say goodbye to Chuan Yi. See you tomorrow. Say hello to your brother for me. Chuan Yi waved goodbye. Speaking of which, Chuan Yi realized that he had never met Huo Wushuan in the fighting spirit arena. As early as the Soul Master realm, Chuan Yi had visited Huo Wushuan many times and obtained a lot of meaningful data from him. Huo Wushuan's first impression is that he has a very arrogant personality, but in fact, his heart is hotter than anyone else. He will do his best to treat his friends and relatives, and he is a very caring big brother. 5th year Huo Wushuan is now a 24th level Great Soul Master. Although he is slightly inferior to Huo Wu and Chuan Yi in talent, he is considered a leader among his peers. With after Huo Wu parted ways, Chuan Yi went to watch a fighting spirit competition as usual. Today, he was lucky. He chose a team with a multiplier of 3 and 1. In addition to seeing Huo Wu's new spirit skills and fusion ring, Chuan Yi's biggest gain today was that his fighting spirit level was successfully upgraded from the most basic iron fighting spirit to bronze fighting spirit. It's just a pity that the big fighting spirit field stipulates that the winning streak points can only be calculated uniformly at the end of the month. And today is the beginning of the month. If you want to get the bronze fighting spirit badge, you have to wait another month. However, fortunately, Chuan Yi's goal is not bronze fighting spirit, but silver fighting spirit. There is no need to rush. Chapter 87 Halfway Attack. As the winning streak accumulated, Chuan Yi had a regret in his heart. In the 15 soul fighting games, there were many powerful soul masters, including young and talented ones, and older but experienced ones. However, none of them could make Chuan Yi play his full strength, and they could not even train him. Today, when he saw Huo Wu's fighting spirit, he was actually a little envious. He envied Huo Wu for being able to fight with her opponent with all her strength. In the Great Soul Arena, he could only fight with opponents of the same level. Although he felt a little regretful, he could only bury his regret in his heart. Just after the sun passed overhead, Solinger and Chuan Yi walked out of the Great Soul Arena. Xiaoai, you go back alone today. I still have things to do. When they reached the place where the carriage was parked, Solinger suddenly asked Chuan Yi to go back alone. What's wrong? Chuan Yi asked in confusion. I'm short of medicine at home. I'm going to buy some medicine. I should be back before dinner. Solinger explained. When Chuan Yi heard that Solinger was going to buy medicine, he immediately understood. Oh, okay. Be careful on the road. I'll leave first. After saying that, Chuan Yi got on the carriage and left. The medicine that Solinger was talking about actually refers to gunpowder. The production of gunpowder is the top priority of the Chuan family. Not only is the location strictly confidential, but the gunpowder is usually transported by the mother alone. Now the demand for gunpowder in the research institute is gradually increasing, so every once in a while, Solinger has to transport some back. Although it is troublesome, it is also for the sake of confidentiality. Let's go. Chuan Yi took a carriage and left the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. The carriage slowly left, and Solinger waited until Chuan Yi was out of sight, and then walked away alone. On the way back, Chuan Yi leisurely looked at the city scene. This is a rare time for Chuan Yi to relax. The carriage gradually moved away from the bustling streets and drove towards the edge. The farther it went to the edge, the sparser the population. Out of the city center, the driver threw the reins hard, pushing the carriage to speed forward. The speed of the carriage gradually increased, and Chuan Yi also stretched out his hand to feel the wind brushing across his fingers. Hiss! The horse! A shrill scream suddenly sounded. The carriage where Chuan Yi was sitting also shook violently, as if it had hit something, and then, in a moment, the entire carriage began to fly. At this moment, Chuan Yi felt a sense of weightlessness. The horse fell down for no apparent reason. The carriage following the horse directly hit the horse, and because of inertia, the entire carriage suddenly flipped forward. Bang! The carriage flew into the air, but because it was connected to the horse, the carriage fell backwards to the ground after it flipped in the air. Fortunately, the carriage was relatively strong and it was not broken. However, if the carriage did not break, the people inside might not be. Now this is a remote road with few people, and there is no one around, so even if such a loud noise is heard, no one will come to check. However, at this moment, a black figure appeared in front of the fallen carriage. From the outside, he should be a man. He is tall and thin, all black, without any skin exposed. He even wears a hood and mask on his head, leaving only a pair of eyes to observe the outside world. And from the only eyes that are exposed, there is only cold murderous intent. The masked man is not a good person at first glance. He quickly ran into the carriage, and at the same time stretched out a curved claw blade knife in his right hand. The curved blade is extremely sharp, and the length of the claw blade knife is longer than the usual claw blade knife. The man's speed is very fast. In a blink of an eye, he has already approached the carriage. 4 soul rings appeared on his body, white, yellow, purple, and purple. It can be seen that he is a soul master at the level of soul sect. Just as he was about to approach the carriage, the brightest purple soul ring on his body suddenly flashed. At the same time, his blade was swirling with green wind and surging with airflow. He quickly waved his arm in the direction of the carriage. As he waved, a giant wind blade shot out from the blade. This wind blade was so sharp that it instantly split the wooden carriage into pieces. This was a carefully planned murder. From crashing the carriage to attacking. The man did not give Chuan Yi any time to react, and only wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. However, when the carriage collapsed completely, revealing the scene inside, he found that the scene he expected did not appear. Originally, he should have seen a body cut in half and lying miserably on the ground. But the situation was beyond his expectations. I saw that Chuan Yi's hands had already been wearing the scorching sun gauntlets, standing intact in the middle of the broken wooden boards, and even the driver who had no soul power was hiding behind Chuan Yi without any injury. Although, I don't know who you are, I just want to say that you have provoked the wrong person. At this moment, Chuan Yi's eyes were full of cold murderous intent. He was quite embarrassed at the moment, with broken wood pieces on his clothes and head. At the moment of the incident, Chuan Yi grabbed the driver with his reaction and agility, thus preventing him from being thrown out. When he wanted to get out of the carriage, he saw the giant wind blade flying towards him again. In a hurry, Chuan Yi threw the driver behind him, summoned the fiery sun gauntlet, crossed his hands, and used his soul power to condense into steel to block the giant wind blade. Dang! The sharp wind blade could not cut through the double protection of the gauntlet and steel. In the end, the wind blade was blocked by Chuan Yi with his powerful strength. After blocking the attack, Chuan Yi was extremely grateful that the opponent had only one wind blade and that the opponent was not a power-based soul master. If there were several wind blades, he might not be able to stand here intact at this moment. If the opponent was a power-based soul master, his strength alone could not block the fourth soul skill of the soul sect. Although he successfully resisted the opponent's attack, such a dangerous situation completely angered Chuan Yi. After the carriage was broken, the field of vision suddenly became wider. Chuan Yi quickly looked around and found the road there is a thin steel wire on it. The originally imperceptible steel wire has become clearly visible due to the blood stains. The horse's leg should have been cut by the wire while running. Chuan Yi quickly judged the situation. The opponent is a soul master. Judging from his size, attack methods, and the power of his soul skills, he should be a soul master of the agility attack system. Although he didn't know what the purpose was, it was obviously coming towards him. Moreover, the opponent was merciless and took Chuan Yi's life directly. It didn't look like he was kidnapping. Just as Chuan Yi analyzed the opponent's information and killed him, the masked man was also observing Chuan Yi. The man didn't look too surprised when he saw that Chuan Yi was fine. In fact, his eyes began to shine, and his eyes were full of greed. "It seems that I didn't find the wrong person," the man said hoarsely. The man didn't give Chuan Yi a chance to breathe. He pressed his body and then shot at Chuan Yi like an arrow. His figure was strange and his steps were messy, giving people a dazzling feeling. He was extremely fast, and quickly approached Chuan Yi. Chapter 88 Counterattack. Chuan Yi kept his eyes on the masked man, and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Now, there was a driver behind him, but it seemed that there was only one person on the opposite side. There was no one around, and his mother was not around because of the gunpowder incident. Now he had to rely on himself to deal with this crisis. Facing such a dangerous situation, a trace of madness flashed in Chuan Yi's eyes. His mouth corners slightly raised, and his heart began to beat wildly. The dark red flame pattern of the Liang gauntlet also gradually brightened, emitting an extremely hot breath. Facing a sensitive attack spirit master, turning around and running away is the worst option. His spirit power is not as abundant as others. In terms of speed, although his explosive power is very strong, his endurance is not enough. Even if he can pull away for a distance in a short time, he will still be caught up in the end. So, Chuan Yi chose to fight head-on. Chuan Yi's attention was highly concentrated. Although the opponent was very fast, Chuan Yi's eyes could still keep up. The masked man knew that Chuan Yi was very powerful, as he knew from the fact that he blocked his fourth soul skill with both hands. Even he couldn't do that. But he had an absolute advantage in speed. Since long-range attacks were ineffective, he would just fight in close combat. With his speed and the sharpness of the claw blade, he could easily cut Chuan Yi's throat. The masked man was only 2 steps away from Chuan Yi at this moment, and the blade of his right claw blade was glowing white. The first soul skill, Sharp Blade. Effect: increase the sharpness of the blade. The masked man raised his right hand and swung it towards Chuan Yi, and the direction of the blade was Chuan Yi's throat. The masked man's arm was longer than Chuan Yi's, and with the length of the claw blade, he could attack Chuan Yi from a farther distance. He could attack Chuan Yi from 2 steps away. But just when he thought Chuan Yi would raise his hand to block, Chuan Yi chose to take a step forward. "Stupid, if the distance is close, you will not be able to keep up with my speed." The masked man saw Chuan Yi stepping forward with both hands in blocking and attacking postures at the same time. But Chuan Yi's speed was like a turtle in his eyes, and his blade would definitely cut through Chuan Yi's throat faster. Just when the blade was about to cut through Chuan Yi, several white lights suddenly flashed from Chuan Yi's scorching sun gauntlet. Advance mode. At this moment, Chuan Yi's eyes were shining, and he was waiting for this moment. At the same time, blazing white miniature flames appeared on his arms. The flame pushed Chuan Yi's speed and explosive power increased instantly. Under the powerful propulsion force, his left hand hit the masked man's knife-holding arm at a very fast speed. And his right hand directly hit the opponent's head. Chuan Yi's 2 hands started at the same time, one hand directly blocked the attack, and the other hand attacked the eye socket. Instant burst, physical strength plus the force of propulsion. Chuan Yi's instantaneous strength and speed are comparable to those of Soul Masters at the Soul King level. Facing this move, the masked man absolutely cannot dodge it. When Chuan Yi's left hand collided with the opponent's right arm, Chuan Yi could clearly hear a cracking sound. However, just when Chuan Yi thought that his right hand could smash the opponent's head with one punch, The masked man actually tilted his head and dodged Chuan Yi's fist. He actually dodged it. Then, he quickly stepped back. The masked man, with his right hand drooping, didn't even have time to care about the pain of the broken bone. Compared with the fear of death, this pain was nothing. He had never felt that death was so close. At the same time, Chuan Yi was a little unbelievable. His punch was intended to kill with one blow. The opponent actually reacted. How is it possible? You are a fire attribute soul master. The masked man who retreated dozens of steps said in a panic. In his impression, Chuan Yi should be a power-type weapon spirit master. But he didn't expect that he was actually a fire-type spirit master. Moreover, the power and speed that Chuan Yi just showed were beyond his imagination. He knew that he couldn't stay any longer. Although his goal had not been achieved, he would probably die if he continued to stay. Masked man turned around and ran, but when he turned around to run, bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion from the broken right arm. Ah! The masked man's entire right arm was blown away, and the power of the explosion also blew his body near his right arm into a bloody mess. Because his arm was drooping and close to the right torso, his right abdomen was seriously injured. Even the masked man who didn't scream when his bones were broken could only scream miserably at this moment. The first soul skill, the seal of the rhino. Just when Chuan Yi's left hand touched the opponent's right arm, he engraved the seal of the rhino on his body. This was the second time Chuan Yi used the seal of the rhino on someone. The first time, Chuan Yi used it once when he fought against teacher Bai Yan. But that time, the teacher cut it off with a knife, and he didn't see the specific effect. But this time, he really saw the horror of the seal of the rhino, which directly made the opponent lose his fighting power. The opponent fell directly on the road, and a lot of blood flowed from the entire right half of his body. However, Chuan Yi did not rush forward to check. Chuan Yi took out his shotgun and round iron ball from the heart of the fiery sun, and engraved the rhino seal on the iron ball. Then, bang, bang, bang! Chuan Yi first aimed at his thigh. The exploded iron sheet pierced into the opponent's thigh, making him completely unable to escape. After that, Chuan Yi began to aim at the torso to kill the opponent. Although Chuan Yi wanted to force the details of the opponent's identity, he was a soul master after all, and it was inevitable that he would have some killer moves or backhands, so he could only kill him first. After dozens of shots, the opponent completely stopped moving. Hey, it should be safe now. Chuan Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and put away the shotgun. Thank you for saving my life, young master. At this time, the driver behind him knelt down and kowtowed to Chuan Yi. He had never thought that a young master would stand in front of a little coachman like him, and his eyes were moistened. His heart was filled with gratitude and guilt. As a young master, it is my duty to protect the lives and safety of my people. I'm glad you're okay. Chuan Yi helped the coachman up and patted the dust off him. Then, Chuan Yi turned around and began to walk towards the body of the masked man. Young master, wait, please let me go. At this time, the coachman held Chuan Yi. His eyes were extremely firm, and he couldn't let his young master take risks. Okay. Chuan Yi saw that the coachman was determined, so he could only agree. The coachman quickly stepped forward, walked to the body, and quickly checked the masked man's breath and pulse. Young master, he is dead. Chuan Yi stepped forward and began to explore the opponent's information. He first untied the mask of the masked man. He used a shotgun instead of fire to save his face and confirm his identity. After removing the mask, the man's face was very ordinary, and his age was about 40 or 50 years old. Chuan Yi was sure that he had never seen this person before. Then Chuan Yi began to search his belongings, and he found a silver fighting spirit badge of a large fighting spirit field. It recorded his name, address, martial spirit, etc. However, the information on it was not very credible and could not be taken too seriously. Apart from this, he could not find any other useful information. Chuan Yi took out paper and pen from the heart of the fiery sun, and then began to draw the other person's face. After the drawing was finished, Chuan Yi directly set fire to the body. However, just after the body was completely cremated, Chuan Yi found a jade-white object from the ashes. Chapter 89 Head Soul Bone over 1,000 years old. Chuan Yi's pupil shrank, and he quickly explored the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one, he put on the gauntlet and picked up the object from the ashes that were still warm. It was a bone-like object shining with jade-white light. Its shape was similar to a skull, but it did not give people a gloomy feeling. It looked more like a jade artwork. Moreover, Chuan Yi also felt the fluctuation of soul power from it. Soul bone. This word flashed through Chuan Yi's mind, which was consistent with the description of soul bone he saw in the book. After realizing this, Chuan Yi hurriedly put it into the heart of the Sunday. At this time, dense horse hoof sounds came from a distance. Tick tick tick. Young master, we are here. Then came the voice of the coachman. Chuan Yi looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw 4 or 5 tall carriages driving towards Chuan Yi at high speed. The carriage in front was driven by the previous coachman. These carriages stopped in front of Chuan Yi, and then dozens of strong men with weapons and equipment got off the carriages. Among them, the leader was Yuan the blacksmith. Young master, are you okay? Yuan the blacksmith asked nervously. It's okay, Yuan the blacksmith, why are you here too? Where's the blacksmith shop? Before burning the body, Chuan Yi asked the driver to go back to the blacksmith shop first and bring some people to deal with the scene. But he didn't expect so many people to come at once, and it was obvious that they were here to fight. Chuan Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I heard that the young master was assassinated, and I was afraid that the young master would be in danger again, so I brought people here. I also left some people to guard the blacksmith shop. You don't have to worry about this. Seeing that Chuan Yi didn't have any wounds on his body, Yuan the blacksmith answered with relief. The enemy should be the only one. You clean up the street, and then, let's go back. The group of people cleaned up the street at a very fast speed. After cleaning the streets, he returned to the research institute. In the afternoon, the once bustling blacksmith shop lost the familiar knocking sounds and became completely silent. In the blacksmith shop, fully armed men were seen everywhere guarding every corner. The entire blacksmith shop seemed to be on alert, and everyone's expression was solemn. And Chuan Yi sat on the main seat in the hall, observing the silver fighting spirit badge in his hand with a serious look. Name, Su Ke. Martial spirit, claw blade. Age, 41. Address, Sujia village, Lilia province. This information is not credible, and Chuan Yi cannot be sure. But there is other information hidden in the fighting spirit badge. And this information is relatively reliable. That is the record. Each fighting spirit badge, under the identity information, records the record of the character. The accumulated points are 1123 points. Soul Sect, Silver Fighting Spirit. His talent and strength can only be said to be average, nothing special. Chuan Yi still remembered that his soul ring configuration was not the best ratio, and the first soul ring was even a white 10-year soul ring. However, Chuan Yi noticed that this person's points suddenly soared in recent years. Moreover, most of them were based on consecutive victories, quickly accumulating a large number of points. However, looking back at the previous records, although he had participated for many years, he generally lost more than one. It can be seen that this is an ordinary soul fighter who has been in the soul fighting field for many years, but in recent years, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds and he has been promoted to Silver Soul Fighter quickly. More importantly, from the other party's words, it can be known that the man does not know Chuan Yi very well. Are you a fire attribute? The man was very surprised when he saw Chuan Yi using the push mode. The other party did not conduct too in-depth background investigation before carrying out the assassination. It does not look like a professional assassin. However, this person did a very good job in grasping the timing. It just happened to choose the time when his mother left him. This is by no means accidental. My mother chose to go to replenish gunpowder today, and even Chuan Yi himself didn't know about it until noon. So, this person should have been in the fighting spirit arena at that time, and he had been monitored for a long time. But how could this be possible? He was just a soul sect, and her mother was a soul king. Moreover, the strength of the two was very different. How could he monitor them for so long without attracting anyone's attention? Chuan Yi was puzzled. Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai. Solinger's anxious voice came from outside the blacksmith shop. It's mother. Hurry, open the door. Chuan Yi took back the badge and ran out of the hall. When the two guarding the door were about to open the door, a red figure jumped in directly from above the door. At this time, Solinger's whole body was transformed into a lion, emitting a strong pressure. She looked a little out of breath, but when she saw Chuan Yi, her body turned into red lightning and rushed towards Chuan Yi. Solinger hugged Chuan Yi tightly, and then began to check Chuan Yi's body. Are you okay? It's okay. Chuan Yi said with a smile, because he didn't want his mother to worry about him. You know how worried I am. On the way back, Solinger saw the burn marks and accident debris, and she also smelled the smell of blood. Realizing that the situation was not good, Solinger rushed back as fast as possible. Sure enough, when she returned to the blacksmith shop, she unexpectedly closed the door tightly. In a hurry, she jumped over the door and jumped in. Tell me, what happened? Before answering, Chuan Yi glanced at everyone and knew that this matter should not be known by many people. Everyone continued to be alert. Yes. After sending everyone away, Chuan Yi told his mother about the process of the attack. After hearing that Chuan Yi was in danger, Solinger began to blame herself in her heart. If she hadn't left Chuan Yi, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Solinger touched Chuan Yi's head distressedly. Mother, this incident is not accidental. This person seems to have planned it for a long time. Even if it is not today, he will definitely find another time to assassinate me. Seeing his mother's lost expression, Chuan Yi comforted her. Long-term planning, how do you know he has planned it for a long time? Solinger was surprised. Chuan Yi told his inference to the other party. After speaking, he also took out the silver fighting spirit badge, facial sketch, and soul bone. This is it. Solinger was also very surprised after seeing the soul bone. She took the soul bone from Chuan Yi and began to examine it. This should be a head soul bone of more than 1,000 years old. What kind of soul beast's soul bone it is, perhaps only those who have absorbed it will know. After Solinger looked at it for a while, she asked Chuan Yi to take it back again. After taking back the soul bone, Chuan Yi asked his mother in confusion. Mother, what is this person's purpose? Chuan Yi could not figure out what this person's purpose was. Combining your inference with this soul bone, I have a guess. Solinger said after thinking for a while. What is it? Chuan Yi. His purpose should be to obtain soul bones. Solinger explained. Soul bones. Chuan was a little surprised for a moment. Chapter 90 Causes and Consequences. That's right, it's the soul bone. Mother, you know I don't have a soul bone. No, wait. Chuan Yi seemed to realize something. Does this person think I have a soul bone in my body? It's very possible that he watched your spirit fighting in the spirit fighting arena and noticed your extraordinary strength. He himself also has a soul bone, so he may mistakenly believe that the soul bone is the soul bone. Compared with soul rings, soul bones have a huge amplifying effect on the body. After absorbing soul bones, physical fitness will increase significantly. And this person has personally absorbed soul bones and should know more about this. Therefore, he may conclude that you have a soul bone in your body. This is Solinger's own guess based on the current situation. Moreover, Solinger also realized that it was probably because of her that Chuan Yi's identity was exposed. After all, at the very beginning, when Chuan Yi appeared in his true form, there were no soul masters in the audience to watch. However, after One Punch Man became popular, Chuan Yi hid his identity again, making it even more difficult for the other party to trace Chuan Yi's traces. The only possibility is that through her existence, the other party infers the connection between himself and Chuan Yi, thereby confirming the fact that Chuan Yi is One Punch Man. In every battle of Chuan Yi, her fighting spirit appears in the audience, and those who are interested can easily spot it. Thinking of this, Solinger blamed herself even more. She originally wanted to protect Chuan Yi, but she didn't expect that her presence would put Chuan Yi in danger. When Chuan heard her mother's explanation, she agreed with her guess. Why would a strange soul master who didn't know him well go out of his way to assassinate him? It's probably because of the soul bones. Many of Chuan Yi's doubts suddenly dissipated. But, mother, even if he has a soul bone, he is only a soul sect, and even I can't defeat him. How did he hide from your perception and monitor us for so long? This is what Chuan Yi is most confused about. The secret may lie in that soul bone. Solinger glanced at Chuan Yi's heart of the fierce sun and said. That soul bone should have special skills that allow it to avoid my perception and at the same time observe us. The first thing Solinger thought of was the soul bone skill. Every soul bone skill has its own soul bone skill, because it does not rely on soul rings, but on soul bones, so it can be activated quietly without attracting attention. If there is any way to hide her perception, the most likely one is the soul bone technique. At this moment, Chuan Yi suddenly thought of his propulsion mode, and was easily dodged by his opponent. If it weren't for the opponent's right hand being unable to dodge due to the inertia of the attack, with his reaction speed, Izumi probably wouldn't be able to touch the opponent. I think it's probably an eye skill. Chuan Yi continued to theorize. That man's reaction was very fast. He escaped the propulsion mode I released at very close range. I think his eyes should be very good. Then, Chuan Yi explained his findings in the battle to Soling's son. Eyes? Indeed, if the soul bones of the eyes are enhanced, he can indeed observe us from a long distance with his supervision without being discovered. But fortunately, his skills are not offensive skills, otherwise, you would be in danger today. Speaking of soul bone skills, she was frightened for a moment. People with soul bones have one more soul skill than ordinary soul masters. If they are unprepared, they can easily be caught off guard. Well, I'll pay attention next time. Kun Yi is a smart man. After this thrilling experience, from next time onwards, he will include soul bone skills in his vigilance options. I didn't expect that even if most of the light is hidden, it will still attract malicious eyes. Solinger said helplessly. Too strong a talent is sometimes not a good thing. Even if he hides it, Chuan Yi still attracts the attention of others like dazzling gold. Then let my light become as strong as the sun, so that others cannot look directly and dare not approach. This attack did not scare Chuan Yi, but made him more determined to increase his strength. Seeing the confident light in Quan's eyes, Solinger smiled happily. I believe that day won't be long. And then he said in his heart, before that day comes, let me protect you. Mother, can I try to absorb this soul bone? Chuan Yi felt a little moved. He knew that the soul bones in the head were very rare. Moreover, according to the inference just now, the skill of this soul bone is related to the eyes. This is also a very good choice for him. Compared to his strength and explosive power, there is indeed a certain distance between his reflexes and dynamic vision, and this distance is also becoming larger as his strength becomes stronger. Dynamic vision, plus farsightedness, this ability is what Chuan Yi lacks. Moreover, in addition to skills, the soul bone itself will have a huge amplifying effect on the body. After absorbing the soul bone, he can extend the life of the soul ring by hundreds of years, which is another great temptation for Chuan Yi. Although it is a precious head soul bone, the age of this soul ring is a bit low. Moreover, each person only has one chance for each position, so I hope you will be cautious. Soul bones are generally divided into 6 categories: 2 leg bones, 2 arm bones, skull, and torso bones. Each part can only choose one soul bone in its lifetime. Although she did think that the ability of this soul bone was very good, with Chuan Yi's talent and potential, a mere 1000-year level soul bone was not worthy of Chuan Yi. Okay, I'll think about it. Chuan Yi didn't need to rush to make a decision. After all, the soul bone was already in hand, and he had enough time to decide the use of the soul bone. Okay, let's go down and rest for a while today. Leave the next thing to me. Solinger ordered. Then, Solinger put the assassin's portrait and the fighting spirit badge into her arms. I'm not very tired, I want to practice. Chuan Yi's soul power was somewhat consumed, but there was nothing wrong with his body, so he wanted to continue practicing. No, you are not suitable to continue practicing today, go down and have a good rest. Solinger's words suddenly became stern. Chuan Yi had never seen his mother's expression so stern, and facing his mother at this moment, he could only obey obediently. Okay, I'll go back and rest. Chuan Yi returned to the lounge and lay on the bed. Chuan Yi, who was originally full of energy, suddenly felt tired. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. After Solinger came back, Chuan Yi's tense heart relaxed. Although there was not much damage to his body, the mental fatigue could not be easily erased. What's more, Chuan Yi killed someone for the first time today. In his current condition, it was not suitable for him to continue practicing. Solinger became so strict because she saw this. Chapter 91 Silver Fighting Spirit Badge. Chuan Yi slept until the night. Gurgle. A loud sound came from Chuan Yi's stomach. He opened his eyes. So hungry. Chuan Yi was awakened by hunger. Through the window, Chuan Yi saw the twinkling stars in the night sky. He realized that he should have slept until the night. After a nap, Chuan Yi felt refreshed, and the haze in his heart was gently wiped away. After a while, in the kitchen, Solinger looked at Chuan Yi, who was eating heartily, and exclaimed, "You know, I vomited for several days after killing someone. It took me a week before I could eat meat. Don't you feel anything? Nothing, I'm just very hungry. With the improvement of physical fitness, Chuan Yi's metabolism has become faster, so his appetite has also increased significantly. You know, he didn't even eat lunch today, so his hunger is even stronger. More importantly, he himself doesn't seem to have any big impact on killing. It's not even as big as the impact when Chuan Yi hunted a soul beast for the first time. Big heart. Solinger admired Chuan Yi's psychological quality in his heart. He is simply a natural soul master. There are some clues about the information of the masked man. Solinger said. Mother sent tribesmen to the Great Soul Fighting Arena to collect some information about the masked man. It turned out that the information about this person basically matched the information on the badge. Moreover, there are many people in the Soul Fighting Arena who know him. According to preliminary investigation, this person once had a close friend. The two had disappeared for a long time. When they reappeared, only the masked man was left, and he had become a soul master. Some people speculated that they might have had an accident in the process of obtaining the soul ring, resulting in only one person returning. But now it seems that the truth of the matter should be that the masked man and his friend found the soul bone in the process of obtaining the soul ring. The greedy masked man killed his friend and took the soul bone for himself. Chuan Yi was also sighing at this moment. So, it can be basically confirmed that this assassination was just an individual act, and there was no other black hand. Solinger said. After learning this information, Chuan Yi was relieved. After dinner, Chuan Yi returned to the practice room. This crisis made Chuan Yi pursue greater strength. The current strength is far from enough, he has to become stronger. So, don't waste time. The next day, Chuan Yi opened his eyes in the practice room. After a night of practice, Chuan Yi's soul power level officially broke through level 26. A look of surprise flashed across Chuan Yi's eyes, because yesterday's training effect was the best in his career. It was the first time that he entered a state of ecstasy in meditation. In that state, his soul power grew much faster than usual, and coupled with the excellent mimicry environment in the basement, Chuan Yi successfully broke through to level 26. However, this was nothing strange. Yesterday's life and death struggle brought great pressure. Overcoming this pressure brought about a huge change in Chuan Yi's state of mind. It made Chuan Yi's mind grow greatly. On the other hand, it also promoted Chuan Yi's state of mind during meditation. Therefore, for soul masters, crisis and pressure can sometimes be helpful. In the fighting arena, Huo Wu saw Chuan Yi and Solinger again. But at this moment, she felt a strange change from Chuan Yi. Chuan Yi's momentum was stronger, and she vaguely saw a hint of coldness in Chuan Yi's eyes. Even if this coldness was not for hers, but it still made her feel a little scared. Has he become stronger again? Huo Wu was very keenly aware of this. Chuan Yi came to the fighting spirit field as promised the next day. Even though a dangerous situation happened yesterday, it still couldn't stop Chuan Yi from getting stronger. On this day, he still had a one-on-one fighting spirit and gambling fight as usual. But unlike yesterday, Chuan Yi clearly noticed his changes. The changes here do not refer to changes in strength. Rather, he found that he had a deeper understanding of fighting. When watching the fighting spirit, he could even feel the momentum of both sides more clearly, as well as the murderous aura emanating from their bodies. Through these feelings, he could better judge the strength of the soul master. These were all changes brought about by yesterday's battle. Chuan Yi also realized that meaningful actual combat helped Chuan Yi more than the dozens of fighting spirit matches he had watched before. So, from this day on, Chuan Yi began to feel a little bored with the trials of the fighting spirit field. In this way, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chuan Yi successfully accumulated 29 consecutive victories, and obtained the Silver Soul Fighting Badge in one fell swoop. The trial that was originally required to be completed before graduation was completed by Chuan Yi in just 4 months. Moreover, during this period, Chuan Yi also completed the game with Solinger excellently. 29 gambling fights, 29 bets, and 29 wins. The total investment is 290 gold soul coins, and the current number of gold soul coins is 634 gold soul coins. A total of 344 gold soul coins were earned, far exceeding the target of 290 gold soul coins. And Chuan Yi's other identity, One Punch Man, also became a traffic star in the Great Soul Fighting Arena during this period. However, just when everyone thought that he could become an unprecedented Great Soul Master level Gold Soul, One Punch Man, who shone like a comet, completely disappeared from people's sight. One Punch Man brought too many touching and surprises in these 4 months, and everyone felt sorry for it. Before leaving, Huo Wu tried to keep Chuan Yi, and she invited Chuan Yi to join her in a 2-on-2 soul fighting. However, Chuan Yi knew that he could no longer get more training from the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Therefore, Chuan Yi decided to say goodbye to the Great Soul Fighting Arena immediately after obtaining the Silver Soul Fighting Badge. Although he felt a little sorry for Huo Wu, he could not slow down his pace. After finishing the trial in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Chuan Yi returned to his peaceful campus life. He spent all his time on training and learning. Before the second semester holiday, Chuan Yi's soul power level broke through to level 27. After more than 4 months, Chuan Yi's soul power level was raised by 1 level. I'm going home for the holiday. See you next semester. This was Chuan Yi and Huo Wu's farewell before the holiday. Okay. See you next semester. This semester, Huo Wu spent most of her time in the soul fighting arena and the academy. In addition to fighting, she was practicing, and the intensity was constantly increasing. After practicing hard, Huo Wu also successfully broke through to level 23 at the end of the semester. The speed of soul power level improvement is no less than Chuan Yi. After saying goodbye to Huo Wu, Chuan Yi packed his luggage and walked out of the school gate. Outside the gate, a carriage was parked on the side of the road. Solinger stood in front of the carriage and shouted to Chuan Yi, "Get in the car, let's go home." Yes. Speaking of which, Chuan Yi has not been home for 2 years, and he also misses everything at home. Chapter 92 Father and Son Discuss. Chuan Family Territory. When he returned home, Chuan Yi found that nothing had changed much. Besides, Chuan Yu had been waiting at home for a long time. After getting off the car, they had a sumptuous family dinner. The family was very happy with this meal, as they had not been able to reunite for a year. The 3 people talked to each other about their experiences this year. After dinner, Chuan Yu said to Chuan Yi, "Let's go to the martial arts arena later. Let me test your current strength." "Okay, father." Chuan Yi had no reason to refuse his father's request. Besides, this was the first time he fought with his father, and Chuan Yi was eager to try. He was not only curious about his father's strength, but also curious about what he could achieve with his current strength. Martial Arts Arena. Chuan Yu and Chuan Yi stood opposite each other, while Solinger, as a referee and protector, monitored the safe operation of the battle. "This is the first time we have fought against each other. Come on, use your full strength." Chuan Yu hooked his hand, signaling Chuan Yi to take the initiative to attack. "Yes. I declare the Battle of Spirits officially started." Solinger imitated the referee of the Battle of Spirits and said playfully, "Scorching Sun Gauntlet." After summoning the martial spirit, Chuan Yi quickly approached Chuan Yu and punched Chuan Yu's abdomen with his right fist. Actually, Chuan Yi wanted to aim higher, but facing the tall Chuan Yu, his height was not enough. Black Iron Gauntlet. A pure black steel gauntlet appeared on Chuan Yu's hand, without any fancy patterns. Unlike Chuan Yi's gauntlet, his gauntlet was slightly bloated and inflexible, but in terms of hand protection, the Black Iron Gauntlet was better. Chuan Yu stretched out his palm to block Chuan Yi's right fist. Dang! The 2 people's martial souls collided, like a hammer against a hammer, and the powerful force caused a storm between the 2. Roar! The power is not small, this is already the soul sect level. Chuan Yu felt Chuan Yi's power and could not hide his amazement in my heart. Chuan Family Boxing. Multitasking. Chuan Yi saw that his fist was easily blocked, and immediately changed his strategy to attack Chuan Yu with the boxing he had practiced for more than 2 years. Facing his father, Chuan Yi gathered the tip of both hands at the same time, and punched towards Chuan Yu's weakness. The action is concise, and each punch does not waste a bit of power. The speed and fluency are also very good. Chuan Yu also had the energy to praise Chuan Yi in the battle. Chuan Yu faced Chuan Yi's attack and gathered his strength with both hands. During the collision, Chuan Yi could feel the difference in soul power through the touch of his fists. When his tip touched his father's strength, it would produce a certain fluctuation, while his father's strength did not move at all. If Chuan Yu used the tip and Chuan Yi used the strength, his strength would most likely be pierced, thus failing to effectively prevent the injury of his hand. In terms of the degree of soul power concentration, Chuan Yi still had a certain distance. Bang bang bang! The 2 had already hit each other with dozens of fists. Every punch of Chuan Yi was full of strength and full speed. But it was still easily blocked by Chuan Yu. Chuan Yi saw that he could not attack for a long time, so he immediately changed his strategy. Second soul skill, Dark Flame Power. Effect, 30% of strength, 30% of flame power. Black flames came out of Chuan Yi's hands. The high temperature instantly evaporated the surrounding water, and Chuan Yu felt that his breathing was a little difficult. This temperature has exceeded the temperature a year ago. Chuan Yu's expression also became solemn, and his eyes were fixed on Chuan Yi. Advance mode. Chuan Yi's right fist condensed into a tip, and the fist speed accelerated from 0 to 100 in an instant, attacking Chuan Yu with fierce momentum. This is Chuan Yi's strongest attack method at this stage, the rocket punch. Dang! Chuan Yi's attack on Chuan Yu's torso was blocked by Chuan Yu. The original unstoppable advancement mode is still not enough in front of Chuan Yu. Not bad, not bad, the speed, strength, and attack power have all reached the Soul King level. If I hadn't broken through to the Soul Emperor, I might not be able to take this punch. Chuan Yu commented. Chuan Yi's rocket punch gave Chuan Yu a stunning feeling. With a soul power of level 27, he burst out a power of more than level 50, which was enough to surprise people. Rocket punch. Ding ding ding. Since one punch doesn't work, then give more punches. Chuan Yi's fists continued to hit Chuan Yu. His punches were fierce, with the momentum of beating an old driver to death with random punches. Chuan Yi's rocket punch has a disadvantage, that is, his arms will withstand a pull far beyond his strength limit, so at this time, his arms will suffer great pain. But at this moment, Chuan Yi only felt very refreshed. Chuan Yu was not scared by Chuan Yi's crazy momentum. His defense was flawless. He waved his fists and blocked all of Chuan Yi's punches. Ha ha ha, so refreshing. I haven't felt so refreshed for a long time. Chuan Yu laughed heartily. The two of them fought tirelessly for dozens of punches. In the direct collision of strength and strength, they both showed the same smile. Finally, it was Chuan Yi's shoulder that couldn't bear the high-intensity impact and retreated. Just when Chuan Yi was about to continue to use the power of fire to attack Chuan Yu suddenly raised his hand. Okay, that's enough. I already know your strength. Chuan Yu spoke to stop Chuan Yi's attack. Chuan Yu's eyes were full of pride. This year, your progress has far exceeded the imagination of your mother and me. In our imagination, you should be able to do these things in the distant future, but your efforts have greatly advanced this time. Chuan Yu praised Chuan Yi. Linger, I think it's time to give that treasure to Xiao Yi. Then Chuan Yu said to Soul Linger. Xiao Yi, do you still remember the game I made? Soul Linger nodded, and then said to Chuan Yi. Yet. Chuan Yi certainly remembered that Soul Linger had said in the Great Fighting Spirit Arena that if he succeeded, she would prepare a surprise gift for him. At that time, he had asked his mother, but his mother said that the gift was at home and would not be given to him until he got home. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, go to the basement. There, I will give you the reward. Chuan Yu and Soul Linger left the martial arts training ground. What kind of surprise gift is it that makes you so nervous? Chuan Yi was a little confused. However, Chuan Yi truly appreciated his father's strength today, and also understood his own strength. The next morning, Chuan Yi came to the basement as promised. Walking into the basement, Chuan Yu and Soul Linger had been waiting for a long time. They looked solemn, and Soul Linger was holding a long square wooden box in her hand. The material of the box looked very noble, and it was obviously a masterpiece. Xiaoi, this contains the most valuable treasure of our Chuan family. Now, I will give it to you. Soul Linger handed the wooden box to Kun Yi. Open it and take a look. Kun Yi took the wooden box, and at this moment he became a little nervous. Chapter 93 Two Soul Bones, Two Choices. Opening the wooden box, the contents emit red fluorescent bone-like substances. Although the shapes and colors are different, Kun Yi instantly realized what it was. This is a soul bone. Chuan Yi said in surprise. Yes, this is the right leg bone of the 20,000-year-old flame spirit shadow leopard. At the same time, it is also your game reward this time. Soul Linger smiled. Chuan Yi was frightened by Soul Linger's rich spirit. Mother, this is too precious. Chuan Yi hurriedly closed the box and handed it back to Soul Linger. He admitted that he was temporarily fascinated by the soul bone just now, but he soon came to his senses. You know, soul bones over 10,000 years old are hard to come by, and their preciousness cannot be measured by money. It can even cause a war between two principalities. In order to compete for it, some people will kill their friends with their own hands, which shows how important it is to soul masters. Obviously, his mother is also a fire attribute soul master, and she is also very suitable for absorbing this soul bone. He can't just shamelessly accept this soul bone. Solinger didn't take the wooden box handed over by Chuan Yi, she didn't even look at it. This is the dowry my father-in-law and mother-in-law gave me when I married into the Chuan family. But I didn't absorb it at that time, but chose to keep it. Do you know why? Solinger said. Chuan Yi shook his head. That's because I was pregnant with you at that time. Solinger's gentle eyes kept looking at Chuan Yi. Being stared at by his mother, Chuan Yi's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears welled up in his eyes. But Chuan Yi held back hard. I once thought that if my sister's body was not good enough at that time, it would not be too late for me to absorb it. When you inherited the fire attribute martial spirit, I was sure that the final destination of this soul bone was you. Solinger's words were calm, but they contained endless maternal love. Originally, we wanted to wait until you broke through level 30 and obtained the silver fighting soul badge before letting you absorb it. However, your progress is far beyond the imagination of your father and me. So, after serious discussion, we decided to give it to you in advance. Solinger's tone was very firm. Chuan Yu, who was standing aside, also stood up at this moment. Don't refuse. It can play a more powerful role in your hands. As the next head of the family, you have shown us your ability and responsibility. You are fully qualified to accept this treasure. Chuan Yu's perspective was from the perspective of family inheritance, but although his tone was very cold, his eyes were full of love for Chuan Yi, just like Solinger. He was also persuading Chuan Yi in his own way to let him accept the soul bone. Okay. I promise you. Chuan Yi nodded heavily and agreed to absorb the soul bone. The soul bone in Chuan Yi's hand was as heavy as a mountain at this moment, and its weight far exceeded the previous soul bone. It's not because it's older, but because the things inside are different. Chuan Yi took out the soul bone from the box, turned it into energy, and then pressed it on his right leg. Suddenly, a stream of extremely hot energy poured directly into Chuan Yi's right leg. This energy is bottomless, like the sea pouring into a small bottle. Just when Chuan Yi was about to endure the impact of the huge energy, he was surprised to find that the energy of the soul bone was different from the energy of the soul ring, and it was extremely gentle. It did not cause severe pain to Chuan Yi's meridians and body. On the contrary, the energy of the soul bone nourished the whole body, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. In the basement, Chuan Yu and Solinger also looked at Chuan Yi with a relaxed look. There was no nervous look when Chuan Yi absorbed the soul ring. Because, unlike the soul ring, the absorption of the soul bone does not cause any harm to the soul master himself. They could have given the soul bone to Chuan Yi earlier. However, after all, Chuan Yi is still very young. They are afraid that Chuan Yi will not be able to control the soul bone and fall into arrogance or other problems. However, this attack on Chuan Yi is also a shock to Solinger and Chuan Yu. They understand that in the soul master world, they will eventually rely on Quan's strength. Therefore, they decided to give the soul bone to Chuan Yi as soon as possible to increase Chuan Yi's means of self-protection. The process of Chuan Yi absorbing the soul ring lasted for a long time. After a long time, Chuan Yi opened his eyes. How is it? Solinger was the first to discover it, and she hurried forward to ask. Mother, I have never been so relaxed. My whole body is refreshed. It feels like my soul has entered a brand new body. Chuan Yi clenched his fist and explained his feelings to his mother with a smile. He actually only feels comfortable now, and this kind of comfort is more like comfort that goes deep into every cell level. Another is strength. His whole body is filled with huge power. Roughly speaking, his strength has doubled. Not only strength, his physical fitness has been improved in all aspects, including toughness, recovery, etc. Chuan Yi's height and body shape were once again raised, and coupled with Chuan Yi's mature temperament, he looked a lot more tall. In addition to his body shape, Chuan Yi's skin also became white as jade, delicate and tight. Above the neck, he does give people the feeling of a pretty boy, but below the neck, he looks like a strong man. The contrast between the two gives people a huge visual impact. This absorption is equivalent to Chuan Yi's years or even decades of hard training, and this feeling makes Chuan Yi addicted. Tell us quickly, what kind of skills does this soul bone bring? Chuan Yu saw Chuan Yi immersed in his own world, and couldn't help but urge him. Moreover, Chuan Yu was also very curious about the skills of this leg bone. Flame Spirit Body. Effect: turn the body into a pure fire elemental body. Not only can it isolate all physical damage, but also can increase its own flame power by 100%. Chuan Yi excitedly explained the skill effects brought by the soul bone to his parents. Chuan Yu, who has always been calm, was also very moved after hearing Chuan Yi's description. It seems that Xiao Yi's soul bone has inherited the strongest talent of the Flame Spirit Shadow Leopard. The Flame Spirit Shadow Leopard was once called the Messenger of Flame, because it was elusive, and every time it appeared and left, its body would appear with flames. Until later, a soul master discovered that this was because the Flame Spirit Shadow Leopard had the ability to turn its body into flames. Solinger had done a deep study on the Fire Spirit Shadow Leopard, so she could recognize the source of Chuan Yi's soul bone skills at a glance. However, she did not expect that the skill in this soul bone would be this. You know, according to records, no one has ever inherited the ability of fire elementalization in the soul ring of the Flame Spirit Shadow Leopard. Does it mean that if you want to inherit elementalization, you can only absorb soul bones? Solinger also had doubts at this moment. However, these are not important. What is more important is that Chuan Yi has obtained the body of the fire spirit. This matter made Solinger very happy. Chapter 94 Changing Target. Suddenly, Chuan Yi's body began to emit a burst of flames, from head to toe. In front of Chuan Yu and Solinger stood an orange-yellow flame figure, and Chuan Yi's shape and appearance were completely invisible. It was similar to Huo Wu's Hokage martial spirit, but unlike the Hokage, Chuan Yi's body completely turned into a burning flame, and the flame was still releasing extremely high temperatures. The closed basement instantly rose by dozens of degrees, and even the air became a little thin. However, he did not feel these at this time. He was now in a strange feeling. Now he could not feel the existence of his body. He could only sense the existence of the flame. He turned into a ball of fire at this moment, and he could perfectly control this ball of fire. This degree of freedom was something he could not feel when he had a body. Who? The legs of the flame figure began to slowly close together, turning into a downward jet shape. This was Chuan Yi controlling the flame. The flame figure slowly began to rise. From Chuan Yi's perspective, Chuan Yu and Solinger were getting lower and lower, and soon he reached the ceiling of the basement. Although he was rising, Chuan Yi did not feel the pull of gravity. He was like a feather, gently sent into the sky by the breeze blown by the flame. The ability to fly is an ability that comes with the fire spirit body. Compared to rocket-style flight in propulsion mode, this method is lighter, freer, and consumes less soul power. Moreover, the ability of the fire spirit body freed Chuan Yi's hands during flight. It gave him greater freedom. Chuan Yi fireball began to grow and shrink, dim and bright. Chuan Yi was deliberately testing his limits. Temperature, size, brightness, etc. can all be controlled by Chuan Yi. This is the first time that he has controlled the flame without relying on the martial soul. This feeling is similar and different. Originally, only the martial soul could do it, but now, it can also be done with the soul bone. The role of fire elementalization is not only to fly and avoid physical attacks, it can also attack. Chuan Yi turned into flames and sprayed flames at the fine iron armor in the basement. The sprayed flames condensed into lines, and the flames easily penetrated the hard armor. However, Chuan Yi can now control the flames freely, thanks to long-term training. When practicing the hard and sharp, the propulsion mode, he has mastered the skills of extreme compression. As the saying goes, if you master one skill, you will master 100 skills. In the state of the fire spirit body, you can still use the skills. After testing the attack, Chuan Yi then tested the most critical ability of the fire spirit body. Chuan Yi controlled the fireball to fly down and went straight through the armor. And the armor did not melt due to the high temperature of the flame. Chuan Yi's soul nodded with satisfaction. Chuan Yi returned to the ground and showed his figure. Father, Mother. This is the ability of the fire spirit body, and the effect is beyond expectations. Chuan Yi told the two excitedly. Well, with this power, when facing threats, you can not only prevent harm but also escape quickly. It is a perfect survival skill. Solinger was also very satisfied with the soul bone skills of the fire spirit shadow leopard. However, compared with the offensiveness, she was more satisfied with the life-saving ability of the soul bone skills. With this ability, Chuan Yi's safety performance has been greatly improved, which perfectly matches her original intention of giving the soul bone to Chuan Yi. Xiaoi, how does this soul bone skill consume you? Chuan Yu asked. Well, when opening and closing, it will consume a lot of soul power, but when maintaining and controlling, it does not require a lot of soul power. Chuan Yi explained. Not bad, very good. Chuan Yu said happily. The whole family is very satisfied with the effect of the soul bone. Let's go out and set up a banquet to celebrate. Chuan Yu waved his hand and prepared to walk out of the basement. At this time, Chuan Yi stopped Chuan Yu. Wait, father. I have one more thing to tell you. Chuan Yi said. What is it? Chuan Yu asked in confusion. I think it's better to wait until I get the third soul ring before preparing the banquet. Chuan Yi said with a smile. What? Solinger and Chuan Yu shouted at the same time. My soul power has reached level 30. Chuan Yi said with a smile. The energy contained in the 20,000-year-old soul bone is beyond imagination, and it has been directly upgraded by 3 levels. Moreover, Chuan Yi knew that there was actually more soul power hidden inside the body due to restrictions. As long as he waits to absorb the soul ring, the huge soul power hidden in Chuan Yi's body will be released together. 8 years old, 8 years old soul master. Solinger muttered dully. Ha ha ha! Chuan Yu laughed wildly towards the sky. They were immersed in greater joy. Okay, it won't be too late to have a banquet after we hunt the soul beast. We will set off tomorrow. Chuan Yu immediately decided on tomorrow's itinerary. Wait, father. Can you give me one more day to prepare? I want to adapt to my body. Chuan Yi said. Adapt? Don't you have to adapt after you get the soul ring? Anyway, it's all adaptation. It won't be too late to adapt after you get the soul ring. Chuan Yu said. No, I said adaptation, to be precise, confirmation. Regarding the soul ring, I want to increase the age appropriately according to my body changes. Chuan Yi explained. Well, it's true. The soul ring can be improved, and it can indeed be improved. So, how many years do you think it can be increased this time? Chuan Yu asked. At this time, Chuan Yi's face suddenly showed a mysterious smile. Seeing Chuan Yi's smile, Chuan Yu suddenly felt bad. I think this time, I can try to obtain a 5,000-year level soul beast soul ring. Chuan Yi's answer was as unexpected as ever. Chuan Yu and Solinger were speechless at this moment. Although they were very opposed to Chuan Yi's suicidal behavior, they also felt that Chuan Yi could do it. 5,000 years, this is the maximum age of the 4th soul ring. Chuan Yu couldn't say any more. Father, with my physical fitness that surpasses the soul sect, I can completely withstand a 5,000-year soul ring. Don't worry, I came to this conclusion after a calm judgment. Chuan Yi's eyes became extremely calm. Chuan Yi is very confident now, and this confidence is brought by the 10,000-year soul bone. And, father, mother, absorbing 5,000 years is only the first step, I have a bigger goal. I want to try to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring in the 4th soul ring. In the basement, there was a long silence. Chuan Yu and Solinger understood Chuan Yi's intention. This is an upgraded version of Chuan Yi's super limit plan. According to the changes brought by the soul bone, a new version was formulated. I think your lofty goal is not just these, right? Chuan Yu's voice broke the long silence. Chuan Yu stared at Chuan Yi, trying to find the answer from Chuan Yi's eyes. Yes, my ultimate goal is to dye the 8th and 9th soul rings bright red. Complete the feat of 200,000 soul rings. Chuan Yi's eyes were full of calmness, but under this calmness, there was a madness that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Chapter 95 Gang's Advanced Version. Chuan Yu and Solinger stared at Chuan Yi in amazement. This is a path they had never imagined. 100,000-year soul ring is as precious as a soul bone. It is one of the treasures that every soul master dreams of. 200,000 years. Do you know what you are talking about? Among all the titled Douluo in the entire continent, there may be no more than 5 people who have 100,000-year soul ring. Chuan Yi's ambition exceeded the mental endurance of Chuan Yu and Solinger. If you want to get 100,000-year soul ring, you have to defeat 100,000-year soul beast. It is generally recognized that the strength of 100,000-year soul beast can rival that of a titled Douluo. It is extremely difficult to capture it. Another reason is that 100,000-year soul beast is very rare, and the difficulty of searching is no less than the difficulty of capturing it. Of course, I know how rare a 100,000-year soul ring is, so this is just my idea. However, it is difficult to reach a distant goal, but it is much easier to achieve a near goal. The power of the soul bone has laid a foundation for me, allowing my body to cross a level. In Chuanyi's original plan, the age of the third soul ring was about 2,000 to 3,000 years. The fourth soul ring was about 5,000 to 6,000. However, due to the epic enhancement of the body by the soul bone, Chuanyi tried to absorb the soul ring originally planned to be absorbed in the fourth soul ring in the third soul ring. By analogy, in the fourth soul ring, Chuanyi can absorb a 10,000-year level soul ring. Have you thought about it? Chuanyi seemed to have made up his mind. I've made up my mind. Chuanyi's will was not shaken. Okay, but let's postpone the schedule for obtaining the soul ring for a few days. Chuanyi sighed helplessly. Husband, I was just joking. Solinger was furious when she saw Chuanyi actually agreed to Chuanyi's dangerous decision. Xiao Yi, I gave you the soul bone not to put you in danger, but to keep you away from danger. Solinger's power as a soul king burst out directly, and her anger was beyond words. She didn't understand why Chuanyi practiced tirelessly. He was obviously rich and could enjoy himself, but apart from practicing, he never spent a penny. Divide the money. Sensible, but never listened to parents on important matters. All this makes Solinger difficult to understand. Mother, I'm sorry to worry you. But I can't stop my steps. Besides, I must start to pay attention to every soul ring absorption from now on. Chuanyi actually has his own reasons. From this year, Chuanyi can feel that the effect of soul beast meat has begun to weaken significantly. Chuanyi has been consuming soul beast meat for more than 600 years. If the age is increased again, the gold soul coins spent will increase exponentially, and the effect will not be as obvious as it is now. Therefore, it can be predicted that in the near future, Chuanyi's physical progress will become slower and slower. In order to ensure the strength of his body, he must cherish every opportunity to absorb soul rings. Chuanyi reached out and held Solinger, stopping Solinger from continuing to get angry. Linger, don't worry, I will definitely strictly measure Chuanyi's physical strength. Xiao Yi, from the same time tomorrow, go to the martial arts training ground, I will personally help you adapt to your body. With that, Chuanyi pulled Solinger's arm and walked out of the basement. Humph! Before leaving, Solinger angrily snorted at Chuanyi. The family parted unhappily. It was also the first time that Chuanyi saw her mother so angry, which showed that Chuanyi's decision this time had a big impact on her. But even so, Chuanyi could not stop her steps to a higher level. Chuanyi sorted out his mood, and then began to adapt to the changes in his body by practicing the Chuan family boxing in the basement. Hubby, why did you agree to him? This is 5,000 years, spanning the entire Soul Master level. Besides, I don't disagree with him absorbing the limit, but he could obviously choose a soul ring of 2,000 or 3,000 years, but deliberately chose a more dangerous path. After walking out of the basement, Solinger couldn't help complaining to Chuanyi. You know his character. He will never change his mind easily. Besides, what he said is not without reason. We only need to help him to strictly measure the limit of his body's endurance to reduce the risk. All we can do is to support him from behind. Chuanyi persuaded in a kind voice. Alas! Solinger was full of worry. The next day, morning. Martial arts training ground. Starting today, I will conduct various harsh physical tests on you. This will not only help you quickly adapt to your body, but also accurately test your physical limit. But let me say first, the whole process will be very difficult. Are you ready? Chuanyu's atmosphere was completely different from yesterday, and his whole body exuded a cold breath. Although he had maintained a rational appearance yesterday, in fact, he, like Solinger, was also holding back a fire in his heart. I'm ready. Chuanyi felt a little scared, but still nodded firmly. Well, then, let's have a hand-to-hand fight. Note that you cannot use your martial spirits during the whole process, you can only use your body and soul power. After saying that, Chuanyi suddenly took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body like a sculpture. There were scars of various sizes on his body. It showed Chuanyi a corner of Chuanyu's past. Come on! Chuanyi patted his chest roughly, signaling Chuanyi to take the initiative to attack. Chuanyi's hands were firm, his steps were light, and he rushed towards Chuan Yu with all his strength. This was a test to determine the limit of his body, and he decided to go all out from the beginning. After his body rushed up, Chuan Yi found that his speed was several sections faster than yesterday. The powerful thigh drove Chuan Yi's body and approached rapidly. Especially his right foot, which was full of powerful power. If there was an iron rod in front of him, he could kick it off. Chuan Yi stepped forward with his right foot. At this moment, the strong supporting foot, like a solid tree, stood firmly on the ground, perfectly withstanding the strong impact and transferring the impact to the right fist. Chuan Yi's right fist hit Chuan Yu's abdomen mercilessly. But facing Chuan Yi's full-strength sprint, Chuan Yu folded his hands across his chest and did not resist. Dang! Chuan Yi's hard fist hit Chuan Yu's body, and there was a sound of steel collision. After receiving Chuan Yi's full-strength attack, Chuan Yu did not move at all. How is this possible? Chuan Yi was also very surprised. This attack was as powerful as yesterday's rocket punch. This means that Chuan Yi's physical strength has reached the realm of Soul King. Chuan Yi's eyes condensed and looked at the end of the fist. This is hard. A black hard object appeared in Chuan Yu's abdomen. This is the hard that Chuan Yu condensed with soul power. Chuan Yi's fist hit the hard, so there was a sound of metal collision. This is the advanced version of Chuan family boxing, flow. It can circulate the strength throughout the body for precise defense. When the soul power level reaches level 30, the hardness of the strength will increase significantly. From this stage, even without relying on the hand armor, the strength itself can have a good defensive power. Therefore, starting from the Soul Master, you must start to train the ability to show the strength in various parts of the body. Okay, I will tell you the trick. The following adaptation training will be very hard. I hope you can hold on. After saying that, Chuan Yu showed a strange smile on his face. Chapter 96 Adaptation Training. Bang! A strong force penetrated Chuan Yi's abdomen and spread throughout his body. So fast. He only saw a shadow flash by, and before he could defend himself, he was hit hard in the abdomen. Chuan Yi had never suffered such a fierce blow, and he almost vomited after being hit. The fastest way to adapt to the body is to keep fighting. Since your hands can't keep up, try to block it with your hands. Chuan Yu reminded. Chuan Yi took a breath, then adjusted his breathing and made a defensive posture. Continue. Chuan Yu was shocked. Although he didn't use his martial soul, this was already 70% of his strength, and Chuan Yi could completely bear it. You know that Chuan Yi yesterday could never do this. It's only been a day, and there has been such a big transformation. The effect of soul bones is really incredible. Good, you have backbone. Chuan Yu's fists rained down on Chuan Yi's body. Unlike yesterday's sparring, Chuan Yi's body could not react to the active attack of Chuan Yu. But every blow made him extremely uncomfortable, but not enough to make him fall down completely. Chuan Yi concentrated his mind and tried to observe with his eyes. It's too slow to observe with your eyes alone. Try to use your body's instincts. Although Chuan Yu was talking, his hands did not relax at all. Chuan Yi tried to concentrate his strength, but the continuous attacks made it difficult for Chuan Yi to operate his soul power. He could only curl up his body and protect his body with his hands and arms, and then he could barely breathe a sigh of relief. Chuan Yu attacked Chuan Yi's body non-stop like a tireless robot, and this process lasted for an hour. After an hour, Chuan Yu suddenly stopped hitting. Okay, now I'll give you half an hour to rest, and then we'll continue. Chuan Yu's voice was like a judge, cold and ruthless. Then, he stood there and began to close his eyes to rest. Chuan Yi collapsed directly on the floor, breathing rapidly. Huff, huff. During breathing, if the movement was a little bigger, it would cause pain in the hit part, which was simply unbearable. Chuan Yi did not expect his father's strength to be so strong. He could only passively take the beating during the whole process. You should know that Chuan Yu has not used hard or sharp yet. Chuan Yi only realized the gap between himself and the Soul Emperor at this moment. Time is up. Let's continue. Chuan Yu opened his eyes. Chuan Yi climbed up from the ground with difficulty, his eyes did not retreat, but instead, ignited a raging fighting spirit. Although there was a dull pain in all parts of his body, the pain made Chuan Yi have a clearer perception of each part of his body. Chuan Yi put his fists in front and behind, and took a defensive posture. Start! As soon as the voice fell, Chuan Yu instantly stood in front of Chuan Yi, and a fist shadow like a flash hit Chuan Yi. Dang! But this time, Chuan Yu's attack did not work as well as the first time. I saw that Chuan Yi's entire right abdomen was stained with dark red. Chuan Yu's fist hit the hardness that Chuan Yi had condensed. If Chuan Yu's hardness is like obsidian, then Chuan Yi's hardness is like a mass of wriggling magma flowing on the surface of Chuan Yi's body, exuding a charming breath. Chuan Yi's hardness has indeed made great progress with the improvement of soul power, and can basically offset the impact of the fist. Unlike the first time, Chuan Yi was well prepared this time. He directly expanded the area of hardness to protect the whole body. Smart! Chuan Yu praised. When the reaction speed cannot keep up with the rhythm of the attack, it is a wise choice to choose to expand the defense range. But, with your soul power, how long can you hold on? Chuan Yu then began to attack the empty area. However, this time, Chuan Yi could barely block part of the attack and began to counterattack. But his strength and sharpness could not break Chuan Yu's strength. Seeing that the attack failed, Chuan Yi put all his energy into defense. Okay, and rest for half an hour. An hour later, Chuan Yi collapsed to the ground again. This time his initial strategy had a certain effect. But later, after his soul power was exhausted, he was beaten again. In terms of the results, he consumed his soul power and was attacked this time. The result was even worse than the first time. But the general direction is correct, that is, to be more precise and accurate. Only in this way can Chuan Yi spend an hour intact. Chuan Yi endured the pain, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate to restore his soul power. The first day passed in this repetitive process. Chuan Yu did it 8 times in total, from morning to night, plus half an hour of lunchtime at noon, a total of 12 hours. From day to night. The second day was still the same. However, under Chuan Yu's pressure, Chuan Yu's control over his body was rapidly improving. The control over soul power was also constantly improving. And Chuan Yu, as long as he saw Chuan Yi adapt a little, he would own step to speed up the punching speed. In this process, Chuan Yi is like a piece of iron ore, and the impurities are slowly removed under Chuan Yu's constant hammering. His various fighting senses slowly awaken and evolve in this process, and at the same time, his spirit slowly coordinates with his body. 2 weeks later. After undergoing brutal adaptation training, Chuan Yi can fight with Chuan Yi. The range of Gang is gradually shrinking, and with Chuan Yi's defense, he can basically achieve accurate defense. At night, the empty martial arts training ground is brightly lit. In the middle of the martial arts training ground, 2 figures are constantly colliding fiercely. The 2 people, standing at a very close distance, hit each other's bodies with their fists as fast as thunder and rain. But the strange thing is that the 2 people did not make any defensive postures when they attacked, just like 2 tough guys, punching each other to the flesh. However, if you observe closely, black and dark red spots will appear on their bodies respectively. Whenever a person's fist is about to hit the body, spots will appear on the attacked part. The fist will be blocked by the spots and cannot cause effective damage. The 2 figures are Chuan Yu and Chuan Yi. Stop! Chuan Yu called for a stop. Hu. Chuan Yi panted and kept adjusting his breathing. How do you feel? Chuan Yu asked. Compared with 2 weeks ago, I feel like I've been reborn. Chuan Yi's eyes were full of surprise. Compared with 2 weeks ago, his fighting ability has improved by leaps and bounds. Now he can completely beat 2 or 3 of his previous selves. It has only been 2 weeks, and there is such an effect. Chuan Yi is also a little incredible. In fact, the current state is your original strength. The initial state is because the rosewood spirit has not yet adapted to the rapidly changing body. In the past 2 weeks, your soul power level and physical strength have not changed. You can make such a big progress only because your spirit has slowly caught up with the development of your body. Chuan Yu explained. Chapter 97, Stardew Great Forest. This situation is like a person who originally rode an electric motorcycle at 50 or 60 km per hour, and suddenly changed to a high-powered motorcycle that can run 200 or 300 km per hour. To make full use of the original speed of the motorcycle, the rider must adapt and train. Okay, through the 2 weeks of testing, I have understood your physical condition. With your body, you can choose any spirit ring below 10,000 years. Chuan Yi's physical fitness can be confirmed to have reached the level of Soul Sect. With this strength, Chuan Yi can actually absorb a 10,000 year spirit ring. However, when it comes to 10,000 years, it is not enough to simply look at the age. 10,000 years is a qualitative leap compared to 1,000 years. Crossing a class is already a fantasy. If you cross two classes directly, Chuanyu cannot guarantee Chuanyu's safety. I know, thank you father for your teachings. Chuanyu clasped his fists and saluted. In the past 2 weeks, Chuanyu accompanied Chuanyu to practice all day, which was also a big challenge for him. Chuanyu was very grateful that his father spared no effort to help. Every time he made a decision, it was because of his father's help. Besides me, you have to thank your mother. If she hadn't accepted the job on my behalf, I wouldn't have had so much time to accompany you. When Chuanyu was not there, Solinger needed to step up and take charge of the situation. And when it was time to eat, she would carefully prepare nutritious meals according to Chuanyu's training volume. But it was obvious that the communication between her and Chuanyu was obviously much less. This was a silent protest from Solinger. This situation lasted for 2 weeks, and Chuanyu was afraid that Chuanyu would blame Solinger, so he said so. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Chuanyu's worries were unnecessary. How could Chuanyu feel resentful towards Solinger? He was only full of gratitude and love for his mother. Well, that's good. As for soul rings, soul beasts over 5,000 years old can only be encountered in large wild soul beast forests. So, I plan to take you to the Xingda Great Forest to try your luck. When it came to the Xingda Great Forest, Chuanyu's expression changed from the previous relaxed look, and he looked quite taboo. Okay. I know. When Chuanyu heard about the Stardo Great Forest, his heart tightened. The Stardo Great Forest is a place that every soul master must know. It is the largest soul beast forest on the continent, where various soul beasts live. But at the same time, the Stardo Great Forest is also a very dangerous place. There are powerful soul beasts lurking inside, and there is even a legend that there are 100,000-year-old soul beasts inside the Stardo Great Forest. Let's go eat. After explaining their plans, Chuanyu walked out of the martial arts training ground. Walked into the cafeteria. Chuanyu smelled the delicious food. Here it is. Eat. Solinger's calm voice came from the kitchen. It smells so good. It's worthy of being made by my mother. No one else can make such a taste. Chuanyu's expression and tone showed a little flattery. However, he did this to make Solinger happier. This scene has been going on for 2 weeks. Chuanyu, who was following behind Chuanyu, couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. With such a face and means, he didn't have to worry about Chuanyu's love and marriage. Linger, Chuanyu's physical condition has been tested, and I decided to take him to the Xingda Great Forest. Do you want to come with us? Chuan. You cautiously probed. Solinger sighed helplessly. When are you going to leave? It will take some time to prepare the supplies. Once they are ready, we will leave immediately. I know, I will go with you then. What are you doing? Come and eat. Solinger's expression, which had been maintained for a long time, loosened a little. Although she still couldn't understand, she could do nothing about it. Looking at Chuanyu's extremely bright smile, her inner depression had long disappeared. She felt a little guilty and put a piece of meat into Chuanyu's bowl. Eat more. You have worked hard these days. Her eyes were full of distress. Yet. Chuanyu stuffed the meat into his mouth with rice, chewing it with a cheerful smile. After this day, the relationship between Solinger and Chuanyu returned to what it was before. However, although the training was over, they did not relax. This time they went to the Xingda Great Forest, they could not travel light as before. They had to be fully prepared. This time, they would carry a lot of supplies. This included food, equipment, potions, etc. In order to obtain the appropriate spirit ring, they did not know how long they would have to stay in the forest. So they had to prepare as much as possible. After 3 days of preparation, a long line of carriages filled with supplies left the Chuan family's territory and headed towards the Xingda Great Forest. Hundreds of kilometers away from the Xingda Great Forest, there is a small town of considerable size. The large carriages used by the Chuan family to transport goods drove on the roads of the town without appearing crowded. They found a hotel with parking spaces and stayed in it. They rested for 1 night, and the next morning, the 3 of them gathered at the door. This time, they also brought a driver and several young and strong teenagers. Stay here to guard the supplies. This is the nearest town to the Xingda Great Forest. Leaving the town and continuing to the south is the Xingda Great Forest. Our convoy cannot continue to move forward with us, so we can only park here. This time, we will enter with 3 people, and we can carry up to 2 months of supplies. If we don't find it, we need to come out of the forest and come here to replenish supplies. Xiaoai, be prepared for a long-term battle. Chuan Yu told seriously. I'm ready. Well, let's go. The 3 of them carried heavy backpacks filled with 2 months' worth of survival supplies. And Chuan Yi's sun heart was filled with valuables such as water and medicine. Far from the human gathering place and close to the star forest, Chuan Yi could see the dense green from a distance. The lush green vegetation, lush branches and leaves, and the towering ancient trees with tangled roots covered the sky, leaving only a little sunlight leaking through. Then, Chuan Yi smelled a fresh air. Every breath he inhaled seemed like the breath of life. The star forest is very large. It directly spans the 2 empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. It is even part of the border between the 2 empires. When the family arrived at the intersection, they stopped. Xiaoai, remember, from now on, we may encounter attacks from powerful soul beasts at any time, so you must follow me closely. Also, you must remember that once we tell you to run, you must immediately activate the flame spirit body and escape without looking back. Chuan Yu said seriously. The next journey will be extremely difficult, accidents may happen at any time, and you may die here if you are not careful. I know. Seeing that Chuan Yi was sensible, Chuan Yu nodded with relief. Chapter 98 Black Sun. Then, the group began to walk into the forest. However, they did not stay in the periphery for long. Instead, they walked towards the critical zone between the inner circle and the outer circle. This location is the easiest place to find soul beasts over 5,000 years old. However, because it is close to the inner circle, this location is also easy to encounter soul beasts over 10,000 years old. The 3 of them walked in a line. At the front, Chuan Yu was responsible for leading the way. In the middle was Chuan Yi. At the back, Solinger was responsible for Chuan Yi's safety. All 3 of them summoned their martial souls and carefully guarded the surroundings. Chuan Yu carefully explored the way ahead. It had been a month since they entered the Xingda Great Forest. They had not yet found a soul beast that met Chuan Yi's requirements. The Xingda Great Forest was a paradise for soul beasts, where Chuan Yi could see all kinds of soul beasts. But at the same time, crises here came one after another, and they encountered countless attacks. From the ground, underground, sky, and trees. The means of attack were varied. Moreover, most of them were 1,000-year-old soul beasts. They were constantly reminding Chuan Yi that this was not a good place. If you relax a little, you will die without a burial place. I heard the sound of water flowing. At this time, Solinger, who was walking behind Chuan Yi, whispered. In the state of being possessed by the spirit, Solinger's hearing was the most sensitive among the 3. The group immediately stopped and began to listen to the sounds around them. I heard it too. Let's go and get some water. Chuan Yu immediately turned around and walked towards the direction where the sound came from. After a month, most of the water they carried had been consumed, and they needed to replenish the water. Walking through the dense jungle, the sound of the water flow became louder and louder. But when they walked into the pool, they also heard the noise mixed in with the sound of the water flow. The strange scene immediately aroused the vigilance of the 3 people. The 3 people looked at each other, then immediately slowed down their pace and carefully moved closer to the pool. Chuan Yu led the way, Chuan Yi was in the middle, and Solinger paid attention to the back. In front of them, there was a large pool, and the area of the pool was estimated to be about the same as a football field. But at the same time, they also saw a huge brown figure. The figure was crawling on the edge of the pool, and its huge size was daunting. The huge pool looked like a tiny swimming pool under his body. Chuan Yi determined the name of the soul beast the moment he saw it. Explosive Giant Bear. The explosive giant bear leaned its head against the edge of the pool and lay comfortably on the ground. Its body rose and fell with its breathing. It looked like it was resting. The breath it exhaled was hot. When the breath hit the pool, it stirred up bursts of water vapor, and it could be seen as a hot spring with white smoke. The breath it exhaled alone could evaporate water, and its fire attribute talent was also extraordinary. It was obvious that it was the lord of this piece of land, and it could occupy such a huge water source in this position close to the inner circle. Its terrifying strength can be seen. The explosive giant bear is a top-grade fire attribute soul beast. From its body shape, it can be seen that it is also a power-type soul beast. It just meets Chuan Yi's requirements. Moreover, its body shape is roughly between 15 and 20 meters. Judging from its body shape, its age is just within Chuan Yi's selection range. Chuan Yi immediately cast a look of joy at Chuan Yu and nodded. The family instantly entered the battle stage. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, they must fight quickly. Giant Spirit Grip. A 4 or 5 meter long light-colored palm appeared out of thin air above Chuan Yu's head. This is Chuan Yu's fifth soul skill, a huge energy hand standing in the void, which can be controlled by Chuan Yu at will. Not only is the attack distance long, but the power is also quite good. It is Chuan Yu's first 10,000-year soul skill. The towering giant hand fell from the sky and slapped the big bear directly. The resting explosive giant bear opened his eyes alertly and saw the huge palm carrying the momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas. A trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. He stood up and roared. Then, a red light came out of his mouth. The fiery red light hit Chuan Yu's condensed energy palm at the speed of light, just like a laser beam. The explosive bear condensed a huge amount of fire elements into its mouth in a very short time. The moment the palm touched the beam, a hole was melted out of the huge palm. At this time, Chuan Yu clenched his right hand in the distance, and saw the huge palm slowly condensing. From 4 or 5 meters, it became 1 meter long. Although the palm became smaller, the energy was highly concentrated, and the scorching rays of the explosive bear could not continue to melt. The explosive bear's eyes suddenly panicked. Its famous skills suffered a setback, and it had the idea of retreating in its heart. But Chuan Yu's giant spirit grip instantly accelerated, and pressed down mercilessly under the impact of the laser beam. The explosive bear's huge head was pressed heavily to the ground by a palm 1 or 2 meters wide, and it could not raise its head. Giant Spirit Grip. Another energy giant hand appeared above Chuan Yu. But this time it was the left hand. The energy giant hand flew above the explosive bear and began to climb continuously. This time, the fingertips of the giant hand pointed downwards, stabbing straight at the explosive flame bear. Crack! The huge energy palm was like a giant sword, piercing into the back of the explosive flame bear and cutting off its spine. The explosive flame bear immediately let out a shrill cry, but with its spine broken, it could not control its body to resist. Quick! Chuan Yu roared loudly. The time had come, and Chuan Yi decisively used his soul bone skills. Fire Spirit Body. A ray of fire streaked across the sky and flew straight to the bear's head. Solinger followed closely, but her speed was slower than Chuan Yi. Looking at the huge bear head like a small hill, Chuan Yi had no fear in his heart. In the rapidly flying fireball, Chuan Yi's upper body appeared. He held his hands in the air and condensed black flames. Fire Spirit Body, 100% increase in flame power, plus the second soul skill, 30% increase in flame power of the dark flame power. At this moment, Chuan Yi's flame power is at its strongest stage. A fist-sized black sphere condensed between his hands. Black Sun. The black sphere left Chuan Yi's hands and flew straight to the explosive bear. It seemed to absorb all the light around it, leaving a clear path on the route it passed. The black light ball pierced through the skin and skull the moment it touched the explosive bear, and then quietly drilled into the brain of the explosive bear. From the outside, the hole the black ball entered was very clean. The sticky property originally contained in the dark flame did not play a role at this moment. However, this is because the extremely condensed fireball condensed all the temperature in the sphere. At the moment of contact with the fireball, the higher the temperature will instantly burn the objects it touches. Because of the high concentration, objects that do not touch the fireball will not be harmed. The blessing of the two soul skills, plus Chuan Yi's extreme compression control, gave birth to a creepy skill. Chapter 99 7,000 Years Soul Ring. The hard skull could not stop it for a moment. Just like a hot knife cutting butter, it penetrated into the skull smoothly. The black sun pierced through the skull and penetrated into the brain of the explosive bear. As the black sun penetrated deeper, the wailing of the explosive bear came to an abrupt end. However, the sound of boiling water came to my ears. Then, blood-colored steam sprayed from all the holes in the head at the same time. The high-temperature black sun evaporated the flesh and blood inside instantly when it came into contact with it. Under the high-pressure and high-temperature environment in the skull, the blood-colored steam carried extremely high temperature and sprayed from all the holes in the head. Woo! As the steam erupted, the sound of a steam train was heard. As the steam blew, the first thing that entered the nose was the disgusting strong smell of blood, but in an instant, the fragrant smell of cooked meat replaced the smell of blood. This spraying process did not last long. Suddenly, black flames emerged from the cave entrance. Bang! Accompanied by a huge roar, a large amount of black flames spurted out from the head of the explosive giant bear. The black sun, which had flown dozens of meters, could no longer maintain a high degree of condensation. As soon as the condensation force loosened slightly, the huge energy condensed inside the black sun burst out in an instant, causing secondary damage. The black fire column soared into the sky, and the thick fire column touched the pool next to it. When the dark flame touched the pool, a huge amount of water vapor was generated. The white mushroom cloud rose rapidly. The white mist scattered, making the three people's vision completely blurred, and they could only see the white mist. Xiaoi! Solinger shouted anxiously. The sound of explosions and the sound of water vapor evaporation disturbed her hearing. Chuan Yi suddenly disappeared in front of her eyes, and Solinger was inevitably a little flustered. "Mother, I'm here. I'm fine." At this time, Chuan Yi's voice came from the sky. The white mist dissipated slightly, and Solinger quickly looked up and soon found Chuan Yi's figure. The two were very close, so Solinger could find Chuan Yi quickly. At this time, Chuan Yi was floating in the air. His lower body maintained the shape of a flame. However, the original red flame turned into a pure black color. Unlike the red flame, the black flame is not very conspicuous. Especially under the shade of the tree, Chuan Yi's lower body seemed to disappear out of thin air. After Chuan Yi responded to his mother, he focused his sight on the location of the explosive giant bear. Through the white mist, Chuan Yi saw a crystal clear purple halo from above the bear's body. "Hey!" Chuan Yi, who was suspended in the air, also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the purple light. Killed with one blow. Black Sun is the strongest fire skill that Chuan Yi can use at this stage. In the small fireball, all the skills he has mastered are gathered. Soul skills, soul bone skills, and flame compression technology are all concentrated together. The power it produces is far beyond Chuan Yi's imagination. However, Black Sun's flying speed is not very fast. If Chuan Yu had not tightly controlled the explosive flame giant bear, the explosive flame giant bear's extremely fast scorching rays would easily break Black Sunday. After a while, the white mist completely dissipated and began to reveal its true face to the three people. "Is this hell?" Solinger looked at the scene in front of her and murmured softly. In the originally vibrant forest lake scene, the black flames were spreading wantonly. The originally bright forest was affected by the black flames, and the brightness was directly dimmed by several points. The explosion just now caused the dark flames to splash. The dark flame sparks with strong adhesion properties spread along the stones even if they were attached to the stones. This is still a stone. The sparks attached to the tree have burned the dozens of meters high tree and started to spread around. "Xiaoi, quickly put away the fire," Solinger reminded. Chuan Yi looked down and saw that the fire was spreading. "Oh, okay." Chuan Yi drove the flames in his lower body and flew to where the flames were spreading. His hands extended outwards, close to the burning flames. At this time, Chuan Yi's flying speed was more than twice as fast as before. The scattered flames flew towards Chuan Yi's hands. The flames finally gathered into a small ball of fire, hovering in Chuan Yi's hands. Fortunately, every fire attribute soul master can control his own flames, otherwise, it would not be so easy to extinguish Chuan Yi's dark flames. If it is not extinguished at the fastest speed, it is likely to cause a terrible forest fire. Pop! With a clenched hand, the flame condensed in the hand was sucked into Chuan Yi's body again. After doing all this, Chuan Yi began to land slowly. "Thank you for your hard work. If we let the fire spread, we will be in danger," Solinger consoled. Chuan Yi nodded, agreeing in his heart. "Let's go and see what's going on." Solinger and Chuan Yi walked towards the explosive bear. As he approached the explosive bear, Chuan Yi saw his masterpiece. The originally heavy head was left with only the bare bones, the flesh and hair attached to the skull were completely destroyed in the explosion. Looking at the miserable end of the explosive flame bear, Chuan Yi couldn't help but feel a little creepy. What kind of soul skill did I create? Chuan Yu, who was controlling the giant spirit's grip from a distance, also walked in front of the corpse. Chuan Yu found that the giant spirit's grip pressing on the head of the explosive flame bear had melted by half at this moment, becoming precarious. It can resist the scorching rays of the explosive flame bear, but it can't resist Chuan Yi's flame. It can be seen that in terms of flame power, Chuan Yi's dark flame exceeds the explosive flame bear. Can you tell the age? Chuan Yu asked. Fire spirit body. Chuan Yi flew into the sky and quickly observed the corpse of the explosive flame bear. The age of the explosive flame bear can be judged by its body length. Its length is about 17 meters. Most of the spirit beasts that are 10,000 years old will be more than 20 meters. This should be a spirit beast that is more than 7,000 years old. Back on the ground, Chuan Yi analyzed the approximate age of the explosive flame bear based on the information he observed. That's good. You recover first. Linger and I will protect you. Chuan Yi nodded gently, then sat cross-legged, entered meditation, and began to recover his spirit power. The black sun just now consumed a huge amount of Chuan Yi's spirit power. Although Chuan Yi is confident, he still has to be cautious when facing a spirit ring that is more than 7,000 years old. Solinger and Chuan Yu were carefully alert to the surroundings and tried their best to protect Chuan Yi. The big noise just now may attract some spirit beasts. However, half an hour later, no other spirit beasts approached them. Chuan Yi opened his eyes. Are you ready? Chuan Yu asked. Ready. Chuan Yi stretched out his right hand, and the purple spirit ring was pulled by the scorching sun gauntlet and slowly descended. At close range, Chuan Yi could feel the surging energy. However, his eyes were firm. Whether he could achieve the fourth soul ring of 10,000 years depended on this. Chuan Yi put his right hand into the soul ring. The purple soul ring was like a titan steel ring, firmly wrapped around the scorching sun gauntlet. In an instant, the huge and hot energy rushed into Chuan Yi's meridians along the martial soul. Chapter 100 The Third Soul Skill. Chapter 100 The Third Soul Skill. The sudden impact made Chuan Yi groan. This was a violent energy he had never experienced before. However, Chuan Yi's body did not shake at all. His strong and tough body firmly controlled the soul power in his body. Although the energy of the soul ring was violent, it was still not as good as the energy of the soul bone in terms of total amount. After getting through the first one, it was easier next time. Chuan Yi operated the surging soul power along the prescribed route with ease. Everything was in order. Chuan Yi has accumulated a lot of experience in absorbing soul rings. Especially, the current soul power circulation route, after a year of improvement, the speed of absorbing soul power has increased to 25%. Chuan Yi can increase his soul power by about 4 levels a year. In addition to the simulated environment, the biggest contributor is the soul power training method summarized by Chuan Yi. And this training method also has a miraculous effect on absorbing soul rings. The soul ring absorption lasted for 6 or 7 hours, and there were no accidents during the whole process. The soul ring was completely integrated into the martial soul, indicating that the soul ring absorption was successful. How is it? Is there any discomfort? Solinger asked with concern. No. Moreover, the whole process was like a natural process, without much pain. Abundant soul power and a strong body bring an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Tell me quickly, what kind of soul skills does this soul ring bring to you? Chuan Yu asked curiously. The 7,000-year-old explosive flame giant bear has surpassed most ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beasts in terms of strength alone. Its soul skills must be very powerful. My third soul skill is called the Scorching Ray. It is the skill that the explosive bear used at the beginning. As he spoke, Chuan Yi put on the fiery sun gauntlet on his right hand, then extended his index finger and pointed it at the opposite side of the pool. Swish! The moment the index finger was raised, a red ray shot straight to the big tree opposite the pool at the speed of light. The long and straight ray extended from Chuan Yi's fingertips to the opposite side of the pool. The distance of nearly 100 meters was reached in an instant, and the big tree opposite was instantly pierced. Chuan Yi was slightly surprised and pointed his index finger slightly downward. The scorching ray moved with the movement of his finger, and wherever the ray passed, whether it was the earth or the stone, it was easily cut. When it touched the water surface, smoke was stirred up again. Chuan Yi's finger continued to move downward, and the red ray shot into the pool, and the red light illuminated the pool. After maintaining it for a few seconds, Chuan Yi immediately retracted the ray. This scorching heat ray is the same as the heat ray in Chuan Yi's memory, except that he needs to use his hands to launch it. Instant. Seeing the skills displayed by Chuan Yi was surprised. Yes. Such a powerful skill, and it is instant. And this distance and power are not much inferior to the 10,000-year soul skills. It is worthy of being a 7,000-year-old explosive giant bear. Chuan Yu was amazed. Gentlemen, I know you are all very satisfied, but let's leave here first. We will study it carefully when we go back. Solinger reminded. This is close to the inner circle of the Douluo Great Forest, not a safe place. Well, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time, Xiaoai, let's go. The three of them replenished some water, and then the group did not stay for long and turned around and left. Before leaving, Chuan Yi looked at the corpse of the explosive giant bear reluctantly. The meat of a soul beast that is more than 7,000 years old must taste very good. Thinking of this, Chuan was about to spit out a mouthful of water. What a pity! Killing soul beasts is easy, but transporting them is difficult. It is simply impossible to take out a huge body in a complex forest without wide roads. Moreover, even if a small amount can be carried, its smell will attract attacks from other soul beasts. This is why there is a lack of high-age soul beast meat on the market. On the way back, the three no longer need to search, so the speed is several times faster. They quickly escaped from the Douluo Great Forest in a straight line. 3 days later, the group finally walked out of the Douluo Great Forest. After walking out of the forest, they breathed a sigh of relief. For this month, the three people lived a frightened life, and they needed to take turns to watch at night. Even though the three of them were powerful soul masters, they inevitably accumulated some fatigue. The three of them worked hard and rushed back to the hotel before dark. The next day, in the largest room of the hotel, the three who had rested for a night gathered together again. The three of them sat around a round wooden table, staring at the crystal ball on the wooden table. Come, measure the current soul power level. Chuan Yu's eyes were full of expectation. Chuan Yi was also very curious. Under the expectant gaze of his parents, Chuan Yi reached out and touched the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball glowed. Level 35. Am I seeing it right? Solinger shook Chuan Yu's shoulders vigorously. This is a soul ring of 7,000 years. It is reasonable to have such an increase. Chuan Yu looked much calmer than Solinger. Father, it's not just the soul ring, the energy of the soul bone hidden in the body also plays a role at the same time. Chuan Yi continued to explain. While absorbing the soul ring, the soul bone energy restricted in the body was released at the same time, which increased Chuan Yi's soul power level a lot. After absorbing soul rings, ordinary soul masters can only reach level 31, but Chuan Yi has risen 5 levels in a row, directly shortening the time for others by 2 or 3 years. It is terrifying. What are the specific effects of your soul skills? Chuan Yu continued to ask. After measuring the soul power, it is time to talk about soul skills. Last time, I just took a quick glance and didn't have time to explore it in detail. The third soul skill, the Scorching Ray, is an instant soul skill. It shoots highly condensed flame rays through the gauntlet. The distance of the ray is close to 100 meters. The speed and power are superimposed on the fire spirit body and the power of dark flames. Its attack distance and power can be further improved. After listening to Chuan Yi's explanation, Solinger and Chuan Yu couldn't help but take a breath. This soul skill is too terrible. Chuan Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Last time, although the spirit skill of the explosive flame bear was easily blocked by Chuan Yu, that was because Chuan Yu took the initiative and the explosive flame bear's attack was launched to block Chuan Yu's attack. If the position is reversed, under the attack of the explosive flame bear, they may be cut in half without any resistance. After hearing Chuan Yi's description again, the three of them were also scared. Super long attack distance, instantaneous, super strong attack power. As a strong attack spirit skill, it is perfect. Solinger praised. However, it consumes too much spirit power. With my current spirit power, it can only last for 10 seconds at most. Chuan Yi said with some regret. At that time, Chuan Yi had just absorbed the spirit ring, which was the moment when his spirit power was the most abundant. But in just 3 or 4 seconds, Chuan Yi's sufficient spirit power was consumed by more than 1/3.